The House is resumed. Yesterday I said I'd return to the House in response to a point of order by the Honourable Kira McAnulty on the basis of the ruling I made to Minister's Amendment Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approvals Bill. There's been a lot of comment about how my decision on this matter differed from the chairperson of the Committee of the Whole. I would like to emphasise that the chairperson was applying the rules and precedents available to her at that time. It's the Speaker's role to determine questions that arise about interpretation and application of standing orders, Standing Order 2. In this case, I've now set out 3 tests for future application when determining whether provisions are private legislation, and I've determined that the legislative effects of a provision should be seen in the broader context of the bill's proposed provisions. This does not mean that policy trumps standing orders. As always, I was guided by rulings of speakers in the past about the classification of legislation. But as I said yesterday, there are very few speakers' rulings on the issue, only 2 that touch on it more explicitly than others, and I considered them alongside Chapter 34 of Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand. Those standing orders are Speaker's Rulings 109 by Speaker O'Rourke in 1894, where the issue was the government of the day providing a guarantee to a private corporation. It was deemed to be a government bill. 133(2) bar 4, reiterated by Speaker Hunt in 2003, Deputy Speaker Hartley in 2006, and Speaker Mallard in 2018. It talks about general amendments, generic amendments, even if of limited application, because there are few such establishments are permissible. In this case, there were many establishments, make the bill, government bill, and the amendment permissible. In addition, I looked at 109(6), Speaker Smith in 2009, and 1101, Barnard in 1939. Speaker Smith's issue was a local bill enacted in the 1800s, but specifically for a body, Christ College, Canterbury, and their needs, very specific. It was introduced as a government bill, I understand, but then deemed to be private. 110(1), Speaker Barnard in 1939, he ruled that if a licensing body wanted to license certain activities outside of the general law that were permissible in the general law, then in fact that would be a government move, not a private bill, and therefore, private bill and not a government bill. And so it was a combination of all of those things in conjunction with Chapter 34 of Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand that guided my thinking in this matter. From my perspective, I've gone further than speakers in the past in outlining processes for making the decision by describing in detail the 3 tests for whether legislation is to be considered in the nature of private legislation. I hope these will help guide future speakers in their responsibilities in classifying legislation, as was my responsibility under Standing Order 2572. I do not say that past speakers were incorrect in applying the test to specific bills and amendments. They are considered, the tests are based on previous decisions. I found the past decisions very useful to consider when applying tests to this particular matter. This was not like any other bills other than the COVID-19 legislation, which was also a guide. Remembering that no one in this current bill actually gets any consent. That's a policy matter and wasn't part of the consideration. Does the proposed second test, the 3 tests are, does the proposed provision affect a particular person or body in a private capacity? Does the proposed provision affect a person or body but not affect all others belonging to the same category or class? And does the proposed provision have a legislative effect that gives rise to a particular benefit or interest for the person or body? As I've stated repeatedly, I think that the legislative effect was not sufficiently clear as to give rise to a particular benefit for the authorised person for a listed project as distinct from referred projects permissible in the bill. I reiterate that my decision was made subject to the 3 tests used by previous speakers and set out now by me in slightly more specific fashion and in a context that I think allowed the bill to progress. I understand the Leader of the House wants to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Next week, the House will consider the 3rd reading of the Fast Track Approvals Bill, as well as the first readings of the Resource Management, Consenting and Other System Changes Amendment Bill, the Gene Technology Bill, the Local Government Water Services Bill, the Offshore Renewable Energy Bill and the Broadcasting Repeal of Advertising Restrictions Amendment Bill. On Wednesday morning, there will be extended hours for members' business to make up for at least one Members' Day we have missed this year due to a range of factors outside the control of all members. And on Wednesday afternoon, the plan at this stage is that the House will adjourn for the year.
The Honourable Kerry McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Leader of the House for that. Between now and then, given the number of relatively late, shall we say, amendments in the Minister's name to that piece of legislation, the fast track legislation, will the government recommit the bill if it's found that there are drafting errors in it?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of finding those errors. At the moment, there are no errors, and so our provisional view is no.
We come now to oral questions. The first in the name of the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Mr Speaker, to the Prime Minister, does he stand by all his government's statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Yes, with the traditional caveats.
Would the Prime Minister agree that Nicola Willis was not up to the job, which is why he's had to give it to the person who first signed off on the original ferries?
Those are seriously laughable questions. Because to answer the second question first, the Minister originally signed off. He signed off to a total purchase price of $400.1 million, which blew out to $3.2 billion on way to $4 billion, according to Treasurer in both cases. And the Minister Nicholas made the most compelling and brilliant decision when she cancelled the contract.
Supplementary.
No, just wait till your own side settles down. And I'd ask people to ask themselves just what their interjection adds to the answer.
Did David Seymour's public disclosure of indicative costings for the new ferries contradict the wishes of the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister and the Minister for Rail? If so, will he now be open with New Zealand taxpayers, given the cat is out of the bag, thanks to Seymour's indiscretion?
Words matter in politics, and no more when you were acting as a Minister, or Prime Minister. And Mr Seymour was very careful to point out to the media of this country that he used the word approximate and how wide that approximation could be.
Does he agree with Nicola Willis, who said last year that she wants to, quote, look taxpayers in the eye and say, this is a good deal, we're doing this right, end quote? If so, how does delivering inferior, smaller vessels at far greater cost at least 3 years later represent a good deal?
If you start by turning back a deal that began at $401 million, blew out to 3.2 and was heading for $4 billion, and where the actual cost of the ferries would be then about 14% of the total plan that was announced as being a plan for ferries, you'll get the drift of things. And that's why we are able to say to those people, well, to use the shipping expression, yes, And there's an old saying, if you leave port with no port to go to for that boat, no wind's the right wind. We know where we're going, and we're going into Christmas, and people will know that they can look forward to a bright new announcement in the new year whilst they're worrying about that more than anything else.
Does he agree with the CEO of Main Freight that David Seymour's aspiration to privatise inter-island ferries makes him, quote, a bit off the planet, end quote? If so, what measures will he take to ensure the ACT Party can't act on their impulse to pawn off vital national infrastructure to their mates at bargain basement prices?
Look, I'm certain that when that member was getting ready for leadership at Celebrity Treasure Island, she would have learned on the way through. Well, I know I'm hearing a leadership bid now, but the fact is Mr. Seymour was very careful about his words, and all of a sudden, now that the project is... Big pardon? Big pardon?
Hang on.
I thought that member came to ask a serious question, but the reality is, surely they did not think that the public could accept $4 billion of expenditure, particularly when there was so much wasteful expenditure of the period 2020 to 2023. And so we've got things back now where by the end of March or before, we'll be able to announce what the New Zealand people want, which is the appropriate vessels for the appropriate passage across the Cook Strait or elsewhere, and have it all ready in time, and having also, well, of course, elsewhere. Have you ever thought, I mean, this is a person who used to belong to a party called Labour, who knew what they were doing because they understood workers. I bet they've never talked to the maritime unions or anybody else, but we are, all in the space of the end of this week.
Is he confident that Winston Peters will be able to follow through with his assurance, quote, that that's not the way, if I was in charge of it, I'd have done it anyway, end quote, when looking back at Nicola Willis's inability to make any meaningful progress in securing new ferries?
The reality is that the Minister of Finance was left with an awful prospect of something that we did not need and could not afford, and where what happened downtown was they were asked to get two ferries, and they decided, here's a chance to add every other good feel-good thing we want and make the taxpayer pay. And then coming to government was a group of rational, sane and experienced people in politics who understand the very character and nature of business, and that's why some questions can't be answered now and some will have to wait. But what I can promise is the turnaround and restoration of rail circa 2017 to 2020 is going to be, very shortly, back on track.
Point of order, the Honourable Kerry McAnulty.
It's really important at times like this, a point that I've made previously, that when a minister is acting as Prime Minister, they make that clear. So just for the record, was that Chris Luxon complimenting the Labor government between 2017 and 2020 for the work they did on rail?
I doubt it, but the point you make is that whoever is here answering questions for the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister. Kamal Sepuloni, Honourable Kamal Sepuloni.
Why was he unable to commit to the ferries being rail-enabled, and what does rail compatibility mean instead?
Work program.
What was being told to the media and the country yesterday was that all matters are on the table in terms of considerations, and we've got to ensure that we speak to everybody who can possibly help here. We were the inheritors of a disaster. Can anyone seriously believe that $4 billion or worse was what the project should be about and what was needed to ensure rail, which is all over this country, and the... Beg your pardon?
Now, hang on.
Oh, you didn't agree to it? Oh, so Willie didn't agree to it. Well, that shows how impotent he was. He didn't agree, he's a front bencher, but they went ahead regardless. Now, Willie was the senior minister, he was the head of the Maori wing of the Labour Party, and now he tells me they weren't consulting with him, they never asked him and never listened to him. Now, I'm not surprised that's a fact, I always suspected that, but back to my original point, the reality of it all is that constraining ourselves on the answers that are dependent on future discussions and future negotiations is a critical part of being a responsible minister.
It is perfectly reasonable for a minister answering a question to respond to interjection. And when that happens, then the place turns into something that is in the nature of a debate, but somewhat one-sided, because only the minister has the mic. It suggests that people wanting to make interjections think about that. The Honourable Kamal Sepuloni.
Will more of Nicola Willis's catastrophes be passed on to Winston Peters for him to clean up?
That's not a reasonable way to ask a question.
Oh, okay.
So try. Yeah, well, please. I'm very pleased the member knew that. So please ask it again.
Okay. Will more of Nicola Willis's responsibilities be passed on to Winston Peters to clean up? Perhaps some of the responsibilities like the rising unemployment rate, record company liquidations, and an anaemic economy ravaged by austerity.
Well, I would point out that none of those things are direct responsibilities of a minister. Maybe under some other government.
Well, could I just say that the three examples that the questioner used are all examples which were part of the inheritance that the present government received. And now we're being blamed for it. The reality is the Minister of Finance is doing a fine job at the moment. And I want to make it very clear, she shows all the signs of doing a fine job in the future in the most difficult of circumstances. And the last thing I want to say is I don't want to have a duel of wits with a whole lot of arm-armed opponents.
Question number 2, Catherine Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. When will the next budget policy statement be released?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
I will release
Wait on. It's a bit of reasonable behaviour would be a good thing. The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, I will release the budget policy statement this coming Tuesday, December 17. The budget policy statement is my document as Minister of Finance. It previews the next budget and is a check-in on the government's fiscal strategy. At the same time, Treasury will release its half-year update. This will contain updated economic and fiscal forecasts.
Supplementary. Will these documents show any changes to the economic outlook?
Mr. Speaker, there are always changes to the economic outlook. Forecasts are inherently uncertain and rely on assumptions that change. I've learnt that it doesn't pay to get too attached to a particular set of numbers in the forecasts. In recent updates, the economic outlook has been progressively revised downwards, independent of government policy. That is because Treasury has been winding back some assumptions made when the previous government was in office that in hindsight were far too optimistic about future economic growth. At some point, Mr. Speaker, the series of downside revisions will end, and I look forward to that day.
Supplementary. Will there be any changes to the fiscal outlook?
Mr. Speaker, yes. Downward revisions to the economic outlook will flow through to the fiscal outlook. Forecasts of GDP, for example, affect tax forecasts. Tax is by far... Mr. Speaker, I'm being interrupted by a member who sat around a cabinet table that spent so much they fuelled inflation, left New Zealand with the burden of rising interest rates and a prolonged recession, debt that grew by more than $100 billion, and yet he sits there interjecting. Forecasts of GDP, for example, affect tax forecasts. Tax is by far the government's largest source of revenue, and revenue is one half of the government's operating balance. So changes in the economic outlook matter for fiscal variables and fiscal targets. Next week's changes to fiscal forecasts are almost entirely driven by changes to revenue and expense forecasts. They are not driven by discretionary fiscal decisions. Relatively few fiscal decisions have been made since Budget 2024, outside those managed within existing allowances and contingencies.
Supplementary. Will there be any changes to the government's fiscal strategy?
Mr. Speaker, the fiscal strategy report released in May set out the government's fiscal strategy. It also stated there would be 2 reviews, and these could result in minor changes to the strategy. One was of the multi-year capital allowance introduced by the previous government, another tool that was used to fuel gross amounts of spending. The other was of operating balance indicators used in setting the government's short-term fiscal intentions. As noted in the fiscal strategy report, having Crown entity deficits in the current Overgale measure risks undesirable fiscal policy responses. This is because some entities, like ACC, are set up to be self-funded and financially sustainable over the long run, even when running large deficits in particular years.
Question 3, Tangi Utakiri.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Rail. Does he stand by his statement regarding the new Cook Strait ferries that it will be and can be rail-enabled? If so, is he confident that he can deliver them for less than the $551 million that was under contract with Hyundai Mipo Dockland?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Well, I thank the member for that question, because with all the controversy going on about this issue, the facts after all this time are still not out there. The $551 million the member refers to relates solely to the cost of the 2 ferries contracted under the IREX project. It does not take into account the extra landside costs required to accommodate the ferries, which pushed the total cost of the project, according to Treasury, past $3 billion and potentially up to $4 billion. And we are very confident this government will deliver a safe, reliable and resilient service for much less than the previous government signed New Zealand up to. But go back to the point. 2 ferries were ordered. When the whole thing was over in terms of their contracting ability, the ferries were barely 20% of the total project. And which part of that did those guys up there miss?
A point of order.
Mr Speaker, this is a primary question. The Minister, I accept, has addressed the second leg, but he has not referenced whether or not he stands by the specific statement that is on notice.
Yeah, but if you look at the question, it's requiring a minister to speculate. And that's not something that a minister will often want to do or can do. So I think the answer that the minister gave is sets out some parameters. I think it's a reasonable answer. But
supplementary.
Yeah.
Well, Mr Speaker, with respect, he was referring to the part of the question that asked the minister if he stood by his statement. And that's not requesting that the minister speculate on anything. The minister made the statement this morning. He should be able to respond to that pretty clearly.
Well, that was the first part of it, and that would be something the minister can address. But the second part, is he confident he can deliver? Well, that's, give me a crystal ball. Would the minister like to respond to the first part about
I thought, Mr Speaker, my answer is, it's surely axiomatic to get up and talk about the total project being $551 million is being wantonly, hopefully in this case, innocently misleading.
Disingenuous. I think just before we go into that, I think the issue is the first part of the question: does he stand by a statement regarding Cook Strait ferries that it will be and can be rail enabled?
Well, the reality is that we have said that all options are now on the table, but it goes on to say, is he confident that he can deliver them for less than $5.5 million? Well, if the total project was $5.5 million all up, landside ferries and all, then there was a question to be asked. But it was never that. It was $4 billion when we got there.
Can he guarantee that he will announce the actual procurement of new ferries in March next year?
The reality is we are working with all the speed we possibly can put behind this so that sometime by the end of March or before, we're telling the public with great transparency what we're going to do.
Supplementary, can he guarantee that the new ferries will arrive in 2029, and how much more are Kiwi Rail having to spend to nurse the current Inter-Islander fleet along until new ferries arrive?
First of all, they are not nursing anything to do with the current fleet. They are going to be required to do their job with the utmost profession and not have the kind of thing that happened recently when it ran aground in the Sounds. That's when the member should have been asking those questions right back then. And what we're going to do is ensure that we can perhaps answer those questions well before, in terms of delivery, 2029 as a possibility.
Why did the Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, say today that the government has a solution, but did not mention this solution yesterday at the government's announcement?
Judiciousness?
Well, for a start, I didn't hear the Prime Minister say that, and I'll check it out with him because he may have meant that it's part of the all-up considerations. There is a solution in there, and that really is obvious as well.
So is the Prime Minister correct when he said today, but for right now, we've got a good solution, and if we can improve on it, great, and if not, we move forward with that solution. If not, why not?
Well, again, I have to confess that I did not hear the Prime Minister say that, and until I do, I will not confirm what I should make of it, other than to say the Prime Minister is in the best possible space at this point in time, because he has got the main solution, a united government that is setting out to correct a grievous fiscal wrong.
Has Cabinet already confirmed a preferred replacement option for the Cook Strait ferries? If so, what is it?
The answer to that question is no.
Supplementary.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Will the total potential impact on the viability of our rail network in the South Island be taken into account when making the decision to go with rail-enabled ferries versus rail-capable ferries?
Yes.
Question 4, David McLeod.
Easy.
Tēnā koe te māngai. My question is to the Minister of Justice and asks, what actions is the government taking to make stalking an illegal and jailable offence?
Mr Speaker, the government's introduced the crimes legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill, which will make stalking an illegal and jailable offence for up to 5 years. Stalking and harassment pose a threat of serious harm to victims and can be a precursor to more serious and violent crime. We want to ensure that the harm victims experience is recognised and prosecuted effectively, as the current settings do not adequately respond.
Supplementary. What does the crimes legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill do?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Amendment Bill principally combines stalking and harassment into one offence, whereby if a perpetrator engages in a pattern of specified acts to another person on 3 separate occasions within a 12-month period that is knowing or likely to cause fear and distress, they will be liable for convictions of up to 5 years imprisonment.
Supplementary. What specified acts or behaviours are covered by the Stalking Bill?
Well, Mr Speaker, the new offence of stalking and harassment will capture acts that include a stalker watching and loitering around their victims, tracking or communicating via the use of technology, damaging or interfering with property, and other less tangible harms like undermining the reputation or relationships of victims. The current criminal system does not adequately respond to modern stalking methods, and this legislation will.
Supplementary. What are the consequences of a stalking offence as proposed in the new Stalking Bill?
Well, Mr Speaker, those convicted of stalking and harassment will be liable for up to 5 years imprisonment as opposed to the current 3 years for harassment. 2 new aggravating factors at sentencing will be introduced to strengthen consequences for stalkers in certain circumstances. We're also making changes to prevent a defendant charged with stalking from cross-examining an alleged victim. Mr Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about this for a number of years, and I'm very pleased that tonight the House will be having the first reading of this important legislation.
Question 5, Huhana Linden.
Tēnā koe te māngai. Question to the Minister. What measures, if any, has... Question to the Minister for Māori Development. What measures, if any, has the government taken to ensure the financial sustainability of Whakaata Māori, and have these measures been adequate?
The Honourable Tama Pōtaka.
He te maunga o te whare. Whakaata Māori has received nearly $48 million in Budget 2024. The Minister of Finance and I, as shareholding ministers, have issued a letter of expectation to the Whakaata Māori Board. The Board, Chief Executive and Management of Whakaata Māori are responsible for its financial sustainability, and it's important to understand that the sustainability of any media organisation is dependent on its ability to meet audience needs and providing relevant content on platforms that can be accessed by anyone, anywhere, at any time.
Supplementary. Does he agree with the Prime Minister that the Crown's relationship with Māori is, quote, probably worse, end quote, than a year ago? And is Whakaata Māori News Bulletin ending tomorrow after 20 years going to improve or worsen that relationship?
E te maangai o te whare. Thank you for that pātai. The selection or the choice of moving content online is one that is at the discretion of Whakaata Māori Board and or management, and we will leave that discretion with them. But I tautoko and have great confidence that the board and management will make those decisions very carefully.
Supplementary. Why couldn't the Minister find a few $1 million for Whakaata Māori's budget like the last government did? Or is the only broadcast Te Reo channel and Te Ao Māori evening news just the acceptable casualties of the government's cost-cutting drive?
E te maanga o te whare, I won't be trifling today with the chicanery of financial conjecture. Funding for broadcasting is a challenge that Minister Metakota Goldsmith and I share, and as I said earlier, media organisations need to meet audience needs in providing relevant content on platforms that can be accessed by anyone, anywhere, at any time. And my sincere hope is that there is more content generation in Te Reo Māori and sharing across platforms, as we've seen quite regularly by people such as Te Ao Pewharangi and his magnificent effort at the Olympics.
A point of order, the Honourable Karen McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I don't make a habit of doing a point of order when other parties are asking questions. However, that is the second time I've heard that Minister use the word chicanery in this House.
Use the word, sorry?
Chicanery. The first time I didn't know what it meant, so I looked it up. And so I looked it up again just to make sure I'm clear. But it means deception. Now, surely accusing a member of deception is unparliamentary. There are clearly rules around other versions of that word to suggest the same thing. And I'm not asking to make this a big deal, but if we're wanting to hold up the standards, some guidance as to whether that is an appropriate term.
There used to be a thing called the Blue Book of words that were unparliamentary. It went missing sometime in the early 2000s. I think speakers ever since have been reluctant to rule specific words out, although Speaker Mallow did rule out some combination of words. I would just suggest to the Minister that perhaps he finds another way to suggest it. I think the term chicanery does imply something far greater than just the intention of his commentary. Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could I ask the Minister, was the questioner right when she said in her supplementary question that there was only one Te Reo Māori station?
The Honourable Tama Pōtaka.
E te maanga o te whare. Of course, there has been Te Reo as one of the Māori television channels that has also moved online, or will move online shortly, at the choice and selection discretion of the Whakaata Māori Board and management.
Does the Minister accept Y11 claim that the Māori language is an essential part of Māori culture and must be regarded as a taonga, a valued possession? And if so, the loss of the broadcast Te Reo channel being of the government's underfunding, is it acceptable to the Minister?
E te maanga o te whare. We continue to commit to the funding track that was provided by the previous government, and in addition to that, we've also provided new money for Te Reo Māori revitalisation through the form of kapahaka.
Supplementary. Did he make any effort as the Minister of Māori Development to find funding for Whakaata Māori to avoid these savage funding cuts to Māori media, or was it all out of his hands?
E te maanga o te whare. I continue to work very diligently and professionally with my colleagues to ensure that we have prudent fiscal spending across all things budget, but also to recognise the importance of Te Reo Māori as a taonga in our communities and also within the Mahi Karona and Mahi Māori.
Question 6, Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te pika. Question to the Minister of Police. Does he accept the findings of the New Zealand Police and their understanding police delivery report that Māori men are stopped, tasered and prosecuted by the police and disproportionately higher rates than any other group as a result of structural racism?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Police, that was not the finding of the New Zealand Police.
Supplementary, Mr Speaker. Does he accept that this same structural racism impacts how the police enforce the gang legislation, as we have seen recently in Wellington?
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order,
Mr Speaker, given the Minister's answer, I want to know whether or not, when that question was put in, there was any evidence to back it up, rather than just to make a claim which we are now about to find out is false.
Thank you. I'll just... is this it? This was what was supplied? Sorry? Ronald Woodson Peters makes a good point and asks a fair question. The question has been allowed. But the answer has made it clear that that is not a police document. Is that correct?
If I can clarify, Mr Speaker, it was not the finding of the New Zealand Police. It was an independent panel that made findings, not the New Zealand Police that made the findings.
Okay, I now understand. Progress the point of order, Tamitha Paul.
So the report in question is the Understanding Police Delivery report that was conducted by an independent panel, however with the consent of the police, who opened up their processes and everything so that that panel could investigate it. So that point doesn't stand because the police were fully involved in the Understanding Police Delivery report and the police commissioner said that too.
I don't think that actually was the point. We don't want to carry on this too long. Your Honour, Mr Peters.
Clear. The question reads, does he accept the findings of the New Zealand Police Force? That's what that question is caught by. No evidence to back it up, and the question should be ruled out.
Point of order, Debbie Nauru-Packer.
There is a reliance when we come to the House that these questions have been qualified. There was nothing that came back to suggest that there was anything wrong with it. The report, again, to emphasise, is the Understanding Policing Delivery report. That is a report that is at question here. If there was a problem with the question, that should have been brought to our attention before we came to the House.
Yeah.
Mr Speaker, there's nothing really to be done here. The point is the question's been accepted, it's on notice, it's been asked. The Minister disagrees that that is the finding of the report. That is an answer. That addresses the question. She says that is not what the report says. There's plenty of opportunity to investigate whether or not that's actually true or various different things. The question should just proceed.
Speaking to the point of order, Mr Speaker.
Last call on this one.
Mr Speaker, I'm more than happy to answer the questions. I was just clarifying the position of the police.
Yeah, and it's just been pointed out to me while I do intervene if there is controversy about a question at the time of its lodgement. That was not the case today, and this report is on the police website and has been there since March of this year. Debbie Nauru, Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te whika. Supplementary. Does he accept that this same structure impacts how the police enforce the gang legislation, as we have seen recently in Wellington and Auckland, where rangatahi Māori have been profiled and arrested at gunpoint on suspicion of gang affiliations that were never proven?
Mr Speaker, what I will say that the UPD report was commissioned under the previous government by the former Commissioner. As stated, it was an independent panel and the findings of the report are not the police's. However, the authors of the report have said themselves the report is not indicative of structural racism or bias in the police. The research states that the findings show that the age of an offender, prior convictions, recent and long-term history of proceedings and gang membership were significant factors that influence the likelihood of prosecution. We have a world-class police force who do an outstanding job, and it is a disservice to them to have a narrative that suggests our police are anything but the consummate professionals they are. The 14% of New Zealand police that are themselves Māori, the enormous initiatives that invest in Māori across this motu, we continue to provide the services. What is ignored in this narrative is the 60% of victims who are themselves Māori. What is ignored in this House is the fact that Māori are twice as likely to be the victims of crime, and that is the narrative that member should be considering. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Supplementary, Mr Speaker.
Just wait for the House to settle itself.
Supplementary. Does he think that it is appropriate for armed police to barricade the road and intimidate and harass whānau attending the tangi of a loved one to enforce the gang patch ban?
Mr Speaker, I think that is a very wrong and flawed reflection of the response of police at Māori tangi. They work tirelessly to engage directly with the whānau, directly with the marae, directly with the kaumātua to ensure sensitivities are maintained. But what they will not ignore is the fact that the rest of the community need to be able to go about their business without the fear of intimidation, and they will continue to police in that manner.
Question 7, Dr Hamish Campbell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. What reports has he seen on the export revenue forecast for the primary sector?
The Honourable
Mr Speaker,
Tom.
today, along with Ministers Jones, Hogarth, Patterson and Grigg, I released the situation and outlook for primary industries report, which shows that the hard work and innovation of our world-leading farmers, growers and foresters is paying off. Today's report shows New Zealand's high-quality, safe, sustainable and environmentally food and fibre exports are forecast to hit $56.9 billion by 30 June 2025 and climb to a record $58.3 billion the following year, demonstrating farming in the primary sector's significant contribution to the New Zealand economy.
Supplementary. What growth is driving this rebound in export revenue?
Well, Mr Speaker, export growth in 24-25 is expected to be driven by strong global demand, tight global supplies for our high-quality, safe and sustainable food and fibre products, and the hard work of our farmers. I'm pleased to share with the House that dairy exports are forecast to grow 10% to $25.5 billion by mid-2025. Meat and wool revenues are expected to rise to $11.4 billion. Horticulture has had a fantastic year following last year's cyclones and surges to a projected record of $8 billion. Kiwi fruit alone, Mr Speaker, is set to exceed $3 billion for the first time. Forestry is expected to rebound by 4% to $6 billion, and the seafood export revenue is forecast to increase to $2.2 billion in the year to 30 June 2025.
Supplementary. What actions has the government taken in the past 12 months to support the growth of primary exports?
Well, Mr Speaker, the primary sector is the backbone of our economy, responsible for over 80% of our goods exports and will continue to play a key role in the government's ambitious target to double exports by value over 10 years. We've ended the war on farming and focused on locking opportunity, including bringing the EU FTA into force many months earlier than expected.
The Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Mr Speaker, for the second time this week, this minister has used a question from his own side to make a statement about the previous government that is totally inaccurate. To accuse any government of being on a war with any industry surely cannot be in order.
Mr Speaker, point of order. Speaking to the point of order.
That is correct, and I didn't hear that. If that was the case, then I think a withdrawal and apology would be
Speaking to the point of order. Mr Speaker, I said we've ended the war on farming. I didn't say who had conducted the war.
Every day there is concern about questions from the opposition that might have some sort of supposition in them that might lead to a conclusion. And there's another word I'm searching for, but I can't quite get into my head. But in any event, the mirrored conditions apply to answering questions as well. I think it would be appropriate to withdraw and apologise for a remark about being at war with farmers.
Well,
ending the war with farmers. It implies there was a war, and we all know what that means.
I withdraw and apologise.
Point of order, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr Speaker, with the greatest respect, all over the world in sound democracies, the debates are often very, very heated. They're very, very sometimes personal, but it's been part and parcel of the theatre of the debate and the essentiality of getting to the truth of things. And with the greatest respect, sir, I've never sensed so many people who can't take any criticism at all or any questioning of their past performance. And that's not the way this Parliament should be in the future, and it's not the way it should be now, and it never was the way it used to be in the past. So if members can't take the heat of this place, then get out of the parliamentary kitchen.
Well, thank you. That's an interesting point. Before I hear anything else, let me just say this. The question that is often being asked by the opposition is it appropriate for the government to use its own questions to attack a previous government? And quite clearly, it's not. When it comes to answers, you would have found over time, I have ruled that if ministers say, or in their answer, talk about situations that they've inherited, talk about situations that they're changing from a previous government, they're fine. It's the nature of debate and question answers that causes the problem. The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, this has become a theme from Mr McAnulty, that he wishes that we should not discuss the context prior to the 2023 election in any way, shape or form. There's become a verboten period of history, the 6 years of the last Labor-led government, which if described in this House in accurate terms is somehow too much for Mr McAnulty, who becomes very sensitive and issues multiple points of order. That cannot be the basis of debate in this House. This is a robust place where we talk about facts, history and reality.
Well, okay, away we go. It's all...
Yeah, I'll just...
Just a minute. Just a minute.
I just want to make the point, sir, that question time is partly about answers, seeking answers from the opposition, and it's always been a place of a bit of flamboyance and a bit of political theatre. I'm old enough, I've been around this place long enough to have sat through the last 6 years in which members opposite, who were then ministers, said over and over again things like 9 years of neglect, 9 years of this, 9 years of that, all of which, you know, we obviously disagreed with, but you let go through to the keeper because there's a bit of political rhetoric, and that's part and parcel of question time. So I'm just saying, like, clearly there has to be a bit of a balance. We don't want to make this place so sterile that it's just about facts back and forward, and there's no rhetoric and no fun to the place.
Get the point.
Speaking to that,
just give me a moment. The first point I want to make is that it's not appropriate to make personal references in either general debate, in answers to questions, or in points of order. And while people might want to make an observation about the content of a point of order, it's not appropriate to personalise that in the way that we've just seen. And I don't want any more of that. I have ruled on this matter, but if you want to add to that.
Well, Mr Speaker, it's important to note that there is a clear distinction between questions from the opposition and questions by the government. And now you made that point. Now we've had 2 points of orders which are questioning that and turning it into a broader debate. This is not about the opposition not wanting a robust exchange in this House. It's about following, sir, the clear guidance that you have given everyone. And I would like to think, in fairness, we only raise points of orders when we deem it appropriate. If we wanted to make a political point, we'd be doing it all day.
And quite possibly you just have, but that's a reasonable position. I accept that, and but I did not take that those points of order as being in any way a reflection in this direction. I made the point they can't be personalised and won't be taken in the future. We'll go back to the question that was asked for a start, and then we'll politely answer it. Dr Campbell.
Supplementary. What actions have the government taken in the past 12 months to support the growth of primary exports?
Well, Mr Speaker, the primary sector is the backbone of our economy, responsible for over 80% of our goods exports, and will continue to play a key role in achieving our ambitious target of doubling exports by value over 10 years. So far this year, we've brought the EU FTA into force many months earlier than expected, saving horticulture $46 million in tariffs. It completed a trade deals with the UAE and the GCC, meaning from day one over 10 years, 99% of exports entering tariff-free, and eliminated $733 million in non-tariff barriers. As a farmer in the South Island said to me last week, it feels like when a war is over.
Supplementary.
Dr Campbell.
What has contributed to this result?
Well, Mr Speaker, today's positive outlook is a direct result of the 360,000 hard-working men and women who get up every day and go to work in New Zealand's food and fibre sectors. Our rural workforce leads the world in innovation and adaptability, outcompeting larger economies and international players. Our farmers, growers, fishers and foresters are the best in the world, and on behalf of every member of this House, may I thank them for their hard work and their commitment this year and wish them a Merry Christmas.
The Honourable Shane Jones.
To the Minister, how does...
Point of order, Whakaata Māori March.
Just before we went into the previous point of order exchange, I do remember hearing the Minister actually withdrawing and apologise for his comments that he literally repeated in subsequent answers to supplementary questions. And I do want to bring to your attention the point of withdrawing and apologising for something you're just going to basically repeat immediately after.
Well, I have to inform the member that a past member in this House made it very clear in both document form and contribution in the House that words matter. And the way in which the words were used by the Honourable Macleay may have referred to the comment made earlier, but were in an entirely different context. And that is the difficulty for the Chair in these matters. And look, the member should read the Hansard and he'll understand what I said. The Honourable Shane Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister, in relation to export revenue forecasts, how have matters improved since SNAs have been taken away, unworkable water regulations, other impediments imposed by the last regime on the viability of farming? How has the stripping away of those impediments improved revenue forecasts?
Well, Mr Speaker, farmers tell me they no longer have to spend up to 30% of their time in the office filling out paperwork. They can innovate, they can work hard, they can continue to care about their environmental obligations, and they can produce the world's highest quality, safest food, fisheries and forestry products to sell to the world. And Mr Speaker, consumers around the world are willing to pay New Zealand farmers more for what they produce. That's why they have a coalition government that backs them.
Very good. Very good.
The Honourable Shane Jones.
In relation to revenue forecasts, and the $600 million of earnings associated with aquaculture, how does the extension of all resource management permits for marine farming till 2050 improve the viability of the aquaculture sector as opposed to being embroiled in red tape as was the case in the last regime?
Well, Mr. Speaker...
So that question was all good and would have had a great answer until the last part, which I can't sit here and know about red tape. All I can assume is that it is a dig at some other part. And in the context of today, not helpful. The Minister should answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know Minister Jones is a champion of many things rural and particularly the fishery sector. Can I say that certainty has now been given to aquaculture in New Zealand so they can get on and do what we need them to do, is produce high quality products, continue to care about the environment and produce high quality food that we can send around the world for consumers as well as Mr. Jones to enjoy.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. Yep. Mr. Jones. The Honourable Jane Jones.
The reference in a robust chamber of debate during question time to the existence of red tape is beyond cavil. It's beyond dispute. It's not unreasonable to state that this government has passed laws liberating the rules and regulations pertaining to a key sector. The fact that we're liberalising is evidence that there was red tape. It's a fact.
All right. Thank you for that. The Honourable Willow Chen Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Children and asks, to what extent does she accept responsibility for the outcomes of Oranga Tamariki's actions in relation to community provider funding cuts and military-style academies?
The Honourable Karen Chord.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer the member to the Cabinet Manual. I am accountable to this House for ensuring that Oranga Tamariki carries out its functions properly and efficiently. In terms of the actions of individual public servants, this may be a matter for the Chief Executive, or in the case of the Chief Executive, the Public Service Commissioner. And to be clear, there have not been funding cuts overall. Oranga Tamariki received more money in Budget 2024 than it returned. Some provider contracts have expired and not been renewed. Some other contracts have been reduced and others have been increased. Oranga Tamariki allocated over $500 million in contracted funding last year, and I'm advised they will do so again this year.
Supplementary. Is she responsible for making sure that Oranga Tamariki meets her, quote, expectation is that there will be no gaps in service provisions for children in care or who have come to the attention of Oranga Tamariki?
Mr. Speaker, my expectations is that we are focusing where there are gaps and trying to make sure that we plug those gaps, which was the whole point of re-looking at how we contract so that we do it better. Not like it used to be done, where we actually accepted the fact that money was sitting in bank accounts, not being spent on our kids, contracts were underutilised, contracts were not being delivered properly, and we're making sure that that is better.
Supplementary. Will she take responsibility for the thousands of highly vulnerable children and their families, 70% of whom are known to Oranga Tamariki, who will in just a few weeks lose Stand 2 Maya's specialised trauma treatment and intensive wraparound family support and alternative to statutory care because Oranga Tamariki has suddenly cut their funding mid-contract due to her budget decisions, and if not, why?
Mr. Speaker, whilst I disagree with the assertions that's been made in that question, I understand this matter is currently before the courts, so I'm not going to comment on that specific contract.
Supplementary. Is it correct that she received a letter from Stand 2 Maya's Chief Executive, Fiona Inkpin, that told her that Stand 2 Maya acts as a fence at the top of the cliff, quote, the impact of removing the fence will be that these children and families are failed once again. Trust will die, and I do not say this lightly, but potentially so will some of them, end quote. And if so, why is she not taking control of the situation?
Mr. Speaker, I have said in the previous answer that this matter is before the courts, so I'm not going to comment on that specific contract. Yes, I did receive a letter, but Mr. Speaker, the reality is that what we were doing was not working. There needed to be changes within Oranga Tamariki to reset their focus to make sure that we are getting the best results for our young people. This will mean sometimes contracts won't stay the same, and this will mean that it will upset some contractors. But does it mean it's not the right thing to do? No, it doesn't, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary. Does she take responsibility for the situation described by a frontline social worker who says, quote, "People are becoming more disheartened and looking more exhausted as we try to do more with less under the cuts. Our sector is at risk of major burnout. I have never in the 18 years of being a social worker seen things this bad. I have become completely disillusioned and disheartened with what this government is not only doing but getting away with," unquote, and if not, why?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know who that comment came from, and I can't speak to how they're feeling. But what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is we have been given something that was incredibly shambolic to try and fix.
100%.
This has been a problem for many, many years within Oranga Tamariki. It couldn't continue the way it was. Report after report after report was telling us we were not meeting the national care standards for our young people. I am determined to make sure that all young people in the care of Oranga Tamariki are as safe as possible, and I'm going to continue to do that.
Supplementary. Is there anything new to her knowledge since I last asked in the House regarding how many military-style academy pilot participants in total have allegedly reoffended, including offending not involving the police, or breached the conditions of their in-community transition plan?
Mr. Speaker, no. But what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is it is incredibly disappointing that the opposition is so eager to exploit these young people and the work that they are trying to do to better themselves. They conveniently forget that these are young people that have volunteered to be part of a program to try and turn their lives around. Singling out these 9 young men and making a soap opera out of their lives for political gain is disgusting.
Good. We'll all just calm down. Question 9, Tanya Unkovich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What update can he provide on the coalition government's progress?
Speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister, yesterday I was pleased to announce the Right Honourable Winston Peters as the new Minister for Rail, someone of great experience, knowledge, and an all-round humble and good guy to work with. He said he would take on the role and told me, in the words of the Little River Band, hang on, help's on its way. This new ministerial role shows how important rail is in our country and how seriously we take its future. However, rail is just one example of the government's focus on infrastructure and building our economy all around this country.
Supplementary question. What update can he provide on the government's commitment to restoring law and order?
The government is delivering on its promise to empower our police and courts and not our criminals. We're on the side of the victims. We focus on victims, not offenders. We focus on community safety, not cultural reports, on personal responsibility, not colonisation of victimhood. Ministers Mitchell and Goldsmith are doing a great job at restoring law and order, and recent data showed there are fewer victims of violent crimes.
Supplementary question. What update can he provide on the government's focus on Pharmac funding?
Again, Minister Seymour has led the work on Pharmac and medicines, a key feature in both coalition agreements. Not only have we produced Pharmac's largest ever budget with a boost of $6.294 billion over 4 years, fixing a $1.774 billion fiscal cliff which we inherited, but more recently we have improved access to medicines by requiring MedSafe to approve pharmaceuticals within 30 days of them being approved by at least 2 overseas regulatory agencies recognised by New Zealand. We are getting funding for farming for the medicines that Kiwis desperately need.
Supplementary question. What update can he provide on the government's coalition commitments in the education space?
Well, as part of our coalition agreement, Minister Stanford has recently announced that the relationship and sexuality education guidelines will be removed from schools by the end of Term 1 next year. The ERA report was critical of these guidelines, and these guidelines will be replaced with better, more suitable and more appropriate material. Minister Stanford has also led the way in ensuring schools are focused on educational achievement and focused on the 3 Rs. And for those people shouting out over there, just got here 5 seconds ago, our kids are going to be educated again, not indoctrinated.
Supplementary question. Supplementary question. What update can he provide on the government's achievements in regional development, customs and foreign affairs?
Regional Development Minister Shane Jones has established a $1.2 billion regional infrastructure fund to revitalise provincial New Zealand. Progress has been rapid. Within the Regional Infrastructure Fund, there has already been $167.7 million in approved funding. He's announced 15 regional summits and held 10. The remaining 5 are planned for early 2025. In completing these, the Minister has been up and down the country, or in his words, I've been everywhere, man.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
In regard to the progress on restoring law and order, does he agree that it makes more sense for a government to focus on reducing the number of victims of crime than it is on focusing on reducing the prison population, irrespective of what's going on in our communities?
That's a superb question. That's a superb question, and it's possibly the first principle of sound criminology.
Question number 10, Camilla Ballich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, does she stand by her statement that the government is delivering for all workers? If so, how is reintroducing pay deductions for partial strikes delivering for workers?
The Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, yes. The government is delivering for all workers by setting fair rules so that businesses and workers alike can thrive and realise their full potential. It was everyday members of the public, including workers, who suffered because the previous government removed pay deductions for partial strikes. Because of partial strikes, workers have had to face delays to their medical care, they have been left waiting on train platforms, they have had to unexpectedly miss work and take care of their kids because teachers refuse to teach certain year groups. The government is reintroducing pay deductions for partial strikes because too often it is the public who suffer as a result. If a worker turns up to work but refuses to do a key part of their job, intentionally causing disruption to customers, employers should be able to deduct their pay. It is a sensible, proportionate change that should minimise potential disruption to public services. That is fairness, something that Labor used to believe in.
I think the last part of that question is not part of the spirit of question time. The other point I make is that it was a very, very long answer. I know that the Minister, the member himself, is generally much more concise and would perhaps want to protect his reputation by editing some of the answers in front of him.
No worries.
Camilla Ballich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does she stand by her statement that an employee's right to strike should not continue without consequence? And if so, is she comfortable with those consequences, including being paid less than the minimum wage?
To the first part of the question, yes.
Supplementary. Is she comfortable that, under her proposed bill, nurses, teachers and other frontline workers could have their pay deducted for wearing a T-shirt?
Mr. Speaker, all these situations will depend on individual situations as to what is in the employment contract. Now, I know there was an example many years ago where St John workers were penalised for refusing to wear high-vis vests over these T-shirts. That was a health and safety issue. Often, people will be required to wear certain items for their job for health and safety reasons. So it will be in their individual contract agreements, and that will set down what is required.
Does the Minister believe that workers should have their pay docked for not completing a task that is outside the scope of their core role?
Again, this will be as part of what is in their employment agreement. What is in their employment agreement will stipulate what it is their work is required. If they have an argument with what they're being required to do, then they are able to go to the Employment Relations Authority.
Supplementary. Does she accept that this bill penalises workers for exercising their freedom of speech?
No, I don't believe it does at all. Sorry, on behalf of the Minister, no, she does not. People are allowed to have free speech, but there are consequences. If you do not do your job, you do not get paid.
Supplementary. Would a worker under her bill who turned up for work...
Wait, just your own guys are talking away there. Unbelievable, it's like a choir. Camilla Ballots.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Would a worker under her bill who turned up to work wearing a political pin be considered to be partially striking? And if so, has she told David Seymour that these changes won't be retrospective?
Oh, I can recall a situation where that did occur recently, and there were consequences for that action.
Nicely done. Question number 11. I should congratulate the member who just resumed his seats on his excellent memory. Remanaki, question 11.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs and asks, what steps has the government recently taken to enhance competition and boost economic productivity?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Andrew Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, it doesn't take an expert to know that competition is not working well as it should be in New Zealand. And the effects are painful for Kiwis. Lack of competition means less choice, less innovation, and usually higher prices. That's why the government is progressing an ambitious review of New Zealand's competition law to ensure we have sufficiently tough settings to deter monopolies, duopolies, and cosy oligopolies from forming in the first place.
Supplementary. What are the key components of this competition review?
Mr Speaker, the review comprises two main components. First, updating the competition settings in the Commerce Act. These settings have not been reviewed for over 2 decades and have allowed duopolies, like we see in the grocery sector, to occur. And second, we're reviewing the governance and effectiveness of the Commerce Commission to ensure it is a formidable, commercially savvy regulator.
Supplementary. Why is a review of the competition settings in the Commerce Act necessary?
Mr Speaker, I think we can all reflect on mergers and acquisitions that, in hindsight, should not have happened. The current law failed to prevent this. The review will consider our merger regime to prevent excessive market consolidation from happening further. Another important component is the inability for market participants to collaborate in the genuine best interests of consumers. An example of this, Mr Speaker, is the inability of the banks to collaborate to provide banking services to small provincial towns.
Supplementary. Why is a review of the Commerce Commission necessary?
Mr Speaker, I want to acknowledge the work of the Commerce Commission. The work that they do is very important. That's why we need to make sure that there is sufficient commercial skills to shape its decision-making, and it is fit for purpose given the regulatory role has expanded significantly over recent times. We've appointed Dame Paula Rebstock to lead the review alongside former Australian competition Professor Alan Fells and David Hunt.
Question number 12, Tamatha Paul.
My pātai is to the Minister for Children and asks, what changes, if any, will she consider making to ensure that tamariki and rangatahi in Aotearoa are safe?
Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I'll do more than just consider. I've actually done things. That is why this government is repealing Section 7AA of the Oranga Tamariki Act to ensure the safety and well-being and best interests of young children. A new child protection investigation unit is being set up to ensure the safety and well-being of children in care, and I've introduced public reporting on KPIs for the Chief Executive of Oranga Tamariki, and we are giving Oranga Tamariki the power to search people entering youth justice facilities to prevent the introduction of harmful contraband. What I won't consider doing, Mr Speaker, because I know it won't keep young people safe, is sharing misinformation online about young people in attempts for political gain.
Supplementary. Why does she think that some young people in the boot camp pilot have reoffended despite the highest levels of intervention and investment?
Mr Speaker, I can't speak to individuals who have allegedly reoffended, but what I can say, Mr Speaker, is young people who sit in a youth justice facility, the research shows us 88% of young people who reoffend within 12 months of release from a standard youth justice facility that doesn't have this extra intensive wraparound support. I'm not willing to give up on those 88%, Mr Speaker, and I don't think the opposition should too.
Supplementary. Does she accept that, akin to the Young Serious Offender declarations, labelling young people as the most serious offenders and similar language can be a self-fulfilling prophecy? And if so, will she and her Cabinet colleagues reconsider the way that they talk about these young people publicly?
Well, maybe they are. Maybe they are.
Mr Speaker, I'm actually not going to take a lecture about how we speak about these young people from that member. That member has over and over again, and the opposition, has used this House to drag those young people through the mud every week. So I'm not going to take...
Point of order, Mr Speaker. Point of order.
A point of order, Tamitha Paul.
That was a question asked earnestly.
It may well have been, but the answer was equally earnestly delivered. You have another question?
Yeah. Supplementary. How can we work together to make sure that Oranga Tamariki are the best that they can be, and that the rights, protection and safety of Tamariki comes before everything else?
Mr Speaker, that's what I've been doing for the past 12 months as Minister, working with Oranga Tamariki to make sure that they are doing everything that they possibly can to pull up the standards that weren't to my expectation when I took over as Minister, and we're working very hard to get better every day.
Supplementary. What can we in this House, across political parties, do to uphold and protect the mana of our mokopuna working together?
The opposition could stop using these young people as a political tool for starters.
Please, over there. That concludes oral questions. We'll now leave silently if we have to. And I declare the House in committee for further consideration of the Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill.
Great, excellent. So then I don't need that one. And I just need the note sheet. Thank you.
Okay, members,
When the committee suspended at 1:00 p.m, we were debating Part 3 of the Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill. And Part 3 is the debate on clauses 30 to 39, Tenancy Tribunal and Administrative Matters, and Schedule 1 and 2. The question is again that Part 3 stand part.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Karen McAnulty.
Madam Chair, if you permit me, before I make this contribution, can I just clarify something? Are we able to debate Schedule 1 and 2 now?
Yes.
Excellent. So, before I get onto the schedules, because I don't believe that that's actually been touched on yet. And
yes, the schedules have been touched on prior to, your issue may not have been,
yeah,
but we have been.
Sorry, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. The one thing that I did want clarity, and I'm pleased, frankly, that the Minister of Housing is back in the chair, because I was hoping that the previous minister would have treated this issue seriously, because I think that there could be serious issues arising from this if it's not addressed properly. So what we're talking about is Clause 31, the third paragraph, that the tribunal does not have jurisdiction to determine a dispute in regards to issues of family violence. Now, for the minister's benefit, I've made the point that we do not dispute this. We, in fact, we support it. We think there's grounds for it to be potentially strengthened. But my concern that I haven't had a direct response about is that if the tribunal is not going to rule on these disputes, what happens? Because the tenant in this situation, a very serious situation, is required to provide qualifying evidence. If the landlord disputes that, and therefore the tenant isn't able to take advantage of the special provisions available to them in this bill, what do? Now, what we did hear from the minister was that the government doesn't believe that it's the tribunal's job to assess this matter. But in the absence of the tribunal, what avenues do the tenant have available to them? Now, given the situation, Minister, I think it's important that we simply don't leave them in the lurch. Now, it's fine if the government's position is that another body will deal with these disputes. In the absence of that explanation, the only conclusion we've got is that there isn't a body to deal with these sorts of disputes. And again, given the seriousness of this and the circumstances under which someone or someone's dependent finds themselves when they're a victim of family violence, some reassurance is required here. Now, as I said in the last contribution, when I last asked this question, this could be a simple explanation. And if it is, I think it's a shame that the previous minister didn't just stand up and explain it. But they didn't. And so I'm hoping now, particularly with the change of minister, we'll get a serious answer.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I am interested in Clause 33, which inserts 91AB, and that gives the tribunal the power to make decisions on the papers. And in terms of kind of speed and efficiency, I'm all for it. And it's obviously a discretion to decide a matter on the papers, but I'm interested really for the minister to put on the record the kind of basis upon which that discretion should be exercised. And I just want to explain why I think that's important. The fact of the matter is that landlords, by their endeavours have shown that they've got a bit of nous, they're a bit savvy, and putting their case for damage or whatever on paper and in writing is not going to be a challenge in most cases. Tenants, on the other hand, are more likely to be less adept at expressing themselves in writing, and I see recently men fell down the literary scales in New Zealand, so maybe it's blokes are in an even worse position. But my point is this. will the tribunal officer, the referee, will they have regard to what they see, and in particular, will they call an oral hearing when they see that, you know, there may be a problem of literacy or expression or capability? And I think it would be really good for the Minister to just take a call and essentially outline what kind of judgments he thinks, you know, and what the parliamentary intent is around how that discretion should be exercised. And in particular, that where there appears to be an imbalance, you know, of abilities, that there should be a presumption in favour of an oral hearing. And that may be something to note as well, that, you know, this certainly gives that ability to decide it on the paper, but is it a presumption that it's decided on the paper, or is it a presumption that you do an in-person hearing? I do think that in terms of the pretty fundamental natural justice principle of a fair hearing, the presumption should be an oral hearing unless it can be clearly shown that everything you need to know is there on the papers and no one's under a disadvantage as a result of it. So I'd really appreciate it if the Minister could set that out, because it's actually quite an important point to whether you default to an oral hearing or you default to on the papers hearing. So I won't take all my time because I think I've expressed the question pretty clearly.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Thank you, and thank you to the members for explaining what apparently was being discussed before the break when I wasn't here. Let me deal with Duncan Webb's question first. So the change we're making is to allow tenancy tribunal issues to be dealt with on the papers, but there is the ability to do oral hearings. I'm advised that that is essentially standard practice for a range of tribunals which have that discretion, and clearly in complicated cases you would want the tribunal to do hearings. I envisage the papers only hearings to be relatively simple matters. I'm also advised that any termination has to have a hearing rather than be dealt with on the papers, and I think that is wise. In relation to Honourable Kieran McAnulty's issues, my apologies. You good? Okay. In relation to the Honourable Kieran McAnulty's questions, so look, what's happening here is the previous government amended the Residential Tenancies Act in a way that I think all of Parliament supports around family violence, and I'm advised that the change being made through this amendment bill, deals with the issue of dependence of victims of family violence, which was not picked up during the 2020 changes. It could be 2019, might be wrong. I think it might have been 2020. There was about 3 different bills at one point going through. That wasn't picked up, so it's just a minor clarificatory change to deal with that, but the rest of it is in substance the same. In relation to points around evidence, that's dealt with in Schedule 2, types of qualifying evidence, protection orders, police safety orders, charging documents, and there's no intention for the tribunal to get involved. The tribunal is not going to replicate the role of the police or the courts or safety orders or anything like that. It's not their role, unsurprisingly, but clearly they can, clearly there's an interaction with the tribunal in respect of that type of evidence and the written notice. Actually, as I think about it, the issue of the dependent, fairly sure I had a constituency case around that. So these are not. There aren't a vast number of these cases, but sadly, domestic violence is a fact of life in our communities, or family violence, and so I think it's a sensible change, which I hope will meet with the House's approval.
Honourable Pena Henare.
And I thank the Minister for his answers there, and want to draw the Minister's attention, if I may, to Clause 34 and Clause 35, where we are, and the Minister talked very briefly there about life, constituent matters. It talks about the provision of email and it also talks about when it's deemed that an email is being received in those particular clauses. And I wonder if the Minister would consider, given the challenges that some have electronically, given the challenges that some of our constituents have with respect to email addresses, and I, for one, and can give an example, Madam Chair, whereby I've been sent an email which was actually of importance and through no fault of my own was put into a spam inbox, and something that wasn't seen by me for a wee bit there, and it caused quite a bit of we were able to sort it out, but it wasn't something that was done within the time frame that's being offered here in these clauses. And I wonder if the final point on this particular matter, Madam Chair, is given the evolution of just communications through our communities, to our constituents, to people in general, whether or not an email is really the only standard that we're setting here. Communications with our people are complex, they're varied. Emails change, emails come, emails go. I know a number of constituents in housing matters that I dealt with as a local MP would not give their work email address simply because of the nature of their work and the high volume of traffic that they get through their emails, would give a different one, which was probably something a little bit more personal, perhaps a Gmail account, and quite often the communication was missed. And that's the point I'm trying to make here, and whether or not the Minister, in his considerations with this particular bill, look towards those real life matters. And I know it might sound trivial to some, but for many of our people who find themselves renting, who find themselves with these kinds of agreements, these are matters that can cause huge stress and can simply be fixed if the Minister is of a mind to consider a greater scope of communication. Also, there it says in clause 35.8, where it references the time of 5 p.m. on a day, I wonder if we can probably perhaps be a bit more specific here and talk about whether or not it's Monday to Friday. For some, that's what they consider to be a working week. For others, actually, they work shifts, they work evenings, and this is the reality of our people who find themselves renting. So, Madam Chair, I'll leave these for the consideration of the Minister in the hope that we can look towards making sure that the scope of this bill and the fact that it's going to continue through the House, whether or not we can actually make it reflect the lives of our people and not simply the bubble of Parliament.
I'm going to take a call from Honourable Carmel Sepuloni. The Minister's just taking some advice here.
Okay, that's fine. Hopefully the Minister can have one ear listening to what I'm about to raise and questions that will come of that. Just referring to Section 31 of Part 3, I know some questions have been raised about this section already, but mine is different. So this section refers to the tribunal does not have jurisdiction to determine a dispute so far as it raises a question as to whether, in respect of a tenant who gives notice, notice accompanied by qualifying evidence under Section 56B, A, the tenant has been a victim of family violence while a tenant of the premises, or the tenant's dependent has been a victim of family violence while residing at the premises with the tenant. This is part of what we do support in this bill, this particular provision. And it's really difficult given that there's another part that we cannot support. However, I wanted to ask the Minister whether there was consideration by him and by his officials for extending it just beyond family violence. Of course, we take family violence seriously, and we are very relieved that this provision is in the bill, actually. But people live in different circumstances, and there are a lot of people who aren't necessarily family that are living in the same houses and could be vulnerable due to violence that is committed against them as well. And I wonder whether the officials and the Minister gave consideration for just having a more blanket provision that allowed for tenants to exit their tenancy if there was violence occurring, or if they were victims of violence, or if their children were victims of violence in homes where the perpetrator wasn't necessarily a family member, because you can see that this would be an area that can occur. However, they're excluded just because of the fact that they're not blood
relatives. So I wanted the Minister just to respond to that and let us know whether or not that was considered.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Madam Chair, I'll deal with that one first and then come back to the point around clause 34. It wasn't a focus of policy design as part of this amendment bill. The key changes to the bill have already been canvassed around pet bonds, and there's also a range of other amendments, some of which have been canvassed, more tidying up provisions to our tenancy law. The whole Act's pretty out of date, to be honest, as members I think are nodding and agree. It's passed in 1986, so at some point Parliament will have to do a rewrite, but there's some other things to do before then. So we didn't consider that. Happy to go away and have a look at it. As the member knows, these changes were made by the previous government, I think with broad support, as I indicated just a few moments ago, adding the dependents in there. The regulations have now come into effect relatively recently from memory, so I think we want to see how they bed in, but not close-minded to further changes. In relation to this email address point, I'm advised that section 91A of the Act, which clause 34 amends, prescribes how documents can be served on tenants following application to the Tenancy Tribunal after the tenancy has terminated. The bill enables the use of an email address where the tenancy was ended more than 2 months ago if one has been appropriately provided by the tenant, and the reason is obviously email is likely to be a much more reliable method for service than a physical address for contacting a tenant for who no longer lives at that rental property. So the requirement the email address was either provided as an address for service or used by the tenant, depending on how long ago the tenancy ended, ensures the email address used is likely to remain appropriate and current. To give you an example, if the landlord files the application more than 2 years after the tenancy ended, the email address must have been used to communicate with the landlord or otherwise supplied in writing within the previous 2 years. So the bill doesn't make any change to the existing time limit on applying to the tribunal for a tenancy that has ended. That is set in the Limitation Act at 6 years from the date of the Act or omission. And I think we've struck the right balance here in the Act. Members might disagree, but all of these things are a bit of a balancing act, and I think we've tried to strike the right balance.
Madam Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now
close.
I'm going to give the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb a chance to ask something new. They're good questions that we're having this afternoon, but there is a little bit of repetition on when we were in the House before.
No, I will. I'm sure my colleague will sit me down very quickly and jump up if I do that.
So,
and it's very shiny. It's shiny.
Let's see how the question goes, because the Minister has been very full in his answer.
Thank you for that, I really appreciate it. But it's actually quite an important point, and it's around because I can see the shift, quite appropriate shift towards electronic means of communication. And it's a point of detail, but it's something that cuts across a whole lot of acts, and it's about the words used in respect of email. And I'm looking at clause 35. If any document is transmitted to an electronic address, right, and it's a very natural use of language, but the word transmitted is actually a really tricky one. Well, no, it is. Because if you think of if you think of sending an email, you can push send and it cannot leave your own computer. Or you can push send and it leaves your own computer but doesn't leave Parliament. Or you can push send and it gets into someone else's wider computer system but not to the person to whom it is addressed. Or you can push send and it gets all the way to the person it's sent to. Now, this is dealt with a little bit in the Electronic Transactions Act, which is now quite old, 2002. When you say transmitted, I think it's actually, because it's service, this is service of notices, you need to be clear whether you mean it leaves the electronic system of the sender and its organisation, because emails actually get lost in this ether in the middle, or it actually enters. Does transmitted means it enters the system of the person to whom it is addressed? The real point being is that things can go wrong because of neither the sender's nor the recipient's fault. The address is right, the systems are roughly working, but something's gone wrong. I see the Minister's going to answer that.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Look, I mean, the member makes a good point, and I think it's beyond the, respectfully, it's probably beyond the scope of this bill because the word transmitted probably appears in lots of statutes, and over time Parliament has updated its language around things, and he makes a good point about the Electronic Transactions Act 2002. Goodness me, I remember when that was passed. So we're going to have to turn, again, one of these sort of basic architectural pieces of legislation we'll have to turn our mind to in due course. Ultimately, we've taken the, I mean, this is PCO Council Office drafting. Is it possible that there is going to be a dispute at the tribunal about what transmitted means? Yes, I suppose in theory. I frequently send emails, or I think I've sent emails from my house on the Parliament server, and they never arrive. And I'm sure other members, that old chestnut. So has it been transmitted if it's not sent? I mean, yep. There's a. I can see the arguments before the tribunal now. So am I saying that's not going to happen? No, it probably will. Or it might well happen. Well, I'm happy to go away and have a look at that and see whether or not we need to make a change. But we are really now into the kind of niche definition, and we base it on council advice. So I'm comfortable with where it's at the moment. I'm not saying the member doesn't have a point, but I think it's probably a bit beyond the scope of this particular bill.
One last very burning and relevant question from Honourable Karen McAnulty.
I do appreciate this, because this is the one I signalled earlier that I hadn't had a chance to get to. And I think it's worth looking into. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. Clause 48. This is the liability for pet damage. It says it applies to any destruction or damage that the landlord becomes aware of on or after the commencement date. So we've got no issue with on or after the commencement date, unless the tenant proves that the damage or destruction occurred before the commencement date. I've got an issue with this. So the landlord only needs to demonstrate that they became aware of it. That's a very easy thing to say. I became aware of it on this date. And then it's on the tenant to prove otherwise. So there could be existing damage at somewhere in the property that isn't obvious. The landlord moves in on the very day, the tenant moves in, the landlord could say, oh, I've just become aware of this, and it's on the tenant to prove otherwise. I'm not sure that is fair. I think there's too much of a requirement on the tenant to prove something that the landlord is saying they're just becoming aware of. I can absolutely see this being abused, Minister. Absolutely. Now, I'm sure that isn't his fault. I'm sure it's just the way that it's been put together. I think potentially with the words that it's been used, I don't even have a solution. But I am concerned about the way that it is currently written. And I wonder if the officials behind the Minister may have a potential quick solution to that. But I think it's worthy of a response.
Just a moment, the Minister's just taking some advice. Sorry, my mic wasn't on. The Minister's just taking some advice. Honourable Chris Bishop.
Yeah, look, thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to, the general point is the point I made many hours ago, which is that this is new. It's actually quite a change to our tenancy law in relation to pets. There are going to be issues as we work our way through, and I'm not pretending that we've got it 100% right. We've done, I think, a pretty reasonable job to quite a change, but ultimately some of it will depend on how it operates in practice and how the tribunal works, and that's just the way our tenancy rules work. There's a lot of it is down to, as I said sort of earlier in the debate, a lot of it is down to people actually being reasonable. So landlords being reasonable, and there are lots of unreasonable landlords. Frankly, also tenants need to be reasonable about things, and there are plenty of examples of tenants who trash rooms and all the rest of it. So as long as we're all reasonable, we'll all get on. Now, clearly there's unreasonableness, and that's why we have a tribunal. And there are, finely balanced issues that need to be worked through. I'm advised that there has to be a date that applies to the tenancies that are in train. And so, I'm comfortable with where we've got to in relation to clause 48. So it applies to any destruction or damage that the landlord becomes aware of on or after the commencement date, unless the tenant proves that the damage or destruction occurred before the commencement date. I think what the member is saying is that you reverse the onus so that it's about the landlord proving that rather than the tenant proving that. That's something we could potentially pick up as part of potential amendments into the future, if indeed it looks like it is, if indeed it's proven that it is a problem. But we don't have any evidence of that because it's new law. So I understand the point he's making. I'm not opposed to an amendment down the line, but let's see how the situation beds in, and see how the tribunal operates, and see if we need to make any changes.
Nancy Lowe.
Now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The motion is agreed. The question is that Timothy Paul's amendment to clause 31 set out on AP number 234 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Noes have it. The party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
No, I don't.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The amendment is not agreed. The question is that Timothy Paul's amendment to clause 33 set out on AP number 235 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT, New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The amendment is not agreed. The question is that part 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. Now we come to the voting on Schedule 1. The question is that Timothy Paul's amendment to Schedule 1 set out on AP number 236 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The amendment is not agreed. Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to Schedule 1 is out of order as being the same as a previous amendment. The question is that Schedule 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
And opposed?
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, we come now to our final debate, clauses 1 to 3. This is the debate on Title, Commencement and Principal Act. Honourable Chris Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I would just take the first call just to outline the government's approach to this because we have an amendment paper, AP 213. And the aim of this is to give greater certainty to the sector about when the changes come into effect, and I think the members will appreciate it. So, currently the bill provides for key changes relating to termination of tenancies, which I know has been an issue in the debate, to come into effect 6 weeks after the royal assent. So this would see this come into effect on mid to late January 2025, but there'd be no specificity because we don't exactly know when the bill will pass, obviously, and when it will receive the royal assent, so that would work. But the government's view is that a fixed date would be easier for everybody. A fixed date would be easier for everybody. So the amendment paper amends the bill so that the tenancy termination changes come into effect on the 30th of January 2025. It gives everyone certainty from officials, landlords, tenants, a clear date and expectation to work towards. Similarly, the bill provides for a range of changes aimed at improving clarity and efficiency to come into effect 3 months after the royal assent. The amendment paper amends the bill so these changes come into effect on the fixed date of 20th of March, which is around about 3 months, but just makes it really clear exactly what date. The amendment paper does not make any changes to commencement for the 2 amendments supporting the MB processes, which come into effect the day after the royal assent, and amendments relating to pets, which, as we've canvassed in the debate on part 1, will remain, the commencement will remain by order in council to allow flexibility and time for the pet bond functionality to be developed. As I previously advised the House, the MB is working hard on the update to the Bond 2000 system, and which is an old system of tenancy bonds, and the clue's in the name. It was developed in the year 2000, so it's a bit out of date, and previous government funded a program of modernisation, which we support, and they're underway on that. It's going to take a few more months and a bit more time to get the PET bond functionality added to the system and get it underway. So the commencement provision just gives us a bit of flex around when that happens, and members will be some of the first to know exactly when we will bring that part of the law into effect.
Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I acknowledge the contribution of the Minister there. It is quite extraordinary, though. We're in urgency, rushing through a bill that you're now proposing doesn't come into effect for a while, and in part because something isn't ready.
No. Well,
but I tell you what, I won't dispute the amendment on the commencement date. I'm going to focus on the title, and because I believe that the title of the bill doesn't accurately reflect the guts of this bill. And so, in order to try and find something that did reflect the guts of the bill, I just went to part 2, which is the substantive part, and took the title of that and put it into the proposed title of this bill, so that it becomes the Residential Tenancies bracket Termination of Tenancies close bracket Amendments Bill. Because actually, Madam Chair, that is an accurate reflection of what's in this bill. The government has spent a lot of time talking about PET bonds. Fair enough, that's in the bill, it's a new thing, but it's not the main part. The main part is part 2, and that talks about the changes to tenancies. And if you look at the first page of the bill, and it talks about what the bill will do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points. None of them talk about pets. They all talk about the changing of tenancies in relation to the termination of tenancies. Why do we think that that should be reflected in the name? In part, it's because that's the reason why we cannot support this. If this was the Residential Tenancies PET Bonds Amendment Bill, it would have our support. If it included the provisions around allowing landlords to be more prescriptive around under the conditions at which tenants could or could not smoke in that premises, that makes sense. The stuff around family violence, including a dependent, that makes sense. I think we've identified a couple of areas where the Minister could have done with a bit more time to tidy it up, but on the whole, we would have supported that. But despite all of that, we cannot support this bill because it makes it easier for landlords to dismiss tenants. And in the wider context of the housing situation in this country, we fear that this will lead to higher levels of homelessness. And more importantly, the termination of tenancies outlined in Part 2 of this bill will not achieve the stated aims of the government. This will not lead to more people in tenancies. This will not lead to more people taking on a rental accommodation and then taking in tenants. This will not meet the stated aim. So if that is the substance of the bill, Madam Chair, surely that should be reflected in the name. Now, I'm well aware of the restrictions on proposed amendments on names. This fits what is required. It is not a criticism of the content. It is certainly not an unserious suggestion because it is derived from the bill itself. But I think focusing on the termination of tenancies would accurately reflect what this bill is actually about, and it would actually reflect the likely outcome of the vote. And I think it's a shame, Madam Chair, because if they had split this up rather than included it, we would have had two different outcomes. One would have had broad support from Parliament and the other would not. But because they're included, they don't. And the reason for that is the provisions to allow for easier termination of tenancies, and that's why I'm proposing it be in the title of the bill.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to talk about the commencement dates. Because of the staggered nature of sections of this bill, I thought it was very bizarre when I was looking at it. It's good to get clarity now with regards to the exact dates. But I do want to make the point to the general public that are watching, and also to the Minister, that actually the most popular part of this bill, the part that has been supported most and favoured by most of the submitters, which is the pet bond, is the actual section that we have no date for in terms of commencement yet. And I would like to get further clarification from the Minister on what timeframe we can hope to have around the commencement of the pet bond. That is the big part of what that side of the House has been talking about in relation to this bill the whole way along, ignoring the provisions that have actually been not supported by the general public and 97% of the submitters. But then, Madam Chair, I of course note that the first part in this staggered commencement of sections of this bill that is going to be implemented is actually the tenancy terminations would come into force 6 weeks after royal assent, which we now hear is the 30th of January. I want to know from the Minister, why is that the priority? Why can that be moved forward so quickly ahead of all the other provisions? The least popular part of this bill is the part that is being rushed here. Why couldn't it wait so that actually sections of this bill could be done together to ensure that actually it looked a little bit more coherent rather than take this staggered approach? Are there cost savings for the government here by implementing this on the 30th of January? Who stands to win by having that particular measure implemented by the 30th of January, and why was that a priority for the government over implementing the other much more popular sections of this policy? Also want the Minister to clarify for me, because I'm not entirely sure, when do the family violence provisions come into effect here? When will that commence so that our whānau know that will apply to them? At that point, that's another area, along with the pet bonds, that the government have been touting that we would have thought would have been prioritised in terms of commencement over the least popular part, which again is the tenancy termination section. So if we can get some clarity on why certain parts, in terms, including that, was prioritised over the rest, when we can expect the pet bond work to be done and to have commencement, when will the family violence provision come into effect, and anything else with regards to the staggered nature of the commencement that the Minister thinks will be of interest.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Thank you to the member for the reasonable questions. In relation to family violence, I'm advised 20th of March. In relation to the pet bonds, the member makes a good point that that's the most popular part of the bill. That's probably true. In fact, almost certainly true. And I would like them to start tomorrow, but we can't, because we've got to upgrade the bond system. And without being too political about it, the bond system needs an upgrade, and the work only got started a year or so ago, and we've been out of government for 6 years now, so I'm not being political about it, but these things, you need IT systems, and the tenancy bond system's creaking because thousands of New Zealanders rent who would otherwise like to be in a home, and there's an entire system that's got to run on basically Microsoft Excel. So the investment was made and it's being rolled through, but these things don't happen overnight, and I'm advised late 2025, but I'm rest assured to the member I'm putting the heat on the good team at MB to get on with the job and make sure we get it in as quickly as possible. But it's just the reality. We can't do it straight away. If we could, I would. We can't, so we are where we are. So the Order in Council allows for a bit of flex in terms of commencement. In relation to the residential tenancies changes around no-cause terminations, reasonable people can disagree around this. Clearly the opposition has a different view to the government. I appreciate that point of view. We want to bring them in. it just reverts the law back to, actually was the law back up until 2021 from memory, might have been 2020, so it's not a radical change in that sense. We, rather than just have the 6 weeks, as I said before, we've gone for the 30th of January, so there's maximum clarity for everybody.
James Meagher. The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Those to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
I'll do the vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand. ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. The question is that Tamitha Paul's amendments to AP number 213 set out on AP number 217 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The amendment is not agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Clause 2 set out on AP number 213 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is being called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New
11
Zealand.
in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that clause 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New
11
Zealand.
in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. I will report this bill with amendment.
The House is resumed.
Mr Speaker, the committee has considered the Fast Track Approvals Bill and reports it with amendment. The committee has also considered the Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. Mr Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading immediately. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill.
We're reading it for a third time, I think.
Yes, all right. I move that the residential...
Yeah, it's not quite stated here in my little instruction.
Well, we're just...
You're going to move this for a third time.
Okay. I present a legislative statement which I assume will eventually be published under the authority of the House. And I move that the Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Mr Speaker, the bill makes a number of changes to the Residential Tenancies Act, as we've been discussing at quite some considerable length during the committee stage. And I do want to just thank opposition members for the very useful and constructive questions and comments that were made through the committee stage, and I enjoyed participating. I'm just a bit sorry I couldn't be there for all of the debate, but I was there for a decent chunk of it, and it was, I think, a good example of how the committee stage can help ventilate issues and, maybe over time improve the law. So that was good to see. We are a pro-tenant government and a pro-landlord government, and I don't believe there's at a basic level, there's not a fundamental contradiction around that. And most importantly, we are a pro-cheaper housing government because rents in this country are too high, house prices are too high, and we have a severe housing affordability challenge, as the 2023 census data that was released last week, I think, made very clear. I won't litigate that for the House, but everyone in the House is aware of the appalling state of housing in this country. So this is a suite of sensible pro-tenant and pro-landlord changes to encourage landlords to enter the market, give tenants more ability to secure a rental home, including for their furry family member or indeed non-furry as well. So it increases flexibility and support for landlords to end tenancies, aiming to remove barriers to increasing private rental housing supply, as well as other changes. So we've well canvassed in the House the changes to the tenancy termination provisions in the RTA that will largely return the law to what it was pre-2020. It also reduces, Mr Speaker, changes the rule around the rollover of fixed-term tenancies into periodic tenancies, which is a technical change, but will, I think, have make a difference on the margins in markets like Dunedin and Queenstown, and interestingly, I'm advised also Waiheke Island, where you've got a lot of people who would otherwise put their rental houses into the rental market on a fixed term, but are essentially disincentivised to do so because of the near automatic rollover of the fixed term into a periodic tenancy. So it doesn't give them any flexibility or discretion, and as a result, those houses just sit on Airbnb. when they could otherwise be in the private rental market. And strong feedback from Queenstown, for example, in 2022 and 3 is that is having a really deleterious effect on the Queenstown rental housing market. Now, clearly there are wider issues in the Queenstown housing market that we need to address, most notably the supply of land and infrastructure funding and financing, and we've got work underway around those as well. But I do think it will make a difference at the margins. We've dealt with the issues to do with pet bonds. This is a very positive move for tenants. It will have a positive effect on well-being, and with the way our rental market is, Mr. Speaker, it is challenging and sometimes impossible for tenants with pets to find pet-friendly rentals, and so we are embarking on changes which we think will have. Thank you. See, the members often. I thought I'd get a smile out of the Honourable Karen McAnulty, but not a sausage, Mr. Speaker. But yeah, well, exactly. That's the point. Well, we've talked about the greyhounds a lot this morning. It's a great day for animals in New Zealand, particularly greyhounds. It's a great week actually. So anyway, no, I wouldn't give them an exemption. We went through that. I'm not going to relitigate that one. So the major change here is that the bill. What's that? Good day for cat ladies. I'm not going to go there. You mentioned it. I'm not going to go there. I am. Well, we've got a cat as well. We've got a cat as well. That's right. R.I.P. Buzz. So the major change is that we are essentially reversing what we have at the moment, which is making it easier for tenants to have a pet, and landlords can only withhold consent on reasonable grounds. We had a long debate back and forth this morning about what reasonableness means. There's non-exhaustive definitions in the bill, and as I said to the House this morning, there's 140 mentions of the word reasonable in the RTA. The bill enables landlords to require a pet bond if they've agreed their tenant can keep a pet up to the equivalent of 2 weeks' rent. Only one pet bond per tenancy can be required at any one time, even if there's more than one pet. It includes pet consent rules, clarify the rights and obligations of tenants and landlords relating to pets and rental properties. Landlord has to provide a written response to a tenant's pet request within 21 days, stating whether or not they agree. We had a debate about whether or not 21 was the right number or not. Happy to see how that goes, and we can always change it later. Some submitters thought the term reasonable grounds was too subjective, but as I just said before, the word reasonable is consistent with other provisions in the Act. It's important to note that pet conditions must be reasonable, having regard to the nature of the premises and the type of pet. The bill makes tenants liable for the costs of damage caused as a result of keeping a pet that is not fair wear and tear, and this change addresses landlord concerns about excessive pet damage costs and incentivises tenants to take additional care in rental properties. Disability assistance dogs were debated at length this morning, particularly by the Greens. The bill expressly excludes disability dogs as pets, and it's in the interpretation section. These pet provisions, sir, are a win-win. Landlords will have assurance they're not out of pocket for possible damage to their rentals, and tenants will have more rental options. So I think the changes are pretty awesome. The bill also makes a whole range of other amendments. Common sense approach to the issue of smoking, which has been a concern for the sector, clarifying that smoking inside premises can be prohibited. It clarifies and strengthens retaliatory termination provisions, providing it is unlawful for a landlord to serve a termination notice in retaliation to a tenant enforcing their rights or in response to legally enforceable actions taken against the landlord by others. It's a pro-tenant move, and supports efficiency in the tribunal, enabling adjudicators to make decisions on the papers by reference to documents submitted by parties where appropriate. Mr. Speaker, it's a good step forward for a whole range of different reasons, most notably the pet bond provisions, but most importantly it will provide a bit of extra incentive for landlords to enter the rental market. They are an important part of our property market. They are an important part of our housing situation. Ultimately, as I always say to people in relation to housing, the long-term answers to our housing solution are more houses. We need more rental properties, we need more social houses, we need more market houses, we need more affordable properties. The ultimate answer to all of these issues is land supply, urban zoning, infrastructure funding and financing. We've got work underway around that, but this is a positive step in the right direction, and I commend the bill to the House.
The Minister presented a legislative statement and it is published under the authority of the House. The Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. When we did the second reading speech, it came after the Minister spending the entire speech talking about PEP bonds. And I thought today, given that this third reading speech happened straight after the committee stage, where we have spent some time diving, or attempting to, and understanding the government's rationale with the significant changes to tenancy rules under this bill, that perhaps they might try and change their approach, try this time not to fool people into thinking that this bill is all about pets. It's not. It's not even mentioned on the front page, and it talks about the bill's summary. There are 5 bullet points, and every single one of them talk about the reduction of tenant rights proposed in this bill, the reduction of notice periods, the reintroduction of no-cause terminations. But if you listen to that third reading speech, people would be forgiven that it was actually about something different altogether. Thank God for legislative statements, because if people came back to this day and listened to what the Minister had to say, they would be forgiven for thinking this had nothing to do with tenancy altogether, but it does. It is the guts of this bill, and it is the reason why we cannot support it. The pet bond stuff makes sense. And I wish that it was actually in a different bill so that we could vote for it. The changes to give landlords clarity around rules restricting smoking inside absolutely makes sense. The inclusion of a dependent on the provisions, special provisions for those that find themselves regrettably in a family violence situation, we support that. But none of that outweighs the destructive changes that this bill does. And the gall of the Minister to stand up and say that this government is a pro-tenant government. Rubbish. And to stand up and to say that today is a good day for those that are looking to find a house amidst this housing crisis. Again, rubbish. There is nothing in this bill that is going to help people into a home. If this bill was about building houses, sure. But this bill is about making it easier for landlords and making it harder for tenants. And the premise behind this is the government argues, not that you'd know from the Minister's third reading speech, but the government argues that if you make it easier for landlords, there will be more landlords and therefore more rentals. But it is a flawed logic in the context of the current housing situation in this country. When the government has essentially ended new builds for Kaingaora post 2026 and has significantly reduced funding for community housing providers and has tightened up the criteria for entry into emergency housing to the extent that during Scrutiny Week, MHUD said that this is playing a part in increasing levels of homelessness, and now we have this. All of those things are government's decisions. And then to top it off, the government's solution to this is to make it easier for landlords to kick tenants out. Now, even if their argument was right, that these changes would increase more landlords or incentivise more landlords into the market, if the government isn't incentivising house builds through Kaingaora or community housing or other means, what that means is that first home buyers will be locked out of the market. Because another decision that the government made that this bill needs to be seen in the context of is their decision to reintroduce interest deductibility. Now, that still applied to new builds. It did not apply to existing homes. And what was seen was that investment shifted from existing homes into new builds. That's been taken away now, and it's an important piece to understand the full picture of the housing crisis. Consents are down, home builds are down, the number of new home owners entering the market is down. 12,000 construction workers have lost their jobs since this government took office. That's important because the government stood there and said this bill will help the housing crisis. The only way it will do that is to incentivise new landlords entering the market. They're not entering the market by building homes. So they are competing with potential first home buyers on existing homes. And that drives house prices up. We know it does. It's done it in the past, and we're set to make the same mistakes as a country. And I find that really sad. Because when the Minister Bishop, stands up and says he wants to solve the housing crisis, I actually believe him. The problem is that the policies that he is introducing to this Parliament don't back that up. And so if we accept the government's rationale that these changes will mean more landlords in the market, that means that there will be fewer first home buyers, prices go up, landlords pay more for houses, they need higher rents to reap their investment back. This is bad news. All for what? Why? Why is this the priority? Of all the things that the government could do to address the lack of rentals in this country, they've chosen to make it easier for landlords to kick tenants out without showing any evidence at all that there was actually a problem. If the government came to the House and demonstrated clear data to show that the changes that were made to tenancy laws by the previous government were actually stopping people finding rentals, then they might have a case. But we pleaded with them during the committee stage to show us that evidence. Point us towards a source. Point us to any sort of data set. They couldn't do it because this won't do what they said it would do. It does some good things. I would have liked the bill to have done more. I think it is actually a shame that the Minister didn't accept my amendment put forward at the committee stage to make those greyhounds that are coming out of the industry as a result of the pending ban to be exempt from the PET bond for 4 years. And the flip side of that was that a landlord would have been able to claim 2 weeks more rent than what they are currently allowed to if there are damages. It meant that the landlord wasn't worse off, but it meant that there was no barrier to a tenant taking in a greyhound, and it would have helped a lot with the pending influx of extra greyhounds. I think that is a genuine shame, but I hope that the Minister is true to his word that he said that he will go look into it, and I encourage the government to seriously consider that. We are going to have to need some provisions to help home these greyhounds. This would have been a real practical way to do it. But nevertheless, that still actually wouldn't have changed our position on this, even though it was my amendment, and I would have loved the government to have accepted it, because at the end of the day, there is enough evidence already available to show, as a combination of things, when you make it easier for landlords to kick tenants out, as this bill does, and the government doesn't encourage the building of houses, and it pulls back on Kaingaora, and it slows down the momentum of community housing providers, and it stops people entering emergency housing, what does that all add up to? Unaffordable rents, unaffordable house prices, and increased homelessness. Does that remind anyone of anything? The 9 years of the John Key government? Been there, done that, and here we are again. Back to the future. Not back on track. Back to the same old tired policies that benefit landlords but don't benefit everybody else.
I call on Tamitha Paul.
Ahi Māori, Mr. Speaker. It's with sadness that I address the House on this bill tonight, because I don't own a home. Probably won't for a while, even with all of the different tools and mechanisms and privilege that I do have access to as a Member of Parliament. But I know in my experience pre-being an MP that, you know, as renters, we don't ask for a lot. We're only asking for a roof over our head. We're only asking that when we pay our rent on time, that we get the entitlements that are legally provided for. We only ask that we can live in a place where we don't get sick from the black mould all over the roof. We only ask that the bathrooms that we use, that the hot water is running. We only ask that there aren't mushrooms growing out of the shower. We only ask that the roof doesn't leak on our head. But somehow in Aotearoa, that's become too much to ask for. But actually, we don't ask for what we deserve, because there's more than 1 million of us. And I read a quote. It's interesting. It's been interesting being based in Wellington Central and reading about the slumlords that used to exist in our urban centres, and how back in the day is so similar to how things are now for renters in New Zealand. Because somehow if you live in one of those slum houses and one of those slum flats that has become normalised in our country, you're looked down upon. And this bill is an example of the way that you are looked down upon. But if you own the slums, if you're a slumlord and you own 20 of those things, somehow our society privileges that. Somehow our society and our systems applaud that kind of behaviour. Because at the end of the day, this bill is actually about the rich getting richer. Because we live in a country where housing isn't treated as a human right. It's treated as an opportunity for people to make money. And that, to me, is morally bankrupt. Because as I've said over and over and over again on this bill, how can anybody be expected to live a decent life if they don't have a roof over their head? And the answer to that is obvious and clear. You can't. You can't live a decent or meaningful life. You can't go and get a job. You can't look after yourself. You can't raise your family if you don't have a roof over your head. Now, today we've spent the entire day canvassing this bill and trying to understand, trying to give the government the benefit of the doubt, actually, to actually try and see, is there a basis for this decision? We asked over and over and over again, we asked the Minister of Housing, we asked the Associate Minister of Housing, what is the evidential basis that underpins the rhetoric that this government has provided around bringing back no-cause evictions? And they tell us over and over again, it's about helping landlords and property managers take a chance on riskier tenants. Well, first of all, what is a risky tenant? Who are we talking about when we're saying these so-called risky tenants? Are we talking about Māori? Are we talking about poor people? Are we talking about disabled people? Like, if you're going to say that that's your rationale, then be very clear and very specific about who it is that you're talking about. And also, even if that was the case, then where is the evidence to show that this would even allow for property managers and landlords to take a chance? Because that doesn't exist, and that's because this bill is simply a product of the coalition agreement, the infamous coalition agreement that somehow happens to supersede every other agreement, every other treaty, every other international convention in this country. And they've decided that that's what they're going to do, and so they've worked backwards. They've worked backwards to try and make the evidence work and to try and make a case for no-cause evictions. But it hasn't worked, because you look at the regulatory impact statement, you look at the evidence, you look at the data, you listen to the people that came and spoke to us about this bill, and it becomes clear that there is no basis for this bill. It's purely political. And even with the policy problem, there are so many ways that you could try and encourage landlords to take a chance on riskier tenants. There are lots of different ways that you can make this work. But no, the outcome was already determined within the coalition agreement, and so that's what they've pursued. But it's really strange that they've pursued that, because there's not even support within the property industry for no cause evictions, because 53% of people who submitted on this bill, who were representing property managers or landlords, or were themselves those two things, don't even support this bill. And then you look at the public's perspective, 97% of people don't support this bill. So there's actually not a lot of support for this bill, but I think the government knows that and understands that. And like my colleague Kieran McAnulty was saying, that's why they've couched it in all the fluff. They've fluffed it up so that it detracts from the fact that there is no basis for no cause evictions. And the reason there is no basis for no cause evictions, because you look at the way that they have that kind of law has been applied around the world, and it has resulted in nothing but increased homelessness and chaos and destruction of people's lives. And the fact that it's been couched in all this fluff and the pet bonds, which we could get into that as well, because the pet bond provisions aren't even as great as they've been touted to be, it's been couched in all this fluff because I think that the government is ashamed to be bringing back no cause evictions. And sadly, as we watch the results and the destruction that will come from this decision that we are about to make, sadly, we're going to look back at this and we are all going to feel ashamed that we allowed this to happen. But I'm not surprised, because we've got a pro-landlord government. We've got a government made up of politicians who we're made up of a government who, by and large, own multiple properties. And that is the problem. There should be more people in this room who have never owned a property in their house, because maybe then we'd get better decisions that actually treat housing as the human right that it needs to be treated as. But the thing is we live in a democracy, and there are actually more of us than there are of you. There are more renters in this country than there are landlords, and I think that thank you for doing this no cause evictions mahi, because I think renters will actually recognise their power in numbers and utilise that, and this is going to be a one-term government. Not just because of all of this, but because of everything else that the government has decided to do. So let's use the last 2 minutes to talk about solutions, because that's a big piece of criticism that we always get. We're always quick to point out the harm, but we never point out the solutions. So I'll tell you what the solutions are. First of all, we need rent controls, because they might never understand what it feels like to have an unexpected rent increase sprung on you at a time where you don't have the financial means to actually pay that rent. And the anxiety and the despair that it causes people when those kinds of decisions are sprung on them. So we need rent controls. We need a rental warrant of fitness system that actually looks at the dilapidated and poor and disgusting state of rental housing in New Zealand. Speaking from someone living in Wellington, where we are notorious for the quality of our housing. But most importantly, we need a mass public housing build program, because the core problem here is capitalism, and it's the way, and it is the way, funny, that's always the root of all problems. We always arrive back at that point, don't we, guys? We always arrive back at that point. Because in this country, we treat housing like a game of Monopoly, like a business, like a thing to be profited off of, and that is fundamentally and morally bankrupt. Because again, people don't get to choose whether or not they have a house over their head or a roof over their head. People don't get to make that option. You cannot live a meaningful or decent or productive life, economy people, if you don't have a roof over your head. So that's why we are in full, staunch opposition to this bill, and will continue to do so, and look forward to putting our rental policies in place in 2026. Kia ora.
Paul Cameron Luxton.
Speaker, well, there is a bit of a dark cloud hanging over that side of the House, isn't there? Let's try and brighten things up a little bit. This is a great day, not just for landlords, but for tenants as well, because when you separate people against each other and you say tenants are getting this and landlords are getting that, all you're doing is making a conflict where there doesn't need to be one. To have a landlord, you must have a tenant. To have a tenant, you must have the landlord. To have that relationship, you have to have a property. And what this government has done by following through on what the ACT Party campaigned for and this coalition government has signed up to do is restore confidence in a market which operates when participants come together with mutual respect and dignity, have a chance for both to express their ways and their rights and privileges. Those people need to be able to come together and supply one another with what they need. A landlord needs someone to occupy their house who looks after it, who respects it, who pays the rent, who treats their neighbours with care, who doesn't diminish the property value. A tenant needs a landlord who looks after their property, maintains it, buys it in the first place. Actually, let's go back a few steps. Works hard, saves, invests and buys one, and then allows someone to occupy that property. What we end up with is a relationship, and that relationship is going to be going back to the way it was when we had people who respected each other rather than holding each other to ransom. And Madam Speaker, I have to say that was the feeling that the property investing community, the landlords as they have been tagged over there, have been feeling. And what the downstream effect of this feeling is you end up with people who don't want to take risks, not just on tenants, but actually on even supplying a property to the market. Even being a landlord, people don't want to take that risk. Because if you have got your hard work and capital invested in a property, and then you have no ability to guide the way it is looked after, the way the person who is occupying it treats it, why would you take that risk? And I think we need people taking a punt in New Zealand, saying, I want to invest my capital in a way that supplies to the market who needs it. And the market, I know you say, oh, the people who care about economy on this side of the house. The economy is a way to describe the way our society operates. It's when people come together with mutual benefit, and that is what we are trying to bring back to this country. Madam Speaker, there was earlier conversation today in the House, so I hesitate to use this term, but there has been described a war on landlords previously. And I think what we are seeing now is the end to that so described by others in the past conflict, and which was causing a vast amount of collateral damage to tenants. I think what we are seeing is an ending of hostilities in that particular sphere of New Zealand's psyche. But I have to say, after listening to the speeches on the other side, it's more of just a détente on that sort of the side. It's just a pausing in hostilities. You can hear us waiting for that power so that they can come in and say to people, I demand you do this with the property that you own. You've invested your life into this product or this property or this asset, and I demand you do what I say. That is just something that we cannot go back to in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we had a speech poorly delivered, not a lot of passion, by Mr Kieran McAnulty. I mean, he is the hardest working MP in the Labour Party, so you can forgive him for being a bit exhausted at this point in the week. But he asked for what is this government doing to get some more houses? Well, Mr McAnulty, the market needs to have more houses. I agree with you, and this government is doing multiple things to it. I won't digress too far, Madam Speaker, and feel free to pull me up, but we've got a cost of housing which makes it harder for people to actually build houses to deliver to each other. And that means that we need to do things like sorting out the products that go into houses that become rental properties. That's going through the Building Act and making it easier to bring products in from overseas, something that we've campaigned for and this government is delivering. We're making interest deductibility come back. Not as fast as I would perhaps like to see it, but faster than it would have without us. We've got things like RMA reform, which the Minister earlier this week has indicated will be coming before this House. And that is something that has been sorely needed in this country so we can actually build, places for each other to live, for each other to work, and so that we can produce an economy which will provide for others, because that is what we're all about. This bill, Madam Speaker, simplifies a few things as well. Oh, actually, hang on. There was another part in there that I'd like to address. We had Tamitha Paul say things like, all a tenant asks for is a long list of not a mouldy house, not a leaky roof, just all I want is a roof over our head. And that is a very fair comment. You do want to just have a roof over your head. You do just want to have a safe, warm place to live. We don't get those by punishing the people who are supplying it. And that is the feeling from the people who are supplying it. I come today to this House to report that the property industry who invest in trying to be good landlords have felt under pressure. They have been exiting. They have been less risk-taking. Now, you could say risk-taking, that's a bit of a funny word, but they've taken less risk. And you can say, well, you know, they're going to take a punt on I can't remember the language that was being used over there to try and denigrate tenants who were probably not top of the list when it comes to property inspections. But I think if you allow people to take risks, you will get more people housed. If you allow people to take risk, you will not just get more people who wouldn't have been housed. You will get people who have been housed and they want to move up into a different part of the community, as in they want to move into a part of the community with house. I don't think so, Mr. Bailey. I'm perfectly enjoying the speech right now because this is something that we have asked for a long time. New Zealand has asked for it for a long time. It is a place in New Zealand that needs to have a functioning property market. The ACT Party heard from the communities that were affected. We represented them into Parliament. We did things like the PET bond, Madam Speaker. The PET bond it's not just a piece of fluff tagged on the end. This is an important part of what makes somebody feel at home, is when they have their companion animal or their ability to get a pet. I think we've heard from many people who have seen the benefit of this. And you could tell by the first part of this bill's committee stage, Madam Speaker, where the opposition could say, look, we have some quibbles with it, and I think fair enough that you could say could be more, could be less, could be defined. We don't want to leave it up. We want it to be more strict on what sort of pets. But I think we've landed in a good space. I think it's a credit to the ACT Party for bringing this idea to the House so that people can have the life that they would like to choose, and just pay a small 2 weeks of bond for the privilege of having an animal in someone else's property, which is their home. So, Madam Speaker, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Jenny Marcroft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to stand and rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill. And I'll begin my contribution, Madam Speaker, acknowledging the work that has gone on with the Select Committee. I mention also the Minister who's brought this bill to the House, and the contribution of a part of this in terms of the pet bond from the ACT Party. And I will speak to that in just a moment. My home is my castle, Madam Speaker, and currently I'm between castles, so I'd like to talk a little bit about what that feels like. I've been a homeowner, I have been a landlord, a very, very good landlord, I think. I have been a tenant fairly recently, and when I was a tenant fairly recently, I had fabulous landlords because they allowed me to have my 2 cats, Romeo and Leonardo, with me. And it was because of their consideration of me having my cats that I could stay in that wonderful place. So I do understand how vitally important it is for women of a certain age who have cats, to be able to have their cats in their homes, particularly in rentals. And I think that is something that, as we have an ageing population, in particular the companionship of our cats, maybe a small dog, whatever it might be, is a consideration. And I think that those landlords that are willing to do that, they're usually because they're pet owners themselves. So the particular changes in this legislation that will enable people to have their pets because of the pet bond will in fact broaden out the scope of the types of landlords that may actually say, because there is a pet bond now, I will take the opportunity to have a tenant with a pet, because I'll be covered financially in case there's any damage or whatever caused by the pet. So, Madam Speaker, there are a couple of other points I'd like to make about that. Incentivising with the pet bond is a fantastic amendment, noting also that there are around 1.7 million renters in New Zealand, 80% rent from the private market. And this bill, this amendment bill, will really support that private sector to continue to be good landlords and continue to put more into that rental market. Now, I'm in the process, Madam Speaker, of actually beginning the process of building my own home. And, we have that desire, we grow up with, that ideal, that vision, that dream of owning our own homes. And if we can get to build a home, that's such a wonderful process, except for when you get to council. In particular, Auckland Council is very difficult to get that building consent and resource consent processing through. So for quite a period of time, you might need to rent somewhere while you're going through that build process. So
that was good, you brought it back to the bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So it's really interesting for a person like myself who has 2 cats, while I'm in the build process, which is going to take more than a year, to be able to know that I can go and rent with my pets rather than having to farm them out. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very good bill. I note that the pet bond will be 1 bond per tenancy, regardless if you have maybe 2 cats like myself. But there is, in terms of the commencement of that will come later once the upgrade to the bond system, which the Minister has spoke to the House about this afternoon. So, in all, this is a very good piece of legislation, and on behalf of New Zealand First, I'm very pleased to commend it to the House.
The next call is a split call. I call Maria Minau Kapakingi.
Tēnā koe te pika, tēnā tātou katoa te whare. Stone the crows is the closest comment that I'll get to discussing pets in this particular, related to this bill, Madam Speaker, because that's what it feels like. It's like, geez, stone the crows, is this really happening? So, but it was disappointing to, despite the, I guess, the humour that was put around the pets and all of that pet kōrero, what was ignored most noticeably was the people part of it and the impacts it'll have on people. Of course, pets are precious, ka pai tēnā. People, mai te tai tokerau, mai te au pauri, ko te mea nui, ko te tangata. So, just putting those for the House to understand and ideally appreciate. This bill puts whānau and families in harm's way. How disappointing and how dangerous. Placing in harm's way renters with little or no evidence, but a reliance on speculative assumption to improve the housing supply. We're yet to see, but we already know where that's going to end up. It seems we are assigned to a nation of renters because the housing market is so inaccessible and so unaffordable for majority of this country. The dire state of housing in New Zealand is a point that I know the other side of the House, while they know about it, whether they really understand it in the way that Māori do, I would doubt that. No research endorses the notion that a 90-day no-cause evictions will alleviate pressures during a housing crisis. In fact, it will exacerbate the challenges that the sector already faces. I'm not quite sure why that is not understood, let alone appreciated enough. But that's what happens when you have a gap of knowledge and a misunderstanding of reality. The risk is this: lessen the time frames and afford greater freedom in eviction processes to landlords, we will absolutely see drastic increases in homelessness in reliance on social housing, and already 25,000 people on the social housing waiting list. These amendments will change the lives of many, and not for good, who are already marginalised. Eviction is a leading precursor, I will say that again, Eviction is a leading precursor to homelessness, and Māori already make up over 50% of renters and 60% of homeless community. Research shows that the high proportion of renters in this country are Māori. In te tai tokerau, our whānau, mā oko pēni, mohiana me Willow-noki, we understand, contend with rent prices up 600, 700, 800 a week. And we know that a third of whānau income goes to paying that. So it's a tough reality on a daily basis. In 2019, it was identified that over 40% of renters spend more than a third. I would hate to think where the figures sit now. For nearly a third of renters, it can take up to 4 months to find an appropriate rental property. And in all of the discussion, I mean, I can't hear that that's really and truly understood, and it's definitely not appreciated in this bill, sadly. Mums and dads. It's mums and dads. There'll be pets there, but mostly mums and dads will face the reality, particularly Māori, of their children, their mokopuna, being removed from their care because they cannot provide a safe and good and warm home. That's on us, and that's on this bill. And I don't, in fact, Madam Speaker, when I think it was Minister Pōtaka was referring a penny to, he used the word mokai in his kōrero, and to the pets conversation, and I thought then, if only he understood how that's deeply and truly understood in our tikanga. So with all of that said, Madam Speaker, and the deep disappointment that the party carries in this particular bill, however others might think otherwise, do not know otherwise, only we know. And so it behoves me to absolutely reject to this House this bill. Kia ora tātou.
Madam Speaker.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
This government is really saying Merry Christmas to what the ACT Party calls the, quote, property investment community, and giving coal to a third of the country who rents, who will now be far more vulnerable to be evicted and to face homelessness. It's so shameless that this government is ramming through this piece of legislation under urgency rather than through going through the usual motions to literally gift to landlords across the country the ability to make more people homeless. This is what they've been advised this bill could cause, and it is what will cause. Because those of us who have worked at the front lines with renters and people who have been homeless know the intergenerational hardship and poverty that evictions can create on low-income communities. Because if you're living week to week and you face an eviction, your life gets turned upside down. But they wouldn't know about this because many of these members live now incredibly comfortable lives, and those who may have faced hardship in the past are completely disconnected from it, have turned their eyes away from the streets and live in an echo chamber, disconnected from the communities that are going to be most disproportionately impacted. But this government has told us that this bill is about pets. Well, turns out they can now evict you and your pet as well. So now this government can evict you and your cat, you and your dog. So great, particularly when we consider that the provisions that they have added to allow for people to be with their pets continue adding more barriers for those low-income people, and they have also created ways to ensure that landlords can recover your general bond and now your new pet bond as they seem fit. This will just allow landlords to continue treating housing as a profit rather than an essential human right. No amount of dribble from the members on the other side will make up for the fact that they are literally under-resourcing our public housing entities. They are going to be providing less public housing over the next few years, and that will leave communities across the country far more vulnerable to landlords, inexpensive rentals, who actually will put them into more financial hardship. The Residential Tenancies Act is nothing but an affront to the communities who we should be prioritising and serving. The minister in the chair earlier kept talking about how we should centre our debate on facts and not opinions. But if we look at the actual facts and the advice and the research that has been provided to ground this bill, it shows that there is absolutely no evidential basis to back that this bill will A, put downward pressure on rents, B, will actually support tenants to have secure tenure. And we know this because we have had no-cause evictions before here. Overseas, we've seen how no-cause evictions have been one of the leading causes of homelessness. And we know that when someone ends up homeless, it's not a simple matter of then just putting them back on track into a home. There's like literal long-term harm that comes from being homeless to your health. It traps you in debt. It traps you in poverty. But this government does not care. No-cause evictions will be a blight for many people, and it will be a shameful record from this government because they'll start seeing the harm later down the line, and then the very same people that they would have made homeless will be stigmatized. They will then be called people, these people will be called at-risk tenants. And I hear them saying 90 days, but again, they forget that actually this bill has provisions that allow for landlords to have people in less than 90 days. In fact, if a landlord says that they have a family member coming over, they can use 42 days. That's right. And then many people assume, again, and it just reeks of privilege from the other side to assume that it is so easy for people in our communities to find a suitable rental close to where perhaps their kids go to school, close to where they work, and that time. We know that rental properties are facing massive, massive competition from people across the country, that sometimes people go to these viewings only to feel like they have no chance of getting to the rental property that they're looking at. So once again, I just look at these government members and see how out of touch they are with renters across the country and how they're there to serve, quote, from the ACT Party, the property investment community. And no amount of fake outrage and crocodile tears from the other side will make up for the very same facts that they're supposed to care. Because the facts speak in our favor. This bill is about creating harm. It's about creating inequality. And the facts will back and validate our words today, later down the track.
Paolo Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill, alongside the reintroduction of interest deductibility, are parts of the puzzle that is the housing availability and housing affordability. Much has been said, Madam Speaker, about this legislation being used by landlords to kick people out, their tenants out without reason. When reasonableness dictates that the landlord-tenant relationship is one of accountability and respect, and that this would, in general, not really be happening, I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Carmel Cipollone.
Madam Speaker, I am a member of the Select Committee, so got to see this bill through the journey that we take when we're scrutinising it at the Select Committee level. And I will say that it was one of the bills that I went home and talked to my family about, not that I often do that, because of the high level of concern that I had for the implications for so many communities with the provision in here that would mean no cause termination periods, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I really do think that some on the other side of the House are out of touch, and I don't want to make the assertion that all are, but I was watching on TV the speech given by ACT Party member Cameron Luxton earlier, who was saying that this is a day to celebrate and that both landlords and tenants should celebrate this. Well, I can tell you what, over 1 million people renting in this country will not, because you have just reduced their housing security. There is a lack of real understanding from that side of the House, not all, but from many, on the discrimination and the barriers that some communities and people face to being able to secure housing. I can say for myself that I've only owned a home for I think the last 15 years, and before that I was renting, and I had some classic examples, despite the fact that I was a professional woman often flatting with other professional women and getting rental properties. And the reality is that being brown played a role in that, and sometimes being a solo mum played a role in that too. And I'll give you one example. One landlord, on paper I looked good. She rang me up and she said, "Oh, you look great, yes. When would you want to move in?" And then she said, "Oh, by the way, is your surname Cepoloni Italian?" And I said, "No, actually it's Tongan." Well, her tone changed completely, and all of a sudden that house was no longer available and that phone was hung up. Now, what that side needs to realise is that when landlords are given the ability to terminate a tenancy in this way with no cause, that whānau or individual has to go on and find another rental. And we happen to have a shortage of rental properties in this country. Now, who are going to be the groups and individuals that struggle to secure their next rental property if the landlord makes the decision to kick them out with no cause, Madam Speaker? Well, we know who that's going to be, and actually the submissions made really clear who that would be. They did say it would be Māori Pacific and people from ethnic communities. They did say LGBTQI, and then they also talked about the risk for disabled people, because disabled people, when they get a rental, particularly if they have physical disabilities, find it very difficult to find accessible housing, and so if booted out, 90 days is not necessarily going to be enough. You know, it's not just us saying it, it's not the 97% of submitters that are just saying it. Even the government's own documentation that accompanies the bill tells them about these issues and concerns. You can see it in the departmental disclosure statement. You can see it in the regulatory impact statement. We went through this during committee stages, but the government has ignored the evidence, not the first time. So please don't come to the House and tell us that we should celebrate this, Cameron Luxton, and that tenants will be so happy about the fact that you've just made their housing security even less than what it was before, because actually over 1 million New Zealanders will not be celebrating this. We do have to wonder, what is the connection and why is it that this government is so hell-bent on supporting landlords? Here we are, you've got this bill. This part of the bill is the first bit that will go through. Everything else is staggered till later, but you're pushing this through on the 30th of January. We are very mindful of the fact that it's not just this. You made the decision during a time...
The government made the decision.
The government made the decision. I'll say it again. The government made the decision to give $2.9 billion of tax breaks to landlords, as well as making it easier for them to kick tenants out. Now, the vast majority, I'm going to put this on the record, the vast majority of landlords are good landlords. And that came up during the select committee. What also came up was that the vast majority of tenants are good tenants. And I think even the property investors group that came through acknowledged that. So why then do we shift the power to this particular group and out the power away from the most vulnerable into the hands of the landlords when there is no evidence to support that it will actually result in more supply in housing, that it will actually result in tenants being better off in any way. And in fact, we're presented with a whole lot of evidence around why this is not a good move by the government. I was slightly embarrassed by some of the speeches given by the government across the journey of this bill in this House. There was such a focus on the pet bond. Now, we get that. There were a lot of people that were really positive about that, but actually you have to wonder whether or not the government was choosing to put their entire focus on that as a way of deflecting from the really, really negative, harmful aspect of this bill. And we had so many government ministers coming to this House telling us about their pets. We know someone's got a 3-legged cat. We know someone's got a cat and a dog or 2 dogs. And here they were telling us about how important pets were to them and their families and to their communities, and yet they were not able to put the same level of focus on the people impacted by this bill. And I tell you what, it's not positive for the people. The one part of the pet bonds provision that still is disappointing for me that came up during the committee stages was that in the report it's pointed out that the pet bond is not necessarily going to be of benefit to low-income households and those on benefits. Now, MSD has a housing support product for those on low incomes and on benefits, which means they can get access to a recoverable grant, which they have to pay back, and that can support them to pay bond. But even with this coming into place, the government is not moving to extend that recoverable grant so that it could cover the 4 weeks general bond plus the 2 weeks pet bond. And so those people on low incomes, those beneficiaries, they're not going to be the ones that are allowed to actually take their pets with them because they won't be able to afford to pay the pet bond. Yet the government had an instrument in place that they could have changed to ensure that there was fairness, that actually even those on low incomes and on benefits can enjoy the company of their pets and would have the same rights and have access to that like every other person. It seems like a no-brainer, but they just decided that actually they were not important, they were not even considered, and nothing would change for them. So they will be the only ones that don't get the opportunity to do this because it's just become more expensive for them if they want to take a pet and they need to move. I was disappointed the whole way through the Select Committee that we couldn't get any evidence from the officials about how long it takes to secure another rental property as well. We heard the member Rima on the other side saying, well, they've got 90 days. Well, we have met so many families who even within 3 months have not been able to secure another property. As an electorate MP, I have had whānau come to my office saying they are so scared because their tenancy has ended, they are nearly about to move out, they cannot secure another tenancy, and they are on the verge of needing emergency housing. Now, how does that stack up with the government's target to reducing emergency accommodation? It again just shows how out of touch that side is. I am going to end on the government targets in relation to this, because the issue around housing insecurity and that churn in terms of housing and having to move on has other social impacts. And the report, the regulatory impact statement makes it clear. It can impact education, it can impact health, and it can impact employment. Here that government is saying that they are going to reach all of these amazing targets and improve the educational, health and employment outcomes for New Zealanders. And then they go and pass a bill that is going to put more New Zealanders into precarious housing situations. Now, all the evidence tells them it's wrong. They still do it. We will not be supporting this bill. We do not understand the way that government thinks.
Tim Costley.
Speaker, I don't blame members opposite for putting their headphones in for that last speech. Goodness me, it must be tiring believing everything you say is right despite all evidence to the contrary. Let's start where she left off with those targets. 70% of people moved out of emergency accommodation in the last year. 1,600 kids out of emergency accommodation, making it easier to build more homes. And I'm proud of what our government is doing in housing, and I'm proud of this bill too. I commend it to the House.
Honourable Pena Henare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a term that's come up in recent years, certainly in the time that I've been in Parliament, and that term is generation rent. Our ancestors wouldn't believe that this country has now turned to call its present generation rent. Home ownership numbers have plummeted, particularly amongst Māori. In fact, it's just dipped below 30%, 28%. There you go, Māori home ownership. And I can tell that member, in the time of my parents, that home ownership rate was just above 80%. Just above 80%. And if that member doesn't believe it, then he might want to have a look, take a call, and let's debate the numbers. But the fact remains is We are calling our tamariki, our young people, people of this generation, generation rent. And this government is proud on putting the pressures on this generation and not supporting them into home ownership. At the start of this term, this government took away the support for first home buyers. Prove to me, at party, prove to me that you didn't do that. Can that party prove to this House that the government did not take away that support for first home buyers? No, they can't. Crickets. Silence, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell that side of the House that a story about a person by the name of Media Henare. Media Henare had been looking for a house, qualified lawyer, a professional, who applied for no less than 12 houses to rent. The minute she changed her name to Millie Henry, she got a response from a landlord. Oh my gosh, road to Damascus is all we hear from that side of the House. This is the reality for generation rent. And this government is not doing anything, one, to support those people, or two, to actually solve the issues that have plagued this country. And we heard stories about, oh, well, you've got to look after landlords too, because if they leave the market, then that doesn't mean the house disappears. It doesn't. But what we're not hearing from this government is how they're going to build more houses, how they're going to continue to support our whānau, our communities into owning their first home. That used to be an aspiration for this country. Now we're satisfied with the term generation rent. And that's simply not good enough. Mr. Speaker, I'm really disappointed that at the drop of a hat, tenants can find themselves in a precarious position where they have to leave. At the drop of a hat, no cause, and they're gone. Once upon a time, we could rely on a strong conversation, a dialogue about people's situation, caring for those who find themselves in difficult times, both landlord and tenant. But now we're saying, no, it's okay, just at the whim of a landlord or somebody who is in a position of power to simply make it difficult for those who find themselves renting. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is true. We have lots of really good landlords, this country. We also have a lot of great tenants, and that's to be acknowledged. But those who find themselves most vulnerable in this situation are Māori, are Pacific, are ethnic minorities, the elderly, the disabled, rural communities, simply because there's not enough housing supply. And this government has not answered that question or stood up to that challenge. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely disappointing that we find ourselves here, and I take the words of the Minister during the committee of the whole House, where the Minister would say and admit that this particular legislation and anything that we look at towards tenancies actually needs a serious overhaul. Well, let's do that. And let's do it in a bipartisan way where we can get support right across the House for such an important matter in our communities. But no, we're going to plod along, we're going to do a bit change here, we'll see how it goes after 6 months or 9 months, we'll look towards the evidence. Well, all we've seen from this government is ignoring evidence, ignoring the facts, and ignoring statistics. Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing to be in here again. 11 years I've been here, not as long as others, I won't name anyone. But in that time, we have debated this exact matter time after time after time after time. It's time we got it right so that we can fix the term generation rent and call it generation homeowner.
Sam Offendale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of this bill. I think there's been a number of provisions laid out, sensible pro-tenant changes to the Residential Tenancies Act, which along with the introduction of interest deductibility will increase the supply of rental housing and make landlords more willing to enter into arrangements. This is going to be a good bill for tenants and for the rental supply in New Zealand, and I support this bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Phil Twyford.
Mr Speaker, I have particular personal investment in this bill because during our last couple of years in opposition, I worked hard as the housing spokesperson for Labor to develop a policy that would give renters in this country more rights and more security of tenure. And as Housing Minister, I oversaw the development of the legislation and its passage through the House of the provisions in the law that this bill takes away. For a long, long time in this country, politicians in this Parliament never gave a moment's notice or thought to the life and the situation of renters in this country. Whenever housing was discussed, it was always in the context of either state housing or home ownership. But something's changed over the last generation in this country, and now nearly 40% of our people in this country rent. And those people who rent are disproportionately the young, the poor, female, Māori, Pacific and new migrant communities. There is a direct correlation between people who have power in this country, people who don't have power, and home ownership and people who rent. And so if we care about fairness, if we care about social justice in this country, we have to take the rights and the security of renters seriously. Now, there is an abundant literature internationally and here in New Zealand that shows conclusively that security of tenure is one of the most important things that determines the well-being, the physical, social, mental well-being of our people. Without security of tenure, it is very, very hard to live a decent, dignified life, to raise children, to stay healthy, to do the things that we all aspire to. The rules in the Residential Tenancy Act make a really big difference. If you can be kicked out, even theoretically, if you can be kicked out for no reason at all, it changes the mindset of the renter and it changes the mindset of the landlord. If you live with that kind of insecurity daily, that you can be turfed out of your home, the place where your family lives for no reason, you are much less likely to ever raise a problem with the landlord or get into any kind of dispute or argument, regardless of the rights or wrongs of it or what the law says. When the market is hot, and it often is in our highly cyclical property market, properties change hands frequently as people, landlords and investors, cash up and buy another property. The human cost of that is that all over the suburbs and towns of this country, low-income families are being turfed out of their homes. And in the early teens, the early 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, when the market was extremely hot in New Zealand, it was not uncommon for young families to be moving house every year or even more frequently. Now the sheer cost to their health and well-being, let alone the well-being of the kids who are then being shunted across the city from one school to another. Now, the law that we passed in 2018 gave renters a little bit more security. It pushed out the notice periods, and it said that a landlord could not get rid of a tenant for no reason at all. They could still terminate the tenancy if they were selling the house, if they were renovating it, if their family were moving back in, if they wanted to sell it. The provisions still applied. If a tenant engages in antisocial behaviour, the landlord can go to the tenancy tribunal. It's not like a European situation where in Germany people literally have tenancy for life. Not at all. Nothing like that. The law gave them a little bit more security. Now, Mr. Speaker, it was part of a package of measures giving renters more rights and security, introducing standards for healthy homes, so in rental properties it became compulsory for landlords to have insulation and basic measures to stop cold, damp homes making renters sick. We got rid of letting fees. We embarked on a massive program of state house building. We banned foreign buyers from buying existing properties, and we dismantled the tax breaks that for so long had incentivised a highly speculative real estate economy based on the entrenched expectation of tax-free capital gain. And we did all that to make housing warm and dry and healthy, to make renters more secure, and to bring down the cost of rental housing. Now, I'm sad that the right-wing parties basically have made a fetish, a political fetish, out of their support for property investors. They are willing to advance the economic and financial interests of one class of investors, residential rental property investors, at the expense of nearly 40% of the population. They are willing to sell renters, the young, female, low-income, ethnic minority communities. They are willing to sell them down the river and compromise their quality of life and their life chances in order to strengthen the economic position and the financial interests of property investors. And frankly, for people who should be in this House because they want to do something that's good for our people in this country and good for New Zealand, I find that absolutely appalling. We always hear in this debate from the National Party benches that it's unnecessary to put regulations and rules on, it's often employers, but in this case it's landlords and property investors, because they're good people and they want to do the right thing. And of course they're reasonable and they would only ever throw out a bad tenant. Oh my God, if I have to hear that one more time, it completely denies reason. It's facile, it's infantile. We have rules and we have regulations to protect people, to make sure that the market works properly and delivers fair outcomes for everybody. But the members on that side of the House would rather strip away the negotiating power and the protections of people who they want to pretend have equal power to landlords. The people who are shelling out 2/3 of their weekly income to put a roof over their heads are the equals of people who might own 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 properties. That somehow it's an equal relationship. That is utter nonsense. And I'm amazed that the members on that side of the House are willing to stand up and make that argument with a straight face. Mr. Speaker, our country does face a serious problem. And if you look at the number of our youngest and best and brightest who are currently heading to Australia and further afield, because they do not have hope that they can get ahead in New Zealand. And the sheer number of people leaving is a problem. Why are they leaving? They cannot get ahead because of low wages and high housing costs. And Mr. Speaker, it's now been like that for more than a generation. And we have to tackle this problem. Governments these days spend all of their time and money fixing up the social mess caused by insecure work and insecure, expensive housing. But that side of the House seems completely unwilling to do anything about it. They don't want to raise wages, they don't want to reduce housing costs. This bill will undermine the negotiating position of renters. It puts them in an even more precarious position. It gives the lie to everything that they've said on that side of the House about wanting to improve the position of renters. We need to do something about housing, and I'm pleased to say that this government and the Minister, Chris Bishop, is at least willing to do something about planning reform, about zoning reform. But on every other aspect of housing policy, whether it's the rights of renters, building state housing, every other aspect, that government is taking this country backwards. And it will only drive more and more young New Zealanders overseas because they regard this country as being backwards, and it's going backwards at a greater and greater speed because of this government. And this bill, which takes away the rights of renters, makes them more insecure and more precarious, will make life worse for between 35 and 40% of this country's population. Why? So that the National Party can continue to privilege the rights of property investors.
Hamish Campbell.
Speaker, I rise in support of the Residential Tenancy Amendment Bill. So, as we've heard that the other side did so much for renters, $175 a week increase in rent under the previous government. Is that doing things for tenants? No, it is not. So this bill helps balance the approach between tenants and landlords, because it is a relationship. Now, let's just have a look at some of the data which they're claiming isn't on our side. Data from TradeMe shows an increase of 26% of new rental listings in the recent period. Realestateagent.co.nz, you have Google, you can check these numbers yourself, reported a 40% increase in rental stock in the last quarter. That is what good legislation does. It helps renters, and that's why this bill is going to add to that, and therefore, Mr Speaker, I support this bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National, 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour,
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand,
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti e whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed.
Residential Tenancies Amendment Bill, third reading.
Call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Smokefree Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2, interrupted debate on third reading.
All right, next speaker, I think it's you stood on your feet, Ms Huana. You need to call when you stand up. Huana Linden.
It's me. I'm number 3. Aroha mai. Kia ora, Mr Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to take a call on this. And while we are supporting, in principle, this legislation, knowing that it will tighten up rules around the sale of vapes and looking to protect our young people from smoking impact, particularly for the vapes, we know that there is still a gap in terms of the data for the stores, the shops, the retailers who sell within our communities, whether they're specialists in general. Further, in terms of the way with which we are going to change both the fines and the infringements, it's good to see that we are going to lift the bar for the businesses that we do find are breaching the law. One of the issues that we have, though, is the resourcing for the machinery behind the legislation. And do we have enough kaimahi to do the work? Because enforcement is important. And who are the safeguards in our communities? Have we fuelled our waka enough? And that's been a question that we've continued to ask as a select committee to get the real numbers of who are the staff on the ground in terms of enforcement. And that picture is not clear. Now, we sat and we heard submissions both from the sector, we heard submissions from those who are in industry, and we heard a lot from families, those who are impacted. For example, our vape-free kids, the mamas who continue to follow us and ensure that we know the grassroots impact of vaping on our young people. And we cannot lose sight of the impact of this, knowing that it's like a ripple effect, whether it's an entry into vaping, then they move into smoking, and aharaini, the impact continues on. So it is trying to prevent before we even get to the point of having to block the sale to our youth. But acknowledging the hashtags and the work that they did in presenting a petition, that focused on the restriction of sale of vaping products to under 18-year-olds, and then focusing on the proximity and the density. And I think this legislation is absolutely addressing some of what the hashtags brought to the House in their petition. But of course, when we think about marae, we think about schools, we think about early childhood, we think about communities, because if it's about where young people congregate, they congregate in sports clubs, they congregate in playgrounds, they walk the streets. And so how do we create the smoke-free environment that we all look for? And referring back to some of what we received as the select committee and the density of some of the stores in our communities, we saw that there was a large number in lower socioeconomic communities. And that's something that needs to be addressed, because councils came into the submission process and said, hey, we are seeking some tools to be able to regulate in local government so that we can control what is established within our communities. So we think about alcohol, we think about fast food, we think about pokey machines, and we think about smoking. It's almost like, you know, a happy four of impact. Acknowledging that the Minister launched her smoke-free action plan the other week, but also taking heed from the sector, who clearly said to us, where are the population-based approaches and the focus on those who are most impacted? And that is te iwi Māori, because we can't forget that it's some 14.7, 14.9% of our young people are vaping, and we have 4,500 odd people a year in New Zealand who die from tobacco-related illnesses. So in reviewing and reflecting on the announcement of the new Smoke-Free Action Plan 2025, where does Māori fit? Where do Pacific fit in terms of population-based approaches to both access, to that cessation, but also in terms of the focus of the next steps moving forward? And young people are essential in this space. But, you know, I just want to raise that there are still stores selling disposables in our community right now. And I don't know how many enforcement officers are on the ground and who are actually watching what's going on, because our workforce is stressed. And just hearing from a few kaimahi who share that it's just one of a number of things that they monitor. So when you're a kaimahi with a broad range of compliance issues that you have to monitor, tobacco is just one of them. And when we think about our low socioeconomic communities, there's a number of stores which pepper pot across these spaces. So our compliance officers are important, but also it's access to cessation support. It's the ability to provide those smoke-free environments that are so essential, and then the ability to grow community action in that space. And the compliance is one thing, it's cessation support, and we don't have enough in schools for young people. In fact, we don't even have really anything for vapes right now. It's all focused on cigarettes. And so what is the next steps? We heard of the HAR program, which is targeted in schools, but where else are we going to get the support that we need nationally for young people to quit? So we've got compliance, we've got issues, we've got cessation support, which is absolutely needed for vapes, because it is a gap right now. And cessation providers are saying they are tobacco focused, but it's actually the vapes that are coming through really strong. How can we do that together? And then also thinking about building that awareness, and then of course the action around smoke-free environments. And may I lament the smoke-free generation. That smoke-free generation born in 2009, my own daughter included, many mokopuna across the country who will not benefit to be that smoke-free generation because the law was changed. I'd like to pay tribute to the claimants of the Waitangi Tribunal that went forward and said, no, you know, we need to go back. We need to go back to the future, to what we did in the past, which is our Smoke-Free Environments Act. And these claimants, Auntie Sue Taylor, Hone Harawira, Shane Bradbrook and Dr. Amohia Bolton have their Smokefree Aotearoa claim. And this claim is live right now because they recognise the work that was done before us to lay the foundations of a Te Tiriti-based smoke-free action plan, of which this is one small part. This is one small part, but we need to do more. And so in sharing this with you, it's the next steps, it's broadening the focus, and it's also focusing on those populations who need the support. Because while we have seen, for instance, a drop in youth vaping and smoking, which we have had Ash report on, it's still Māori that are up there. And while there may be drops occurring, it is still Māori who are most impacted, and it is still Māori who die the most. So in closing, acknowledging the work of those before me, acknowledging the importance of a smoke-free Aotearoa and going back to 2021 with that action plan that went out, and now we have the new plan, of which I can't really see Māori Pacific in there, but the sector's already told the Minister that. It's been very public in the way that it's come out and said, you know, it's a bit beige. It's a bit beige. It's not really showing us the roadmap for addressing smoking-related harm and vaping-related harm to Māori. But hey, we're moving forward. Different, but we are moving forward slightly. And so for that, acknowledging the work of the Health Select Committee and all those who submitted on this legislation, despite it being a bit tight and of course truncated as usual, kia ora tātou.
Mr Speaker.
Cameron Luxton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I would like to just firstly congratulate the Minister on the action she's taken and the bill she's brought to the House to curb the scourge of youth vaping that we have heard so much about in the Select Committee. Mr Speaker, the previous speaker talked to, Mr Speaker, the previous Green spokesperson told of the smoke-free enforcement officers. That is also a concern. The under action or resourcing, whatever's going on there, we need to do more in the way of enforcement in that regard. I support this bill. I think it's going to be a good bill. Thank you very much.
Sam Offendell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Look, I think this is a positive bill to address the harm that youth vaping is causing. There are a number of parts to that, around banning disposables, around visibility limits, about increasing the fines. I do want to thank the members of the Health Committee for their work on this. There were several changes made when it came to us, and I would like to thank everyone for their assistance in getting it to where it is today. Look, there is more work to do, and I know the Minister has acknowledged that, and she did do that when she came to committee. But this is a big issue that we need to tackle, and I'd like to see that we have support from around this House on this. I support this bill, Mr Speaker.
There's a 5 minute split call. Debbie Ngārewa Paka.
Thank you. I stand to speak to this, and will take my whole time, and it's actually really sad to see that others across the floor couldn't be bothered. The reality is that there are changes, but we are seeing, when you're ready, we are seeing the attitude that we have towards an issue that is major for Māori. And it's an issue that is major for Māori, which is why it has had massive Māori leadership championing it. The whole whakapapa for smoke-free Aotearoa came from those leaders who were really proud to come up with initiatives that were actually not about playing tactfully into the hands of the tobacco companies, but actually being able to end the tobacco industry, to end smoking, and to end, really, what is the greatest preventable cause of Māori lives. You know, what we have is the greatest preventable cause of death, the greatest preventable cause of things that are impacting and harming Māori lives. And so when we go back to this and talk about what it is and how our Māori leaders who champion the vision of smoke-free Aotearoa, the vision of tūpika kore Aotearoa. Tūpika kore Aotearoa, and I'm really proud to hear our niece and our Te Pāti Kakariki mention our long-term advocates. My daughter is one of the first from the Koanga generation, and we're first of the kura kaupapa generation, the whare kura kaupapa generation, where we were proud to do everything as smoke-free, auahi kati. Auahi kati. There was no auahi half pai ka pai. We had a full intention of making sure that the scourge, that this preventable death was never ever going to be part of their future. So everything we did, our sports, auahi kati flags everywhere. Our kapaka, auahi kati flags everywhere. When you were to talk to my child's generation, that was the vision. That was everything intended, not vaping, not all these half-pai, ka-pai solutions. And so it's really sad to be here today, and I understand the challenges on this particular bill. But what we have is we've seen protests and petitions with over 50,000 signatures, open letters, pleas from over the country, and evidence that indicate that their own voters, yours included, did not want to see anything that compromised the targets, that compromised the messaging, that compromised the intention of stopping smoking and the tobacco industry in Aotearoa. And it is really hard to swallow, because it has seemed, because National actually pledged this in 2011, and National actually used to fund and help our kura kaupapa and our kohanga reo to get that messaging across. So National's clearly reneged on that commitment, and it feels like this is because they're prioritising tax cuts over the well-being of our people. And it does feel like that on the ground. So we've got our why claim, and and again in the era of when National was in government, the Y2575 claim identified deficiencies in the primary health care. And so the issues that we have to prevent the diseases and the illnesses that come from smoking, they're a major part of what my generation fought for, to make sure we didn't have to be in this hand and in this space again. So when we look at this bill and the impact that smoking has, and the fact that for Māori it's 3 times higher than non-Māori, it is a sad, I guess, state for us to be able to have to, again, I'll say this again, to be departing from where those leaders who are looking for a smoke-free environment, the likes of Hone Harawira, who in his time here, in fact when they were in government with National, were making sure that there was an urgent call to action. So on that note, we will stand and leave that with us, is that we wish that this government would honour Te Tiriti and use its influence and its power to stop unnecessary deaths and to actually go the full hog and leave us in a situation where we can show our mokopuna that we did all we could do to get rid of this sector, to get rid of the tobacco industry, and instead of having amendments that we actually just stopped and agreed to a smoke-free environment. Kia ora rā.
Lawrence Zunard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the previous speaker from Te Pāti Kakariki, Huhana Linden, said that we do support this bill because in some small way, it is a small step towards the right direction. But there are no other ways to say this, Mr. Speaker. Overall, this bill, in terms of what it could achieve, is disappointing. In many ways, this bill provides a smoke screen for some of the other more concerning things we're seeing towards our smoke-free targets. Things around HTP, for example. But when it comes to vaping in particular, one of the biggest problem that we're trying to solve with this is the number of retailers or specialist retailers when it comes to vaping products. And this bill makes some attempt in reducing this. But to be honest, Mr. Speaker, we simply do not have enough data in Aotearoa. We simply do not know the full extent of how many shops, that's not specialist vaping stores, dairies, supermarkets or otherwise, that actually do sell vaping products, and in terms of what those impacts are going to be. But 2 specific areas, Mr. Speaker, I would like to address is number one, we have heard from multiple people in this House that vaping is a particular issue for young people. There is in Clause 12 certain provisions around the advertisement or publication on internet site of a link when it comes to the promotion of vaping product. But Mr. Speaker, one of the questions we asked the Minister during the committee stage is, how many young people do we know today get sucked into an advertisement from a website by looking at a banner on the top or bottom of a website? Most of the people that get sucked into vaping, that gets enticed by vaping, is through social media. So if we really want to have a bold approach to reducing vaping in Aotearoa among young people, why are we not addressing it from a social media perspective and from a media influencer perspective in order to cut down on the number of young people who are enticed by social media, by the promotion of vaping through social media? Another concern, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to address is around, we thought when we're going through this bill, why is this bill so limited to simply disposable vaping product and not reusable and refillable vaping devices? And surely if we want to do something, let's just ban it, let's just ban it full stop. Other countries have done that. We know that Singapore does it. Until we saw the regulatory impact statement, Mr. Speaker, and in paragraph 69 of banning disposable vaping products and increasing penalties for sales to minors, it specifically talks about MFAT's advice on anything harsher than simply banning disposable product is going to put us at odds with our international trading partners and potentially international companies such as Philip Morris. So this is a huge issue in terms of our trade obligations as well, where we are putting our young people at risk for purely because we may have to provide arguments, or we may be challenged by international trading partners and is beholden to international trading partners. So that is a genuine concern of the scope of this bill, Mr. Speaker. So overall, while again the Green Party support this bill, but this bill is uninspired. It is weak, and it does lack that bold vision that we would like to see as a step towards smoke-free Aotearoa. So with that, we will support it, but we would really like to see more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hamish Campbell.
Excellent. As I've sat here, I was just wondering whether some of the other side have actually read this bill. We've heard about smoke-free generation and everything like this. This bill is about youth vaping, very clearly about youth vaping. Vaping has actually proven to be an effective tool for those trying to stop smoking. Yet the rise in youth vaping is very, very alarming, and that's what this bill is here to address. And we're addressing it head on, including banning disposable vapes, imposing stricter penalties for selling to minors, restricting display of vaping products, limiting the sales of vape stores. So that is a very good bill, and I commend it to the House.
The Honourable Aotearoa.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and make a contribution on this bill and to have worked with colleagues in the Health Select Committee diligently on this bill. We, all parties, supported this bill through the Select Committee process, so it was good to have the opportunity to make what we all accept is a positive difference. And it's important to acknowledge the work of so many colleagues in hearing the submissions on this and taking the matter seriously. You'll know the Health Select Committee also has a briefing on vaping that it is reporting on. And on the Health Select Committee, we take care to incorporate diverse range of views and respect each other's differences. We always abide by standing orders, and just generally, it's all run like a pretty tight ship. So At the Health Select Committee, it may interest members of the House, we also had our annual review recently, and we're grateful for the Minister's attendance on that. Health Select Committee was visited by all of its relevant ministers, and I think that's a really positive thing for scrutiny of our portfolios in this Parliament. And the Minister made remarks that her view, youth vaping rates should be zero in New Zealand. And that's an ambitious and laudable aim, because we've heard extensively on the Select Committee in relation to this bill and others that youth vaping is harmful in terms of it primarily being an addiction that gets young people hooked on a commercial product, and an addiction that disrupts their ability to sleep sometimes, their ability to participate in education, an addiction that just means you don't get to make all of your decisions because a substance is making it for you. But and we also heard about the other impacts potentially on mental health and on physical health as well, although that evidence, of course, continues to emerge. While my colleague who spoke before me is correct that vaping is a useful tool for people to quit smoking, it is not at all something we want young people to take up in and of itself. So the question we have to ask about this bill and the Minister's aim to get vaping rates to 0% for young people is, does it go far enough? Vaping rates in New Zealand are incredibly high. For young people, it is almost double what it is in comparable jurisdictions like the United Kingdom. There are marked inequalities in young people's vaping rates, much higher, as high as 20% or more for some Māori or Pacific communities. We need to see those numbers come down. So once again, the question is, for this bill, will it get us to zero? Because there's no therapeutic role for vaping in a generation that barely smokes. What does this bill do? Well, it does broadly four things. It makes a ban on disposable vapes, which is useful because mostly young people smoke disposable vapes. There are proximity restrictions in this bill, so that vape stores, new vape stores, cannot take up close to schools and marae and early childhood education centres. There's a change to the visibility of the fronts of vape shops. Vapes in the front of vape stores. That meaning that you cannot look through the window and see the product. And there's also an increase in fines. And that last intervention, I think, is a useful one. Because the level of fines determines the likelihood of the ministry taking prosecutions on these matters, and it is our view that the ministry has been far too slow to take those prosecutions. So all in all, these are sensible measures that we support, but do they go far enough to get to zero? And if you look at those four, I think, like many submitters, the answer you'll reach is probably no. So when you think about a young person, a teenager, does walking 300 metres present a sufficient barrier to them purchasing a vape? Now, sometimes there is a young person in my household who might not make the 5-metre walk from the couch to the fridge and might ask someone else to do that for them. However, I think the majority of young people will be able to overcome the 300-metre barrier. Now, the matter of disposable vapes, also very helpful, but is it enough to get you to zero or near that? No, because not all young people only use disposable vapes. The increase in fines, well, that might tip the calculus for what we know are some of the unethical vendors in New Zealand who do sell to young people, and we see that in countless controlled purchase operations. That there are people selling to underage consumers, and yet that is likely to impact at the margins, and there's still social supply of vapes. And the visibility of vapes at the shop fronts, once again, a helpful measure, but let's face it, the entire shop front is the ad for the vape store. Those big neon signs that seem to dominate many small towns on their main street is actually the ad for the product itself. So I think, in my view, it's reasonable that we agree with the submitters. This bill, with many of them who said that this bill will not get us to zero and will not address the scale of the public health problem that we have. And so that's why I support many of the measures that they mentioned, and they bear repeating, that could show where this bill could go further. And it was unfortunate that they were ruled out of scope for the submissions and were not reported on adequately. There were concerns about the number of vape stores, not just where they go, as we've dealt to with the proximity restrictions, but the number overall. There have been large increases. We have now as many vape stores as we had tobacco stores. And there are 7 times more vape stores in the poorest neighbourhoods than the richer neighbourhoods. So that shows why it is that we have these inequalities. It is because of deliberate targeting by the sellers of these products of the poorest people. The submitters suggested the options for a sinking lid on the number of products, for plain packaging, for more education, for limits on the amount of nicotine, and also for the opportunity to future-proof the Act. Mr. Speaker, to summarise, these products were developed as a form of new product for a tobacco industry that knows it's on the way out. New Zealand does not owe the tobacco industry a transition plan, and certainly not at the expense of its youth. I commend the measures in this bill to the House, but we can do so much more.
All right, the time has come for me to suspend for the dinner break. The House will resume at 7 p.m.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
The House has resumed. Yesterday I said I'd return to the House in response to a point of order by the Honourable Makanolti on the basis of the ruling I made to Minister's Amendment Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approvals Bill. There's been a lot of comment about how my decision on this matter differed from the chairperson of the Committee of the Whole. I would like to emphasise that the chairperson was applying the rules and precedents available to her at that time. It's the Speaker's role to determine questions that arise about interpretation and application of standing orders, Standing Order 2. In this case, I've now set out 3 tests for future application when determining whether provisions are private legislation, and I've determined that the legislative effects of a provision should be seen in the broader context of the bill's proposed provisions. This does not mean that policy trumps standing orders. As always, I was guided by rulings of speakers in the past about the classification of legislation. But as I said yesterday, there are very few Speaker's rulings on the issue, only 2 that touch on it more explicitly than others, and I considered them alongside Chapter 34 of Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand. Those standing orders are Speaker's Rulings 109 by Speaker O'Rourke in 1894, where the issue was the government of the day providing a guarantee to a private corporation. It was deemed to be a government bill. 133(2) bar 4, reiterated by Speaker Hunt in 2003, Deputy Speaker Hartley in 2006, and Speaker Mallard in 2018. It talks about general amendments, generic amendments, even if of limited application, because there are few such establishments are permissible. In this case, there were many establishments, make the bill, government bill, and the amendment permissible. In addition, I looked at 109(6), Speaker Smith in 2009, and 1101, Barnard in 1939. Speaker Smith's issue was a local bill enacted in the 1800s, but specifically for a body, Christ College, Canterbury, and their needs, very specific. It was introduced as a government bill, I understand, but then deemed to be private. 110(1), Speaker Barnard in 1939, he ruled that if a licensing body wanted to license certain activities outside of the general law that were permissible in the general law, then in fact that would be a government move, not a private bill, and therefore, private bill and not a government bill. And so it was a combination of all of those things in conjunction with Chapter 34 of Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand that guided my thinking in this matter. From my perspective, I've gone further than speakers in the past in outlining processes for making the decision by describing in detail the 3 tests for whether legislation is to be considered in the nature of private legislation. I hope these will help guide future speakers in their responsibilities in classifying legislation, as was my responsibility under Standing Order 2572. I do not say that past speakers were incorrect in applying the test to specific bills and amendments. They are considered, the tests are based on previous decisions. I found the past decisions very useful to consider when applying tests to this particular matter. This was not like any other bills other than the COVID-19 legislation, which was also a guide. Remembering that no one in this current bill actually gets any consent. That's a policy matter and wasn't part of the consideration. Does the proposed second test, the 3 tests are, does the proposed provision affect a particular person or body in a private capacity? Does the proposed provision affect a person or body but not affect all others belonging to the same category or class? And does the proposed provision have a legislative effect that gives rise to a particular benefit or interest for the person or body? As I've stated repeatedly, I think that the legislative effect was not sufficiently clear as to give rise to a particular benefit for the authorised person for a listed project as distinct from referred projects permissible in the bill. I reiterate that my decision was made subject to the 3 tests used by previous speakers and set out now by me in slightly more specific fashion and in a context that I think allowed the bill to progress. I understand the Leader of the House wants to make a statement.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Next week, the House will consider the 3rd reading of the Fast Track Approvals Bill, as well as the first readings of the Resource Management, Consenting and Other System Changes Amendment Bill, the Gene Technology Bill, the Local Government Water Services Bill, the Offshore Renewable Energy Bill and the Broadcasting Repeal of Advertising Restrictions Amendment Bill. On Wednesday morning, there will be extended hours for members' business to make up for at least one Members' Day we have missed this year due to a range of factors outside the control of all members. And on Wednesday afternoon, the plan at this stage is that the House will adjourn for the year.
The Honourable Kira McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Leader of the House for that. Between now and then, given the number of relatively late, shall we say, amendments in the Minister's name to that piece of legislation, the fast-track legislation, will the government recommit the bill if it's found that there are drafting errors in it?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of finding those errors. At the moment, there are no errors, and so our provisional view is no.
We come now to oral questions. The first in the name of the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Mr Speaker, to the Prime Minister, does he stand by all his government's statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Yes, with the traditional caveats.
Would the Prime Minister agree that Nicola Willis was not up to the job, which is why he's had to give it to the person who first signed off on the original ferries?
Those are seriously laughable questions. Because to answer the second question first, the Minister originally signed off. He signed off to a total purchase price of $400.1 million, which blew out to $3.2 billion on way to $4 billion, according to Treasurer in both cases. And the Minister Nicholas made the most compelling and brilliant decision when she cancelled the contract.
Supplementary.
No, just wait till your own side settles down. And I'd ask people to ask themselves just what their interjection adds to the answer.
Did David Seymour's public disclosure of indicative costings for the new ferries contradict the wishes of the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister and the Minister for Rail? If so, will he now be open with New Zealand taxpayers, given the cat is out of the bag, thanks to Seymour's indiscretion?
Words matter in politics, and no more when you were acting as a minister, or Prime Minister. And Mr Seymour was very careful to point out to the media of this country that he used the word approximate and how wide that approximation could be.
Does he agree with Nicola Willis, who said last year that she wants to, quote, look taxpayers in the eye and say, this is a good deal, we're doing this right, end quote? If so, how does delivering inferior, smaller vessels at far greater cost at least 3 years later represent a good deal?
If you start by turning back a deal that began at $401 million, blew out to 3.2 and is heading for $4 billion, and where the actual cost of the ferries would be then about 14% of the total plan that was announced as being a plan for ferries, you'll get the drift of things. And that's why we are able to say to those people, well, to use the shipping expression, yes. And as an old saying, if you leave port with no port to go to for that boat, no wind's a white wind. We know where we're going, and we're going into Christmas, and people will know that they can look forward to a bright new announcement in the new year whilst they're worrying about that more than anything else.
Does he agree with the CEO of Mainfreight that David Seymour's aspiration to privatise inter-island ferries makes him, quote, a bit off the planet, end quote? If so, what measures will he take to ensure the ACT Party can't act on their impulse to pawn off vital national infrastructure to their mates at bargain basement prices?
Look, I'm certain that when that member was getting ready for leadership at Celebrity Treasure Island, she would have learned on the way through, well, I know I'm hearing a leadership bid now, but the fact is Mr Seymour was very careful about his words, and all of a sudden, now that the project is... Big pardon? Big pardon?
Hang on.
I thought that member came to ask a serious question. But the reality is, surely they did not think that the public could accept $4 billion of expenditure, particularly when there was so much wasteful expenditure of the period 2020 to 2023. And so we've got things back now where by the end of March or before, we'll be able to announce what the New Zealand people want, which is the appropriate vessels for the appropriate passage across the Cook Strait or elsewhere, and have it all ready in time, and having also, well, of course, elsewhere. Have you ever thought, I mean, this is a person who used to belong to a party called Labour, who knew what they were doing because they understood workers. I bet they've never talked to the maritime unions or anybody else, but we are, all in the space of the end of this week.
Is he confident that Winston Peters will be able to follow through with his assurance, quote, that that's not the way, if I was in charge of it, I'd have done it anyway, end quote, when looking back at Nicola Willis's inability to make any meaningful progress in securing new ferries?
The reality is that the Minister of Finance was left with an awful prospect of something that we did not need and could not afford, and where what happened downtown was they were asked to get two ferries, and they decided, here's a chance to add every other good feel-good thing we want and make the taxpayer pay. And then coming to government was a group of rational, sane and experienced people in politics who understand the very character and nature of business, and that's why some questions can't be answered now and some will have to wait. But what I can promise is the turnaround and restoration of rail circa 2017 to 2020 is going to be, very shortly, back on track.
Point of order, the Honourable Kerry McAnulty.
It's really important at times like this, a point that I've made previously, that when a minister is acting as Prime Minister, they make that clear. So just for the record, was that Chris Luxon complimenting the Labor government between 2017 and 2020 for the work they did on rail?
I doubt it, but the point you make is that whoever is here answering questions for the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister. Kamal Sepuloni, Honourable Kamal Sepuloni.
Why was he unable to commit to the ferries being rail-enabled, and what does rail compatibility mean instead?
Work program.
What was being told to the media and the country yesterday was that all matters are on the table in terms of considerations, and we've got to ensure that we speak to everybody who can possibly help here. We were the inheritors of a disaster. Can anyone seriously believe that $4 billion or worse was what the project should be about and what was needed to ensure rail, which is all over this country, and the... Beg your pardon?
Now, hang on.
Oh, you didn't agree to it? Oh, so Willie didn't agree to it. Well, that shows how impotent he was. He didn't agree, he's a front bencher, but they went ahead regardless. Now, Willie was the senior minister, he was the head of the Maori wing of the Labour Party, and now he tells me they weren't consulting with him, they never asked him and never listened to him. Now, I'm not surprised that's a fact, I always suspected that, but back to my original point, the reality of it all is that constraining ourselves on the answers that are dependent on future discussions and future negotiations is a critical part of being a responsible minister.
It is perfectly reasonable for a minister answering a question to respond to interjection. And when that happens, then the place turns into something that is in the nature of a debate, but somewhat one-sided, because only the minister has the mic. It suggests that people wanting to make interjections think about that. The Honourable Kamal Sepuloni.
Will more of Nicola Willis's catastrophes be passed on to Winston Peters for him to clean up?
That's not a reasonable way to ask a question.
Oh, okay.
So try. Yeah, well, please. I'm very pleased the member knew that. So please ask it again.
Okay. Will more of Nicola Willis's responsibilities be passed on to Winston Peters to clean up? Perhaps some of the responsibilities like the rising unemployment rate, record company liquidations, and an anaemic economy ravaged by austerity?
Well, I would point out that none of those things are direct responsibilities of a minister. Well,
The three-
maybe under some other government.
Well, could I just say that the three examples that the questioner used are all examples which were part of the inheritance that the present government received. And now we're being blamed for it. The reality is the Minister of Finance is doing a fine job at the moment. And I want to make it very clear, she shows all the signs of doing a fine job in the future in the most difficult of circumstances. And the last thing I want to say is I don't want to have a duel of wits with a whole lot of arm-armed opponents.
Question number 2, Catherine Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. When will the next budget policy statement be released?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
I will release
Hey, wait on. It's a bit of reasonable behaviour would be a good thing. The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, I will release the budget policy statement this coming Tuesday, December 17. The budget policy statement is my document as Minister of Finance. It previews the next budget and is a check-in on the government's fiscal strategy. At the same time, Treasury will release its half-year update. This will contain updated economic and fiscal forecasts.
Supplementary. Will these documents show any changes to the economic outlook?
Mr. Speaker, there are always changes to the economic outlook. Forecasts are inherently uncertain and rely on assumptions that change. I've learnt that it doesn't pay to get too attached to a particular set of numbers in the forecasts. In recent updates, the economic outlook has been progressively revised downwards independent of government policy. That is because Treasury has been winding back some assumptions made when the previous government was in office that in hindsight were far too optimistic about future economic growth. At some point, Mr. Speaker, the series of downside revisions will end, and I look forward to that day.
Supplementary. Will there be any changes to the fiscal outlook?
Mr. Speaker, yes. Downward revisions to the economic outlook will flow through to the fiscal outlook. Forecasts of GDP, for example, affect tax forecasts. Tax is by far... Mr. Speaker, I'm being interrupted by a member who sat around a cabinet table that spent so much they fuelled inflation, left New Zealand with the burden of rising interest rates and a prolonged recession, debt that grew by more than $100 billion, and yet he sits there interjecting. Forecasts of GDP, for example, affect tax forecasts. Tax is by far the government's largest source of revenue, and revenue is one half of the government's operating balance. So changes in the economic outlook matter for fiscal variables and fiscal targets. Next week's changes to fiscal forecasts are almost entirely driven by changes to revenue and expense forecasts. They are not driven by discretionary fiscal decisions. Relatively few fiscal decisions have been made since Budget 2024, outside those managed within existing allowances and contingencies.
Supplementary. Will there be any changes to the government's fiscal strategy?
Mr. Speaker, the Fiscal Strategy report released in May set out the government's fiscal strategy. It also stated there would be 2 reviews, and these could result in minor changes to the strategy. One was of the multi-year capital allowance introduced by the previous government, another tool that was used to fuel gross amounts of spending. The other was of operating balance indicators used in setting the government's short-term fiscal intentions. As noted in the Fiscal Strategy report, having Crown entity deficits in the current Obergall measure risks undesirable fiscal policy responses. This is because some entities, like ACC, are set up to be self-funded and financially sustainable over the long run, even when running large deficits in particular years.
Question 3, Taki Utakiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Rail. Does he stand by his statement regarding the new Cook Strait ferries that it will be and can be rail-enabled? If so, is he confident that he can deliver them for less than the $551 million that was under contract with Hyundai Mipo Dockland?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
I want to thank the member for that question, because with all the controversy going on about this issue, the facts after all this time are still not out there. The $551 million the member refers to relates solely to the cost of the 2 ferries contracted under the IREX project. It does not take into account the extra landside costs required to accommodate the ferries, which pushed the total cost of the project, according to Treasury, past $3 billion and potentially up to $4 billion. And we are very confident this government will deliver a safe, reliable and resilient service for much less than the previous government signed New Zealand up to. But go back to the point. 2 ferries were ordered. When the whole thing was over in terms of their contracting ability, the ferries were barely 20% of the total project. And which part of that did those guys up there miss?
A point of order.
Mr Speaker, this is a primary question. The Minister, I accept, has addressed the second leg, but he has not referenced whether or not he stands by the specific statement that is on notice.
Yeah, but if you look at the question, it's requiring a minister to speculate, and that's not something that a minister will often want to do or can do. So I think the answer that the minister gave is sets out some parameters. I think it's a reasonable answer. But
supplementary.
Yeah.
Well, Mr Speaker, with respect, he was referring to the part of the question that asked the minister if he stood by his statement. And that's not requesting that the minister speculate on anything. The minister made the statement this morning. He should be able to respond to that pretty clearly.
Well, that was the first part of it, and that would be something the minister can address. But the second part, is he confident he can deliver? Well, that's, give me a crystal ball. Would the minister like to respond to the first part? About
I thought, Mr Speaker, my answer is, it's surely axiomatic to get up and talk about the total project being $551 million is being wantonly, hopefully in this case, innocently misleading.
Disingenuous. I think just before we go into that, I think the issue is the first part of the question: does he stand by the statement regarding Cook Strait ferries that it will be and can be rail enabled?
Well, the reality is that we have said that all options are now on the table, but it goes on to say, is he confident that he can deliver them for less than $5.5 million? Well, if the total project was $5.5 million all up, landside ferries and all, then there was a question to be asked. But it was never that. It was $4 billion when we got there.
Can he guarantee that he will announce the actual procurement of new ferries in March next year?
The reality is we are working with all the speed we possibly can put behind this, so that sometime by the end of March or before, we're telling the public with great transparency what we're going to do.
Supplementary, can he guarantee that the new ferries will arrive in 2029, and how much more are Kiwi Rail having to spend to nurse the current inter-islander fleet along until new ferries arrive?
First of all, they are not nursing anything to do with the current fleet. They are going to be required to do their job with the utmost profession and not have the kind of thing that happened recently when it ran aground in the Sounds. That's when the member should have been asking those questions right back then. And what we're going to do is ensure that we can perhaps answer those questions well before, in terms of delivery, 2029 as a possibility.
Why did the Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, say today that the government has a solution, but did not mention this solution yesterday at the government's announcement?
Judiciousness?
Well, for a start, I didn't hear the Prime Minister say that, and I'll check it out with him, because he may have meant that it's part of the all-up considerations. There is a solution in there, and that really is obvious as well.
So is the Prime Minister correct when he said today, but for right now, we've got a good solution, and if we can improve on it, great, and if not, we move forward with that solution? If not, why not?
Well, again, I have to confess that I did not hear the Prime Minister say that, and until I do, I will not confirm what I should make of it, other than to say the Prime Minister is in the best possible space at this point in time, because he has got the main solution, a united government that is setting out to correct a grievous fiscal wrong.
Has Cabinet already confirmed a preferred replacement option for the Cook Strait ferries? If so, what is it?
The answer to that question is no.
Supplementary.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Will the total potential impact on the viability of our rail network in the South Island be taken into account when making the decision to go with rail-enabled ferries versus rail-capable ferries?
Yes.
Question 4, David McLeod.
Easy. Tēnā koe e te māngai. My question is to the Minister of Justice and asks, what actions is the government taking to make stalking an illegal and jailable offence?
Mr Speaker, the government's introduced the crimes legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill, which will make stalking an illegal and jailable offence for up to 5 years. Stalking and harassment pose a threat of serious harm to victims and can be a precursor to more serious and violent crime. We want to ensure that the harm victims experience is recognised and prosecuted effectively, as the current settings do not adequately respond.
Supplementary. What does the crimes legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill do?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Amendment Bill principally combines stalking and harassment into one offence, whereby if a perpetrator engages in a pattern of specified acts to another person on 3 separate occasions within a 12-month period that is knowing or likely to cause fear and distress, they will be liable for convictions of up to 5 years imprisonment.
Supplementary. What specified acts or behaviours are covered by the Stalking Bill?
Well, Mr Speaker, the new offence of stalking and harassment will capture acts that include a stalker watching and loitering around their victims, tracking or communicating via the use of technology, damaging or interfering with property, and other less tangible harms like undermining the reputation or relationships of victims. The current criminal system does not adequately respond to modern stalking methods, and this legislation will.
Supplementary. What are the consequences of a stalking offence as proposed in the new Stalking Bill?
Well, Mr Speaker, those convicted of stalking and harassment will be liable for up to 5 years imprisonment as opposed to the current 3 years for harassment. 2 new aggravating factors at sentencing will be introduced to strengthen consequences for stalkers in certain circumstances. We're also making changes to prevent a defendant charged with stalking from cross-examining an alleged victim. Mr Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about this for a number of years, and I'm very pleased that tonight the House will be having the first reading of this important legislation.
Question 5, Huhana Linden.
Tēnā koe te māngai. Question to the Minister. What measures, if any, has... Question to the Minister for Māori Development. What measures, if any, has the government taken to ensure the financial sustainability of Whakaata Māori, and have these measures been adequate?
The Honourable Tama Pōtaka.
He te maunga o te whare. Whakaata Māori has received nearly $48 million in Budget 2024. The Minister of Finance and I, as shareholding ministers, have issued a letter of expectation to the Whakaata Māori Board. The Board, Chief Executive and Management of Whakaata Māori are responsible for its financial sustainability, and it's important to understand that the sustainability of any media organisation is dependent on its ability to meet audience needs and providing relevant content on platforms that can be accessed by anyone, anywhere, at any time.
Supplementary. Does he agree with the Prime Minister that the Crown's relationship with Māori is, quote, probably worse, end quote, than a year ago? And is Whakaata Māori News Bulletin ending tomorrow after 20 years going to improve or worsen that relationship?
E te maunga o te whare. Thank you for that pātai. The selection or the choice of moving content online is one that is at the discretion of Whakaata Māori Board and or management, and we will leave that discretion with them. But I tautoko and have great confidence that the Board and management will make those decisions very carefully.
Supplementary. Why couldn't the Minister find a few $1 million for Whakaata Māori's budget like the last government did? Or is the only broadcast Te Reo channel and Te Ao Māori evening news just the acceptable casualties of the government's cost-cutting drive?
E te maunga o te whare, I won't be trifling today with the chicanery of financial conjecture. Funding for broadcasting is a challenge that Minister Metakota Goldsmith and I share, and as I said earlier, media organisations need to meet audience needs in providing relevant content on platforms that can be accessed by anyone, anywhere, at any time. And my sincere hope is that there is more content generation in Te Reo Māori and sharing across platforms, as we've seen quite regularly by people such as Te Ao Pewharangi and his magnificent effort at the Olympics.
A point of order, the Honourable Karen McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I don't make a habit of doing a point of order when other parties are asking questions. However, that is the second time I've heard that Minister use the word chicanery in this House.
Use the word, sorry?
Chicanery. The first time I didn't know what it meant, so I looked it up. And so I looked it up again just to make sure I'm clear. But it means deception. Now, surely accusing a member of deception is unparliamentary. There are clearly rules around other versions of that word to suggest the same thing. And I'm not asking to make this a big deal, but if we're wanting to hold up the standards, some guidance as to whether that is an appropriate term.
There used to be a thing called the Blue Book of words that were unparliamentary. It went missing sometime in the early 2000s. I think speakers ever since have been reluctant to rule specific words out, although Speaker Mallard did rule out some combination of words. I would just suggest to the Minister that perhaps he finds another way to suggest it. I think the term chicanery does imply something far greater than just the intention of his commentary. Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could I ask the Minister, was the questioner right when she said in her supplementary question that there was only one Te Reo Māori station?
The Honourable Tama Pōtaka.
E te maunga o te whare, of course, there has been Te Reo as one of the Māori television channels that has also moved online, or will move online shortly at the choice and selection discretion of the Whakaata Māori Board and management.
Does the Minister accept Y11 claim that the Māori language is an essential part of Māori culture and must be regarded as a taonga, a valued possession? And if so, the loss of the broadcast Te Reo channel being of the government's underfunding, is it acceptable to the Minister?
E te maunga o te whare, we continue to commit to the funding track that was provided by the previous government, and in addition to that, we've also provided new money for Te Reo Māori revitalisation through the form of kapahaka.
Supplementary. Did he make any effort as the Minister of Māori Development to find funding for Whakaata Māori to avoid these savage funding cuts to Māori media, or was it all out of his hands?
E te maunga o te whare. I continue to work very diligently and professionally with my colleagues to ensure that we have prudent fiscal spending across all things budget, but also to recognise the importance of Te Reo Māori as a taonga in our communities and also within the Maihi Karona and Maihi Māori.
Question 6, Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te peka. Question to the Minister of Police. Does he accept the findings of the New Zealand Police and their understanding police delivery report that Māori men are stopped, tasered and prosecuted by the police and disproportionately higher rates than any other group as a result of structural racism?
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Police, that was not the finding of the New Zealand Police.
Supplementary, Mr Speaker. Does he accept that this same structural racism impacts how the police enforce the gang legislation, as we have seen recently in Wellington?
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order,
Mr Speaker, given the Minister's answer, I want to know whether or not, when that question was put in, there was any evidence to back it up, rather than just to make a claim which we are now about to find out is false.
Thank you. I'll just... is this it? This was what was supplied? Sorry? Ronald Woodson Peters makes a good point and asks a fair question. The question has been allowed. But the answer has made it clear that that is not a police document. Is that correct?
If I can clarify, Mr Speaker, it was not the finding of the New Zealand Police, it was an independent panel that made findings, not the New Zealand Police that made the findings.
Okay, I now understand. Progress a point of order, Tamatha Paul.
So the report in question is the Understanding Police Delivery report that was conducted by an independent panel, however with the consent of the police, who opened up their processes and everything so that that panel could investigate it. So that point doesn't stand because the police were fully involved in the Understanding Police Delivery report and the police commissioner
I don't think that actually was the point. We don't want to carry on this too long. The Right Honourable Mr Peters.
Clear. The question reads, does he accept the findings of the New Zealand Police Force? That's what that question is caught by. No evidence to back it up, and the question should be ruled out.
Point of order, Debbie Nauru-Packer.
There is a reliance when we come to the House that these questions have been qualified. There was nothing that came back to suggest that there was anything wrong with it. The report, again, to emphasise, is the Understanding Policing Delivery report. That is a report that is at question here. If there was a problem with the question, that should have been brought to our attention before we came to the House.
Yeah.
Mr Speaker, there's nothing really to be done here. The point is the question's been accepted, it's on notice, it's been asked. The Minister disagrees that that is the finding of the report. That is an answer. That addresses the question. She says that is not what the report says. There's plenty of opportunity to investigate whether or not that's actually true or various different things. The question should just proceed.
Speaking to the point of order, Mr Speaker.
Last call on this one.
Mr Speaker, I'm more than happy to answer the questions. I was just clarifying the position of the police.
Yeah, and it's just been pointed out to me while I do intervene if there is controversy about a question at the time of its lodgement. That was not the case today, and this report is on the police website and has been there since March of this year. Debbie Nauru, Hana Rafiti Mapita.
Tēnā rā koe te pika. Supplementary. Does he accept that this same structure impacts how the police enforce the gang legislation, as we have seen recently in Wellington and Auckland, where rangatahi Māori have been profiled and arrested at gunpoint on suspicion of gang affiliations that were never proven?
Mr Speaker, what I will say that the UPD report was commissioned under the previous government by the former Commissioner. As stated, it was an independent panel and the findings of the report are not the police's. However, the authors of the report have said themselves the report is not indicative of structural racism or bias in the police. The research states that the findings show that the age of an offender, prior convictions, recent and long-term history of proceedings and gang membership were significant factors that influence the likelihood of prosecution. We have a world-class police force who do an outstanding job, and it is a disservice to them to have a narrative that suggests our police are anything but the consummate professionals they are. The 14% of New Zealand police that are themselves Māori, the enormous initiatives that invest in Māori across this motu, we continue to provide the services. What is ignored in this narrative is the 60% of victims who are themselves Māori. What is ignored in this House is the fact that Māori are twice as likely to be the victims of crime, and that is the narrative that member should be considering. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Supplementary, Mr Speaker.
Just wait for the House to settle itself.
Supplementary. Does he think that it is appropriate for armed police to barricade the road and intimidate and harass whānau attending the tangi of a loved one to enforce the gang patch ban?
Mr Speaker, I think that is a very wrong and flawed reflection of the response of police at Māori Tangi. They work tirelessly to engage directly with the whānau, directly with the marae, directly with the kaumātua to ensure sensitivities are maintained. But what they will not ignore is the fact that the rest of the community need to be able to go about their business without the fear of intimidation, and they will continue to police in that manner.
Question 7, Dr Hamish Campbell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. What reports has he seen on the export revenue forecast for the primary sector?
The Honourable
Mr.
Tom
Speaker,
McVeigh.
Today, along with Ministers Jones, Hoggard, Patterson and Grigg, I released the Situation and Outlook for Primary Industries report, which shows that the hard work and innovation of our world-leading farmers, growers and foresters is paying off. Today's report shows New Zealand's high-quality, safe, sustainable and environmentally food and fibre exports are forecast to hit $56.9 billion by 30 June 2025 and climb to a record $58.3 billion the following year, demonstrating farming in the primary sector's significant contribution to the New Zealand economy.
Supplementary. What growth is driving this rebound in export revenue?
Well, Mr Speaker, export growth in 24-25 is expected to be driven by strong global demand, tight global supplies for our high-quality, safe and sustainable food and fibre products, and the hard work of our farmers. I'm pleased to share with the House that dairy exports are forecast to grow 10% to $25.5 billion by mid-2025. Meat and wool revenues are expected to rise to $11.4 billion. Horticulture has had a fantastic year following last year's cyclones and surges to a projected record of $8 billion. Kiwi fruit alone, Mr Speaker, is set to exceed $3 billion for the first time. Forestry is expected to rebound by 4% to $6 billion, and the seafood export revenue is forecast to increase to $2.2 billion in the year to 30 June 2025.
Supplementary. What actions has the government taken in the past 12 months to support the growth of primary exports?
Well, Mr Speaker, the primary sector is the backbone of our economy, responsible for over 80%
you would have found over time, I have ruled that if ministers say, or in their answer, talk about situations that they've inherited, talk about situations that they're changing from a previous government, they're fine. It's the nature of debate and question answers that causes the problem. The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, this has become a theme from Mr McAnulty, that he wishes that we should not discuss the context prior to the 2023 election in any way, shape or form. There's become a verboten period of history, the 6 years of the last Labour-led government, which if described in this House in accurate terms is somehow too much for Mr McAnulty, who becomes very sensitive and issues multiple points of order. That cannot be the basis of debate in this House. This is a robust place where we talk about facts, history and reality.
Well, okay, away we go. It's all...
Yeah, Just
a minute. Just a minute.
I just want to make the point, Sir, that question time is partly about seeking answers from the opposition, and it's always been a place of a bit of flamboyance and a bit of political theatre. I'm old enough, I've been around this place long enough to have sat through the last 6 years in which members opposite, who were then ministers, said over and over again things like 9 years of neglect, 9 years of this, 9 years of that, all of which, you know, we obviously disagreed with, but you let go through to the keeper because there's a bit of political rhetoric, and that's part and parcel of question time. So I'm just saying, like, clearly there has to be a bit of a balance. We don't want to make this place so sterile that it's just about facts back and forward, and there's no rhetoric and no fun to the place.
Get the point.
Speaking to that,
just give me a moment. The first point I want to make is that it's not appropriate to make personal references in either general debate, in answers to questions, or in points of order. And while people might want to make an observation about the content of a point of order, it's not appropriate to personalise that in the way that we've just seen. And I don't want any more of that. I have ruled on this matter, but if you want to add to that.
Well, Mr Speaker, it's important to note that there is a clear distinction between questions from the opposition and questions by the government. And now you made that point. Now we've had 2 points of orders which are questioning that and putting it into a broader debate. This is not about the opposition not wanting a robust exchange in this House. It's about following, sir, the clear guidance that you have given everyone. And I would like to think, in fairness, we only raise points of orders when we deem it appropriate. If we wanted to make a political point, we'd be doing it all day.
And quite possibly you just have, but that's a reasonable position. I accept that, and but I did not take that those points of order as being in any way a reflection in this direction. I made the point they can't be personalised and won't be taken in the future. We'll go back to the question that was asked for a start, and then we'll politely answer it. Dr Campbell.
Supplementary. What actions have the government taken in the past 12 months to support the growth of primary exports?
Well, Mr Speaker, the primary sector is the backbone of our economy, responsible for over 80% of our goods exports, and will continue to play a key role in achieving our ambitious target of doubling exports by value over 10 years. So far this year, we've brought the EU FTA into force many months earlier than expected, saving horticulture $46 million in tariffs. It completed trade deals with the UAE and the GCC, meaning from day one over 10 years, 99% of exports entering tariff-free, and eliminated $733 million in non-tariff barriers. As a farmer in the South Island said to me last week, it feels like when a war is over.
Supplementary.
Dr Campbell.
What has contributed to this result?
Well, Mr Speaker, today's positive outlook is a direct result of the 360,000 hard-working men and women who get up every day and go to work in New Zealand's food and fibre sectors. Our rural workforce leads the world in innovation and adaptability, outcompeting larger economies and international players. Our farmers, growers, fishers and foresters are the best in the world, and on behalf of every member of this House, may I thank them for their hard work and their commitment this year and wish them a Merry Christmas.
The Honourable Shane Jones.
To the Minister, how does...
Point of order, Whakaata Mendes March.
Just before we went into the previous point of order exchange, I do remember hearing the Minister actually withdrawing and apologise for his comments that he literally repeated in subsequent answers to supplementary questions. And I do want to bring to your attention the point of withdrawing and apologising for something you're just going to basically repeat immediately after.
Well, I have to inform the member that a past member in this House made it very clear in both document form and contribution in the House that words matter. And the way in which the words were used by the Honourable Macleay may have referred to the comment made earlier, but were in an entirely different context. And that is the difficulty for the Chair in these matters. And look, the member should read the Hansard and he'll understand what I said. The Honourable Shane Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister, in relation to export revenue forecasts, how have matters improved since SNAs have been taken away, unworkable water regulations, other impediments imposed by the last regime on the viability of farming? How has the stripping away of those impediments improved revenue forecasts?
Well, Mr. Speaker, farmers tell me they no longer have to spend up to 30% of their time in the office filling out paperwork. They can innovate, they can work hard, they can continue to care about their environmental obligations, and they can produce the world's highest quality, safest food, fisheries and forestry products to sell to the world. And Mr. Speaker, consumers around the world are willing to pay New Zealand farmers more for what they produce. That's why they have a coalition government that backs them.
Very good. The Honourable Shane Jones.
In relation to revenue forecasts and the $600 million of earnings associated with aquaculture, how does the extension of all resource management permits for marine farming till 2050 improve the viability of the aquaculture sector as opposed to being embroiled in red tape as was the case in the last regime?
Well, Mr. Speaker...
So that question was all good and would have had a great answer until the last part, which I can't sit here and know about red tape. All I can assume is that it is a dig at some other part. And in the context of today, not helpful. The Minister should answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know Minister Jones is a champion of many things rural, and particularly the fishery sector. Can I say that certainty has now been given to aquaculture in New Zealand so they can get on and do what we need them to do, is produce high-quality products, continue to care about the environment and produce high-quality food that we can send around the world for consumers as well as Mr. Jones to enjoy.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. Yep. Mr. Jones. The Honourable Shane Jones.
The reference in a robust chamber of debate during question time to the existence of red tape is beyond cavil. It's beyond dispute. It's not unreasonable to state that this government has passed laws liberating the rules and regulations pertaining to a key sector. The fact that we're liberalising is evidence that there was red tape. It's a fact.
All right. Thank you for that.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
The House is resumed. When we adjourned for the dinner break, we were discussing the Smokefree Environment and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2, and we were up to call number 9, who I understand is Carlos Chong.
Speaker, thank you. Vaping causes major health issues, especially youth vaping. After hearing so many heartbroken stories, finally, today is a great day for all the parents, a great day for all the school principals and teachers, and a great day for my school. Because finally, we have a government willing to crack down on youth vaping, and I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, and I would have assumed that the gentleman who just took his seat would have had a little bit more to say if he was as requisitely proud of this government's actions as he just stated that he was. But nevertheless, on this side of the House, as has been said, we reluctantly support this bill in the spirit of it's better than nothing, in the spirit of it's a bit of a once lightly over sort of type attack on youth vaping. So, but that shouldn't discount the fact that we do have some genuine concerns. And obviously, one of the main concerns we have is about the really obvious density that's concentrated in low-income communities. And if this government was actually serious about meaningfully addressing some of those issues, it would have been good to see that there was some type of sinking lead policies, that there was any type of initiatives to really tackle, which is a really inequitable impact on youth vaping in particular communities. We know also that the lack of enforcement funding is a real issue with this particular bill. The bill raises penalties, for instance, for illegal sales to minors, but it fails to allocate adequate funding for enforcement. So it's really hasn't got the requisite teeth to do what it says that it's written on the tin. We also think there's a missed opportunity for much more comprehensive regulation. And as I've said, Madam Speaker, the concentration that is really exacerbated by easy accessibility in low socioeconomic areas is not anecdotal. We know that the University of Canterbury found that there were 7 times more vape stores in those neighbourhoods with lower incomes than others. So it is predatory, and let's pretend that it isn't. This is a predatory market, and I think that it would have been much better, and we would have received this bill much better if we thought the Minister had paid requisite attention and really put the heft of the government behind trying to do something positive in that direction. So we think that the bill narrowly focuses on and lacks provisions to address also what will be emerging vape technologies. We know this will be somewhat of an arms race. This is something that's going to move really quickly, and the marketing tactics and all of the things that go along with a predatory market that's cheap, that's pop-up, that's designed to get people to buy products on impulse and through addiction, deserved a little bit more regulation than what is occurring here. So essentially, Madam Speaker, just to sum up, as my colleagues have said throughout this debate, we think it's a missed opportunity, which is a shame. We think it's actually quite baffling that despite those alarming youth rates that the Minister has delivered a bill that essentially just scratches the surface. We think therefore that the Minister has had a little bit of selective hearing insofar as which aspects of youth vaping that the Minister has chosen to pay attention to, and which seem to have sort of gone in one ear and completely slipped out the other. We think that an enforcement plan without enforcement essentially is exactly what it says. It's an enforcement plan without enforcement. So it may sound good, it may alleviate some conscience, or it may give people the opportunity to pat themselves on the back, but if it doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do, and you don't resource the enforcement aspect of this, then it doesn't really work. And importantly, we also think that a real opportunity was here, and there's been plenty of time to have done the work and to have put the bill together to make sure that it was future-proofed. before, essentially this bill, by the time it's passed, is essentially going to be left in the past. And by failing to account for the fact that emerging products and the type of market that we're dealing with will always be one step ahead is a missed opportunity. So we will support the bill. We do think that it is essentially kicking the can down the road. It is better than nothing, slightly, and I'm sure I will have another colleague offer some more evidence in that direction, but for this session we are happy to say that we will vary with huge reserves, and we will be watching what happens in the implementation of this bill, but we will support the bill at this stage.
Greg Fleming.
Kua whānuitia te kōrero e pānaki nā tai pito o tēnei piri. Nā reira he poto tōku tapiri ki tēnei kōrero, ka tautoko ana au tēnei piri ki te whare. Tēnā koe.
Ruben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to be able to stand up and take a call on the Smokefree Environment and Regulated Products Amendment Bill. Now, during an earlier speech, just about 2 speeches back by my colleague, a member from the other side of the House said, "What did you do in the last 6 years?" And I thought, that's a really good question, because the answer is, I've got 10 minutes, I can wait. The answer is, Labor led the world. That's what we did in the last 6 years. Hold the applause.
Okay, interjections are fine, but that's a barrage and now I can't hear.
And we wouldn't want to deprive you of this speech, Madam Speaker, because Labor led the world, because Labor had a plan. And that plan was the Oahi Kore Aotearoa Mahere Rautaki, the Smoke-Free 2025 Action Plan. I'm not surprised that the other side doesn't want to hear this, because this was about ensuring young people never start smoking. It was about reducing the nicotine in tobacco products, carcinogenic tobacco products. And it was about limiting the number of shops that can sell cigarettes. All that energy that was going to be burned off at the ball is being burned off in the House tonight. Now, these changes weren't going to come into effect immediately. We were going to give retailers time to transition to a new business model. But we knew that by establishing a smoke-free generation, we were making it clear to New Zealanders that we had a smoke-free future, and so many New Zealanders were proud of that. This coalition government wasted no time in letting that go up in smoke. Against expert advice and against very, very strong public opinion. Because New Zealanders overwhelmingly support keeping smoke-free legislation. Health Coalition Aotearoa and the University of Otago's tobacco research group Aspire found that 67% of respondents either strongly supported or supported keeping the laws. And a petition was signed by more than 46,000 people, 46,000 people wanting to stop any changes. And that was handed over to Parliament. Now, the really interesting bit that the other side might want to hear is that more than half of national voters supported retaining the legislation. Think on that. And the reason that people supported the legislation was because it saved lives. Globally, it's estimated at 1.2 million lives that legislation like this could save if governments around the world were as brave as we were to roll it out, and not sure of the word, as this current government has been, as gutless as this government has been in winding it back. Now, it would be remiss, as our spokesperson for statistics, for me not to also point out that our smoking rates have more than halved since the 2013 census. And that's a statistic that we can be very, very proud of. Halved since 2013. And whilst you might want to congratulate yourself on the other side of the house, Mr. Brewer, I challenge you to check the numbers in 3 years' time, because they will have gone back up.
Not the speaker, just the crowd.
Now, I want to take a moment to look at the local situation in the mighty Christchurch East, because we have got, at the Linwood Ave, Buckley's Ave corner by Eastgate, we have got so many vape stores, and there is not a week goes by that I don't get people saying to me, there are too many vape stores in this part of the city. In the New Brighton Mall, we've got too many vape stores, and there is not a week that goes by when someone doesn't call me and say, there are too many vape stores in this community. And in South New Brighton, only just 300 metres away from our local school, less than 100 metres away from our preschool, on the doorstep of our community facility, the Bridge Hub, and over the road from Common Ground, which is a community space often full of kids and families enjoying time together, we have got a vape store right on that community's doorstep. Right on that community's doorstep. And I know that these issues are not just restrained to the mighty Christchurch East. I know that they happen across Christchurch, I know that they happen in Woolston, my colleagues' electorate, and I know that they happen right across Aotearoa, New Zealand. Too many vape stores. Now, if you believe that New Zealand deserves a smoke-free future, and I do, and I would find it hard to find anyone in their right mind who would disagree with that statement, although judging from some of the interjections tonight, there may be members on the other side of the House who quite like the idea for whatever reason. This select committee and this bill had so many submissions, so many opportunities to address the very, very real concerns about the rates of vaping and youth vaping happening in our communities, and those opportunities were missed. We know that New Zealand, young people in New Zealand, vaping rates are over 17%, and when you compare that globally to less than 10% in the UK and less than 7% in the US, that is something that we should be deeply concerned about, and something that we should be doing everything we can to address. And those opportunities that came to select committee and that could have been integrated into this piece of legislation were not. New Zealand youth vaping rates are far too high. Smoking had lost its allure. We've seen that. Smoking rates have come down, but vaping rates have accelerated and escalated, and we know that that is often a gateway for young people to then move to smoking. I absolutely support the banning of disposable vapes. We know that that was an accessibility issue. We know that that made vapes far too available for young people. But we need to see a reduction in the number of stores. And this legislation could have allowed for that to happen and could have put a focus on some of our more socio-economically deprived communities where we know there's a prevalence of those businesses and those stores selling vapes. There could have been more done to address the proliferation of flavours. Nobody needs to smoke a vape that says blueberry crumble and smells like a Smurf. There's absolutely no need for that nonsense, and it should have been addressed by this bill. Plain packaging could have been addressed by this bill. Nicotine limits could have been addressed by this bill. Enforcement could have been addressed by this bill. Future-proofing could have been addressed by this bill. But none of it was. None of those things were addressed by this bill. Instead, the bill that I am speaking to, and that we will support because it does a tiny, tiny, tiny piece of work to address the challenges that our community faces around vaping. But there is so much more we could have done. And really, if this is back on track, I'm disappointed. You could have done so much better. I'm not surprised by some of the grades we saw issued in the Herald this week, if this is the kind of work that we see from this government. Now that you've finished briefly, I'll take the opportunity to. I'll remind you that under Labour, New Zealand led the world with our smoke-free legislation. And there are still countries, while this coalition government turns its back on that vision and that plan and that legislation, there are other countries that are picking it up and that are making it a reality. And it's an embarrassment that this coalition government will not do that. I know in my local community that there are deep concerns about the rates of youth vaping and the prevalence of vaping stores, and I know that that will be the same across your communities as well, and you have missed the opportunity to represent and serve your communities by putting some teeth into this legislation. So whilst I support it, we need to do more. You could have done more. You have chosen not to do more, and that is beyond disappointing. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment that you've walked away from such strong legislation and destroyed the smoke-free future New Zealanders deserve.
Paolo Garcia.
The Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill aims to better protect our young people from the harm of vaping. While vaping was aimed at helping people quit smoking, it has instead proliferated among our young people. And this is what this legislation is intended to remedy. I commend it to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2, third reading.
Honourable Penny Simmons.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Social Security Amendment Bill.
I don't think we'll have that question, thank you. We'll let this Minister carry on. Thank you. No, there was a specific question there, asking where somebody was. Honourable Penny Simmons.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Social Security Amendment Bill.
Can we just have some quiet while the Minister gets started, please? That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Penny Simmons.
I move that the Social Security Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Social Services and Community Committee to consider the bill at an appropriate time. I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 22nd of April 2025. Madam Speaker, having over 200,000 New Zealanders on the job seeker support benefit means too many people are dependent on the state for their primary source of income. The number of people on job seeker support increased by about 70,000 under the previous government as the use of sanctions significantly decreased, and almost 2/3 of the people receiving this benefit have been for over a year. This coalition government believes those who can work should work, because having a job is the best way for people to lift themselves and their families out of hardship. The Social Security Amendment Bill amends the Social Security Act 2018 and the Social Security Regulations 2018 to ensure the settings of the welfare system are focused on supporting people off benefit and into employment. Our government has greater aspirations for New Zealanders than a life spent on welfare, and these changes will contribute to our commitment to help more New Zealanders get ahead. The bill I am introducing today has 4 key goals. It seeks to reduce the number of people receiving job seeker support and increase exits into employment. Reduce costs to taxpayers by reducing benefit numbers, enable welfare system settings that reinforce expectations to work where appropriate, and lift economic outcomes for people and their families through exit into work. The Minister has already begun work on these goals through launching Phase 1 of the traffic light system on the 12th of August 2024, which saw MSD clients being assigned a traffic light colour to give them a clear indication of their compliance with their obligations. This bill introduces Phase 2 of the traffic light system. Since June 2024, MSD has also been running work check-in seminars for people on job seeker support who have full-time work obligations and are not in employment case management. Madam Speaker, this bill introduces 4 key policy amendments to achieve the goals I mentioned earlier. I would like to take this opportunity to touch on each of the 4 proposed policy changes and their rationale. Firstly, under Phase 2 of the traffic light system, I am introducing 2 non-financial sanctions, specifically money management and community work experience, to expand the toolkit available to MSD for responding to a first failure of a work-related or social obligation. These new sanctions will provide an alternative to financial penalties for first-time obligation failures by certain cohorts of beneficiaries to help them onto a more productive pathway towards employment. The money management sanction will see half a person's benefit go onto a payment card that can only be used for a limited range of essential products and services, including for groceries, transport, health-related items and education-related items. The community work experience sanction will require beneficiaries to complete work experience with community organisations to build up their skills, confidence and community connections to improve their chances of getting a job. These sanctions only apply at the red setting of the traffic light system and will not apply to those with youth activity obligations. The second key policy amendment I am proposing through this bill is a mandatory requirement for applicants of certain benefit types and their partners to complete a job seeker profile questionnaire before they come onto benefit. Applicants will have to record information related to their work experience, qualifications, driver's licence attainment and job preferences before their benefit application can be assessed and granted by MSD. Introducing this requirement, Madam Speaker, as a mandatory pre-benefit activity will enable MSD to have work-related conversations with people very soon after a benefit is granted and connect them to any available jobs straight away. This will mean job seekers prepare for work sooner, resulting in better outcomes for them. Thirdly, the bill proposes requiring job seeker recipients and any partner included in their benefit to reapply every 6 months rather than annually to continue receiving their benefit. This amendment will change the expiry date for job seeker support benefit from 52 weeks to 26 weeks. With newly defined requirements for regrant. It will enable MSD to check on job seeker support recipients more often than the current 52 weeks and create more opportunities for proactive engagements with applicants. It will also enable MSD to provide a greater level of support to overcome someone's barriers to work while ensuring they remain eligible for a benefit. This change will not apply to recipients of sole parent support. The bill also proposes transitional arrangements to move job seeker support recipients from a 52-week expiry and reapplication to the new 26-week expiry and reapplication process after these changes are implemented. And finally, the bill proposes to extend the period over which a work-related or social obligation failure counts against a beneficiary from 12 months to 24 months. Counting past failures for twice as long will increase accountability and ensure tougher consequences for those who repeatedly fail to comply with their benefit obligations. It will mean those who regularly breach their obligations are more likely to move through to benefit cancellation if they remain on benefit longer than a year. Introducing a longer count period will strengthen the message to people on benefits about the responsibility they have to comply with their obligations. This change will not apply to people who fail a youth activity obligation. This bill also proposes technical amendments to support the enactment of these policies. It proposes changes to support more efficient administration of the 26-week reapplication process and processes within the traffic light system, as well as changes that give effect to several other minor policy matters that reflect the intent of the overall policy changes of these proposals. These changes streamline the Act's operations and update language where needed. Madam Speaker, it is critical that we have a welfare system that actively supports job seekers into work rather than allowing them to get stuck in the system. It reflects the expectations of most hard-working New Zealanders whose taxes go towards benefit payments. These legislative changes are critical components of the government's efforts to increase exits into employment and have 50,000 fewer people on job seeker support by 2030, which is forecast to save the country $2.3 billion in welfare payments. This comprehensive package of reforms will ensure our welfare system continues to be a safety net for those who need it, while also shifting those who can work off benefit and into employment. We will continue to support those who cannot work permanently or temporarily, but our expectation will be that those who can work should be taking reasonable steps to become work ready and find a job in return for receiving financial support from taxpayers. Those who do not will face consequences. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Kamel Sepuloni.
Madam Speaker, when does the rhetoric change? Every time a national government gets elected, it is the same story. Regardless of how responsible they are for the economic conditions or the job losses en masse, they deflect attention to the poorest people, to the beneficiaries. They install more punitive measures. They make out that it is the blame of the beneficiaries that they are on welfare in the first place, and they act like they can fix the situation by putting the boot in. When does the situation change? Because I'm 47 years old and I've seen this cycle over and over again, and it continues. Madam Speaker, there is so much to cover when you just go through the regulatory impact statement. There is so much in here that contradicts everything the minister stood up in the House and just spoke about. It would have been nice to hear from the primary minister of this particular bill, and disappointing that we don't get to, and that instead she has sent Penny Simmons to do her work. However, we will go through the regulatory impact statement.
I think we'll just dial it back. The first half of what you said was okay, but I don't think there was any reason to attack the minister that's actually sitting here.
Madam Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to assist the government with achieving their reduction of job seeker support beneficiaries by 50,000. Let's put the facts on the table. Since that government got into office just over a year ago, there are now 30,000 or more people on benefit under their watch. Is that because people decided it would be a fun thing or a nice thing to do to go on welfare? No, it is because of the economic conditions. We have lost jobs in the construction industry. We have lost jobs in the public sector. We have hiring freezes in the health sector. New Zealanders are out of work and right now they need welfare support. And then instead of setting a target for job exits off benefit, they decided that they would just find ways of getting people off benefit whichever way worked. So what they've decided is that they will use sanctions and a higher level of administrative burden for beneficiaries to push people off benefit to help them achieve their target. Madam Speaker, the report is really clear that actually the use of sanctions, particularly to the extent that that government is attempting to do, has massive repercussions for those on benefit. It is health and physical well-being repercussions. It is the likelihood of increased drug and alcohol addiction. It is the likelihood of increased poverty, and yet they ignore it. They go ahead anyway. They haven't had an increase of staff at MSD. However, they've had a number of new compliance policies put on top of them, not just the ones that are announced here, but the ones that have been announced over the course of the last year. The regulatory impact statement lays out very clearly that the risk now is that frontline MSD staff will not have the capability or capacity to focus on constructive employment support, and instead all of their time is going to be taken up with compliance as a result of what that government has decided that they want to do with this particular bill and with our welfare system. Madam Speaker, the sanctions that they are looking to impose, I don't know whether they're farcical or whether or not they're going to up the ante. But as I've said to the Minister already, they're not even enforcing the social obligations. And yet she's saying that as part of the traffic light system and what they're going to do here, that they're going to up the ante and force more people or take them off benefit or sanction them if they don't have their kids in school, if they don't have them in ECE, if they don't have them in a primary health organisation. Now, some of those things are sometimes out of the hands of the parents, because if you lived in the real world, you'd know that sometimes it's not that difficult, not that easy to get your kids enrolled in ECE or even into a primary health organisation. Madam Speaker, there are a number of things in here that concern me. The reapplication process, which was already flawed at 52 weeks, and I acknowledge that, having been the former minister, they're now going to make it every 26 weeks. Now, the report states that when you make people go through the reapplication process, it's not because they're no longer eligible that they go off benefit. It's because of this thing called procedural denials. So these people get biffed off benefit because they don't have the correct paperwork, they don't get it in on time, and then they end up coming back on benefit anyway. And so I'm not making that up. That is all in the report. This government's approach to the welfare system is flawed, and you're actually going to cause more harm for future generations of New Zealanders because you continue to ignore the evidence. When you talk about a social investment approach, I can't listen to you because this is an example of where you ignore that.
Time has expired. Ricardo Menendez-March.
Madam Speaker, in my first speech in Parliament, I gave a shout out and honoured everyone who's like to work an income to make ends meet. And it would be a disservice if I didn't do the same thing today. Shout out to Materia Ture, shout out to literally countless of people on the benefit who did the right thing for their families when the rules were set against them. And this will result in countless of people having to do things they shouldn't have to do to provide for their families. And I am sick and tired of listening to members across the House talk about people on the benefit as if they work with them, as if they organise with them, as if they engage with them, and as if they serve them, as if they care a damn about the people who this bill will be affecting and pushing deeper into poverty. They don't care about them. We've got a Prime Minister calling people on the benefit bottom trawlers. We've got a minister in charge of this bill who doesn't care what happens to people on the benefit once they don't receive income support that allows them to provide for their basic essentials. She just wants to get them off a benefit. It doesn't matter where they go. It doesn't matter if they end up in the streets. And they keep talking about, to justify this bill, how they need to get people into work. But let me tell you what, unemployment is baked into our economic system. There is simply no way in which this current economic system will provide a job for every single person on the benefit. It never has, and it never will, unless we change the system for the many and not the few. There will simply not be a situation under this government where there will be as many jobs as there are unemployed people. And every person on the benefit deserves to live with dignity and out of poverty. No one should have to queue at a line to receive their bare essentials. What this bill will do is double down on beneficiary bashing. And as much as the minister who spoke earlier called it non-financial sanctions, if compulsory money management, if community work experience prevents you from accessing hardship grants, that is literally stripping people away of their means to survive. Because clearly people on the other side don't understand the lived realities of people on the benefit. How many people on the benefit rely on hardship grants to make ends meet on a weekly basis. Many of them have to call work and income and queue at work and income on a weekly basis to access hardship grants to survive. If you strip the ability of people to access those things because they're on these so-called non-financial sanctions, you're stripping them of the means to pay rent, you're stripping them of the means to access transport, to look after their kids, and that is a pipeline to abuse and state care. That is a pipeline to the many things we've been warned about by survivors, by people on the benefit. But again, this government does not listen nor care about the realities because they would rather pander to beneficiary bashing than do the right thing. To lift benefit levels finally above the poverty line, to listen to the evidence and actually to the countless of people on the benefit who have been so generous across the years speaking to the media about what it is like to be on income support. But rather this government, the members of this government would rather conjure an imaginary beneficiary that they decided to create in their heads that apparently is ripping off the system when actually most people are simply trying to survive. They're simply trying to do what's best for their communities. I worked at the front lines with people on the benefit for many years. And the people that I've met were people who had been failed by successive governments, people who've lived in motels. And I'll tell you what, no amount of compulsory money management will lift them out of poverty if the benefit levels we set continue pushing them below the poverty line. When people are pushed below the poverty line, you make it harder for them to enter into employment. You make it harder for them to be the people who they want to become, to meet their aspirations. And let's not forget that alongside those people on the job seeker benefit, there are countless of disabled people who have been prevented from accessing the support that they need. Disabled people who will continue being failed by this government and not have their needs, including their health needs, met. And what this will do is it will trap many disabled people into further poverty. I don't want to believe nor buy any of the narrative that this is about getting people into work. And the government simply does not care for all the advice and evidence that they've been presented. The fact that they're literally copy-pasting failed policies from Australia into this country, where in Australia there is a mountain of evidence about how policies like compulsory money management have failed. They have failed. They have pushed people into poverty. They have created more stigma. But I actually think they do know the evidence, but they don't care because cruelty is the point. Beneficiary bashing is the point. None of the rhetoric is the point. Cruelty has always been the point. The point has always been to entrench inequality, to scapegoat beneficiaries, to scapegoat the people who need our support so they can continue pushing a political narrative while they continue environmental destruction.
Time has expired. Dr. Pamjit Parmar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the ACT Party is very proud to support the Social Security Amendment Bill. Very interesting contributions from the Labour member and the Green member. I wish, Madam Speaker, that they had understood the importance of people being in employment. What we have seen from them is that they actually encourage people being on benefit. And that is the goal of this government. That was the goal of the previous government. They didn't care about people getting into employment, but we on this side do care about people getting into employment because that is how, Madam Speaker, people reach their potential. ACT Party really wants to see that we empower people so that they can do well for themselves, they can do well for their family, they can do well for the community and also contribute to the economy. Because every individual, at whatever level they work, they make a contribution that makes our community a functioning community. So, Madam Speaker, we want to see all these people also becoming part of that functioning community. And I also want to say that, yes, for some people, sometimes in their lives, they will have to depend on benefit because maybe they're going through that phase when they're looking for an employment, they'll be on a job seeker benefit, or people have been trying for it for a while after they have finished their studies. That's totally fine. That is the purpose of the welfare welfare system to support people when they really need it. And most of these people, those who go on benefit, we know they work really hard to get back into employment. But then there are some, those who go on benefit and then they just sit on benefit, they lose that motivation to get back into employment. And also, it's not just that one individual in the family, but there is evidence that it can go from one generation to the next generation. Because when the younger generation sees the older generation just being on benefit, they feel that there is, what is the reason for them to go out and look for an employment? So they follow their older people in the family, Madam Speaker, and that is what we want to stop. So we want to see that these people are communicated very clearly what their obligations are. And these obligations will be communicated very clearly, and if they fail these obligations, then there will be sanctions. An ACT party before election campaigned on money management. And in this bill, we have seen that this bill will implement money management of people, those who fail their obligations. So half of their benefit will go on a card, which can be used for essential items. And also this bill is going to introduce community work component for people, only a few hours every week for 4 weeks, which is going to be helpful for these people to gain some experience. So they will be able to gain this community experience, community work experience in not-for-profit organizations. But then that will add value to their CV, that will add value to their life in terms of having that experience to go out and explain to an employer that they do have experience of working out for different organizations. Madam Speaker, it's also important that when people fail, that there are some consequences. If there are no sanctions, then people just feel that they can stay on benefit for as long as they want. And on this side, we want to see that people really feel that there are going to be consequences, because this is about mutual respect. Respect between the state and people, those who receive benefit. So yes, government's role is to provide benefit to people, those who really need it, but then people, those who are on benefit, it's their responsibility as well to ensure that they're doing everything to get off job seekers' benefit. And this is also, Madam Speaker, important for us to note that governments are accountable to taxpayers. And so these individuals, those who get off benefit, get into employment, they will be making a contribution as well as a taxpayer. And that is not just a success story of that individual. That is a success story of that whole community and whole country. So that is what we want to see, that more and more people, those who are on job seeker benefit, are able to get into employment so that they can be contributing as well to make us a more functioning and a stronger and healthier country. So there are a number of changes that this bill brings in line with what we want to achieve. That is to see more and more people getting into employment. And with that, Madam Speaker, I support and commend this bill. Thank you.
Tanya Unkovich.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'll take a short call on behalf of New Zealand First in favour of the Social Security Amendment Bill. Now, this bill, it has several objectives, but really, in general, it is about ensuring that our welfare system is focused on enhancing and extending our welfare settings in order to support people into employment and out of dependency. Now, New Zealand First, we believe in helping everyone. We also believe in empowering people and reducing benefit dependency. Now, I will be on the Social Services Committee, so I look forward to be going through the process and speaking more on this bill when it comes back into the House. So on behalf of New Zealand First, I commend the bill.
No, it's Mario Mino. It is your call. Mario Mino Kaupakingi, it is your call.
Right, so here I go. Madam Speaker, just listening to the impassioned call, or certainly from this side of the House, and then the responses from the other, they carry a typical attitude, I think, which is often what I would describe as let them eat cake. So this lot on the left say let them eat cake because that's what all they get, or that's how they perceive the world. And I had this very same feeling when we were talking about a couple of bills earlier. So, and it's discussed from this left side of the House as if they truly actually get the context for families mums, dads and their children on benefit and struggling, trying to do their best and can't quite get there. And suddenly this next lot of legislation comes along and says, well, look, you might be doing good, but we know what's best for you. We do know what's better for you. In fact, so much so that we're going to put a bill in place that tells you how to live in poverty, and without any real understanding of what the reality is on a daily basis. I heard a little bit on to the left of me earlier that I was thinking, okay, that speech might get there. I might feel like this person understands how the lived experience. And right now, the picture that comes to mind is the whānau that Penny and Willa and I know and love in Te Tai Tokero, and benefits are, the intergenerational argument, I think, that's what I want to say, that was raised here, as if, whānau, their parents or their grandparents, that's how they were and that's what they're used to and that's just how Māoris are. They just, they're lazy and all of that that deep racist kōrero exists in the narrative. It exists in the narrative and it's bloody, it's shameful.
Apology
Excuse me,
accepted.
sorry, Michelle. There are other words I probably want to use, but I guess what I am saying is that the intergenerational argument, it's similar to the point that I want to raise when our children and our young people are caught up in a system such as Oranga Tamariki and the generations of our kids that are in state care. Right, they have grandparents that have been in state correct care. They have grandparents and great-grandparents that have been caught up in in prisons and our incarceration and in that poverty churn and that poverty pathway. Not because they want to be there, not because they were born to be in that place, but because systemically that's where it pathways many of our families. The benefit system no different. So. The pretense in the speech that, look, we do want you to get a job and we really think that, you think you can contribute. It's such a patronising, unbelievable, fake conversation. And anybody that dares to ask me, particularly Pākehā that try and ask me that question, just don't bother. You couldn't possibly know. The numbers of young people that suffer mental health, and particularly our young people that suffer from deep mental health that lead down to a very serious, devastating result. I worked in the suicide prevention space, Madam Speaker. I get what these results can be and the most serious and terrible points and ends. So if you think that all of this isn't connected to one another, you are completely mistaken and you live a false reality and you just simply couldn't understand. So what can I say? Maumau te wā, Madam Speaker. Engari pai ki te kōrero kia koe. Maumau ki te kōrero ki ngā hunga e mea kuare ana ki tēnei taha tōku taha. Engari ka mihi kia koe. This simply cannot be supported. Please knock it off. Kia ora.
Paolo Garcia.
Come on, Carlos.
The object of the Social Security Amendment Bill is to support people, help people, enable people of the benefit by helping them into employment. We need to reduce the dependence on welfare by helping more New Zealanders, become more aspirational, and to develop the mana that hard work and achievement brings. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Another difficult bill to sit here and listen to. The speech from the Minister, the speech from the government members, what they say this will do, and then the speeches from this side, which I about what it will actually do, what it will mean, what the impact of this will be. I want to start by saying that under this government, we have already seen main benefits, the numbers on main benefits rise by 29,000 and 22,000 for job seekers. Here we go again, blaming Labour 1 year in, taking no responsibility for their actions that have led to increases in the numbers requiring benefits. No responsibility. They just blame, and then they put in place more punitive measures and saying that it is going to help these people. Madam Speaker, I go to the RIS once again. Thank you to the officials who prepared these documents. I just want to point out on page 6, once again, the limitations and constraints on analysis. That includes narrow scope. The proposals were developed in this package were largely informed by and limited to a series of commitments made by the government in its pre-election materials and 2 coalition agreements. Not evidence, just their own political promises. Lack of broader public consultation. The timeframes for the development of this policy once again did not allow for public consultation. They don't care what anybody has to say. They are simply here to deliver on their election promises, their manifesto commitments. Not interested in a regulatory impact statement, any advice from any officials, any evidence, because they know best. They also, Madam Speaker, have not thought about the funding and operational capacity of MSD. The RIS says, if anybody's bothered to read it, which it doesn't appear that they have, says that they have received strong indications from MSD that options will need to be funded within existing baselines and therefore existing, wait for it, frontline resources. No concern from the other side of the House. Why am I not surprised? Madam Speaker, I want to talk, and this will rack them up, I'm sure, about the impacts that this will have on Māori. Oh, a little bit of silence. Paragraph 57, oh, here we go, on page 23, didn't take you long. Māori are disproportionately represented in the welfare system and are more likely to be affected by the proposals recommended in this suite of changes. Anybody over that side care about that? No, I didn't hear a single care. Proposals such as the reapplication process, non-financial sanctions may disproportionately negatively impact Māori. You will fail to align with the active protection and equity promises of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Māori are more likely to have their benefit cancelled through the reapplication process. You have the statistics here in the regulatory impact statement, 3.5% compared to 2.7%. Māori are sanctioned at greater rates than non-Māori. And they are also likely to be overrepresented in the cohort who are available for non-financial sanctions and will be disproportionately impacted by the negative consequences associated with these interventions. Madam Speaker, I only have 5 minutes in this first contribution. I wasn't able to get to the impact on Pacific people, on women, on people with disabilities, on children and young people, on older people. But those members on that side of the House might like to read page 25 so you can see what the officials are saying will be the actual impacts of these proposals on some of our most vulnerable people.
Dana Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I rise to take a call on this bill.
Seconds of it.
I have been to MSD to see how this works, and I've spoken to them. I know full well the demographic in my electorate of people who are on the job seeker benefit. And I also know the help and support that is available to them if they're prepared to give it a go. This government has said so many times already that people sometimes need to go on a benefit. We understand that, but if they can work, they should try to work. And while the taxpayers of this country are paying, people need to take steps to find a job if they can. All we ask is that some effort is made. This bill is directly pointed at making that effort. And so, I don't know, but money doesn't grow on trees. We need to actually make a difference in this country, and by helping people to get a job, to get some training, to get some support, then if that's what it takes, I commend the bill to the House.
Excellent. Glenn Bennett.
Christmas, Madam Speaker. It's Christmas time. Yeah, and I think the Grinch, I think Ebenezer Scrooge is in the house this evening and trying to wangle every cent and every penny they can. And it grieves me. It grieves me to hear the mockery and the barrage of it almost seems like it's fun to talk about beneficiaries. So we are a welfare state, and we pride ourselves. So we talk about the debt, yes, but it's how we administer that, Mr. Cameron. It's how we administer that. So for me, standing in this position, I'm sure that many people in this House have walked alongside beneficiaries. I'm sure many people in this House have been into the WINS office and experienced the treatment that they've received. If you have not, it is not easy. And you might think, and as Mr. Cameron there is saying, money doesn't grow on trees. It's like the beneficiaries are just trying to pluck it out from here, there and everywhere. That is not true. So if you want to think it's funny, if you want to think that beneficiary bashing is fun, then enjoy your Christmas with your family. Enjoy your Christmas with your Christmas turkey. Enjoy your Christmas with your beautiful champagne. But no, the fact is, there are people out there in my own home who are struggling, and there are reasons for that struggle. And yes, we agree on this side of the House, of course we do, that there are people who take things for granted. We agree, of course, that there are people who play the game and play the rules. But you know what? There's people in business, people who play the tax system, who make mega dollars. And you don't comment when that happens. But when it comes to a few beneficiaries, no, the ones who play the game, if you are listening. So please don't make fun of this, because this is serious and this makes me angry. And you may giggle and laugh and think that I'm just overreacting. But when it's people in your own family, when it's people who have suffered excessive trauma before their teenage years, who then of course we want them to get them into work. Of course we want them to have a life where they actually stand up for themselves. Of course we do. But they don't get there because the system is stacked against them. This system should be about empowerment. This system should be about lifting people up. But this legislation is about disempowerment. It's about control. And if you are a social worker, if you have studied anything in the humanities, for those who have been able to, you'll know that it's about empowerment and lifting people up. It's not about putting these heavy-handed approaches on people and saying to them, we know best, we know it's right for you because we're okay. I can't even respond to that, and I won't. And I've heard words from the government side this afternoon on this bill saying this is about supporting people, this is about helping people, this is about enabling people, this is about disenabling people, this piece of legislation. You know what we should be considering tonight? What about, have you ever thought about maybe looking at amendments to this bill around, what about mentoring, what about coaching, what about looking for solutions within your own community? Oh no, it's okay for you. Oh, you've probably got a coach, you probably pay for that yourself or get the party to pay for it. But no, for you, sorry, Madam Chair.
It's okay.
For the
it's
government.
An emotional topic and I've let a few people get away with it. I don't take it personally.
For government MPs, it beggars belief to me that I believe there's a lack of understanding of what it's like to negotiate the welfare system. I don't understand what it's like to actually come from a life where you weren't born into the right family, you weren't born into the right community. And yes, you'll say, oh, it's just Glenn's making excuses, Glenn's just saying, oh yeah, we can all lift ourselves up from our bootstrings. But you know what? There are many of us that struggle, and we want to look at how we can empower our communities. We want to look at our welfare state as yeah, it's a backstop. It should be a backstop, but it should be something that is enabling and lifts people, as opposed to something that puts the thumb down on them, that's something that controls them, that's something that walks over them. Madam Speaker, this is tough to hear at Christmas. We cannot support this legislation.
Cameron Brewer.
Can you believe what we are hearing? Can you remember those skyrocketing job seeker numbers during the COVID days when we had acute labour shortages and cafes could not open on certain days, yet the job seeker numbers just kept going up and no one could find labour, and that was under that previous administration. We heard that they say this government's only interested on delivering on its election promises. Oh, holy smoke. Wow, delivering for the public. And guess what? This is a government that's about action plans. This is a government that's about delivery, accountability. Guess what? Go onto the DPMC website and find government target number 5 out of 9 government targets. Guess what that is? 50,000 fewer people on job seeker support benefit. That is a government target. That is what we committed to. This legislation will help us get there. I commend the bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is being called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Tako mā whā nā pōti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. A point of order from...
The member from the Greens voted 14, not 15.
Well, there may be a valid reason for that. Is that correct?
Well, yes, Madam Speaker, but that wouldn't make it 55.
Very good.
Sorry.
Very good counting. Just a moment. Thank you. We'll get the number checked. Good spotting. Okay, we're going to have quiet now because we're in a vote. Quiet. The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed.
Social Security Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Social Security Amendment Bill be considered by the Social Services and Community Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The question is agreed. Honourable Penny Simmons.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Social Security Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 22nd of April 2025.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is being called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau mā whā nā pōti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question has agreed. Point of order, Glenn Bennett.
Just seeking your clarity, and I may have this wrong, so apologies, but when a select committee process is asked to be reported back in less than the standard 6-month process, is it?
If it's over 4 months and 1 day,
right.
which is
Good.
my understanding it is, there is no
Thank you. I was trying to
debate.
remember.
Yeah, thank you. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I move that the Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill be now read a first time, and I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. Every New Zealander deserves to feel safe in their community. When a person is stalked, the experience permeates every aspect of their life. The behaviour can escalate to serious physical harm. We know the public is concerned about stalking. We've heard from advocates who tell us stalking needs to be recognised as its own offence. Today I'm very proud to present the Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill to the House. This bill delivers on our commitment under the Quarter 4 Action Plan to introduce legislation to address stalking by the end of the year. The bill creates a new offence of stalking and harassment. It repeals the existing offence of criminal harassment in the Harassment Act. We heard from advocates that the placement of the offence within the law is important, as it sends a clear message about its seriousness. The new offence will therefore be inserted into the Crimes Act 1961. The seriousness of the new offence will also be reflected by its penalty. A conviction of the new offence will be punishable by up to 5 years imprisonment. The offence has 2 key elements that will need to be satisfied to secure a conviction. First, the perpetrator will need to have engaged in a pattern of behaviour against the victim. The bill defines a pattern of behaviour as 3 specified acts within a 12-month period. Secondly, the perpetrator needs to have engaged in that pattern of behaviour knowing it was likely to cause fear or distress to the victim. The bill provides a list of the types of behaviours that may be a specified act. These include things like watching or loitering near the victim, tracking or communicating with the victim, and damaging or interfering with their property. It also includes less tangible harm like damaging or undermining the victim's reputation or relationships. We've heard that stalkers often use other people, organisations and institutions to stalk their victims. Examples of these behaviours and the harm it can cause have also been documented in the media recently. To address this bill provides that specified acts may be done directly or indirectly to the victim. This makes it clear acts may be done through or to a third party with the knowledge that it will cause the victim fear or distress. The bill also makes it clear that a specified act can be done by or through any means whatsoever. Examples of different means are given, such as the use of tracking devices, spyware and artificial intelligence. These clarifications seek to future-proof the law by ensuring that new forms of stalking can still be captured by the law. To protect legitimate conduct from being criminalised, a defence to the offence is included in the bill. Specifically, it provides that a defendant will not be liable for behaviour done for a lawful purpose, with a reasonable excuse, or in the public interest. This ensures that, for example, law enforcement can perform its function without the risk of persecution or prosecution. As part of the offence, the bill establishes a police notification system. This allows the police to notify stalkers that their behaviour is causing the victim fear or distress, and that if the behaviour continues, they are liable to be charged with the offence. A police notification is not required to prosecute the offence. Receiving a notice will not be a prerequisite for filing a charge, but a notice should not be given instead of prosecution where it is clear an offence has been committed. However, where a notice is given, a notification system will support prosecutions. If a person has previously received a notification and they continue to engage in the pattern of behaviour, the bill creates a presumption that they knew their pattern of behaviour was likely to cause the victim fear or distress. This assists in proving the mental element of the offence. The notification system makes it clear that there are real consequences for stalkers. It also aims to reduce the steps victims need to go through to have their harm responded to. In addition to the new offence, the bill makes supporting amendments to 4 other acts to address stalking. Amendments to the Sentencing Act 2002 aim to better recognise the unique characteristics of stalking and provide better protection for victims. The bill will add 2 new sentencing aggravating factors. First, it will be an aggravating factor if the offending took place where the victim had a restraining order against the offender. Secondly, it will be an aggravating factor if the offender's behaviour towards the victim outside of the offence involved persistent or repetitive behaviour over a prolonged period. That behaviour must have caused or likely to have caused fear or distress in the victim. The bill also allows the court to make new orders when sentencing a person convicted of the new offence. Specifically, the court will be able to make restraining orders under the Harassment Act 1997 and orders under the Harmful Digital Communications Act 2015. This change provides additional protection for victims of stalking, meaning that they won't also have to seek civil remedies alongside a criminal trial. The bill amends the Family Violence Act 2018 to make it clear that stalking can be a form of family violence. Psychological abuse already captures intimidation and harassment, so this change provides consistency and completeness. Evidence indicates that stalkers with access to firearms are more likely to escalate to violence. To address this risk, the bill amends the Arms Act 1983. That amendment provides that a person convicted of a new offence within the last 10 years will be disqualified from holding a firearms licence. Finally, the bill makes changes to the Evidence Act 2006 to prevent a defendant charged with the new offence from personally cross-examining the alleged victim. This amendment aims to reduce the risk of witness intimidation, reflecting the particular nature of stalking cases. I'm proud to bring this bill to the House today, which brings real consequences for stalkers and better responses for victims of stalking. I want to thank the tireless work of the advocates in this space for their continued efforts. I want to acknowledge the more than 18,800 people who signed the Coalition for the Safety of Women and Children's petition to make stalking illegal. We hear you. We're now sending it off for a full select committee process where we're happy to discuss the finer details, and I'm sure people will have many things to say about that, and we're very keen to hear those comments. We're delivering on our commitment, Madam Speaker, to ensure that there are 20,000 fewer victims of serious violent crime by 2029, and this bill brings us one step closer to this commitment. I hope that we will enjoy widespread across the House for this important legislation. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on the Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill. And at the beginning of this year, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Minister responsible for this bill stated quite clearly on the public record that stalking legislation was in fact not a priority for this government. He explained quite clearly that there was a busy work program ahead of the justice portfolio, and stalking legislation quite simply was not a high priority on that busy workload. So something changed his mind. Something made him change to make this legislation a priority. Maybe it was the nearly 20,000 signatures delivered to him on the steps of Parliament by all of those women and advocates who worked so hard to bring those signatures together. Maybe it was a members' bill which proposed to do what this bill does, but a bit more, that had the potential for being drawn from the ballot. Or maybe, Madam Speaker, he just had a change of heart. Let's hope it was the third one. So Labor supports this bill because we think it does good work in this space, but we do have some reservations, and I'll go into detail about what those reservations are. And I will ask people who are strong advocates in the sector to submit and put their voices forward to the Select Committee so that all those views can be taken into consideration when we receive submissions on this bill. Before I go into that detail, I'd like to acknowledge three people. There are lots of others I could acknowledge, but I would like to firstly acknowledge Leonie Morris, who is the chair of the Coalition for the Safety of Women and Children. It is Leonie I met and who I worked closely with in the drafting of my members' bill. She is a strong advocate for women's safety and has worked tirelessly in the sector and continues to do so, and has a wealth of knowledge in how to better support victims in New Zealand. I'd like to also acknowledge Aotearoa from the Aotearoa Free from Stalking campaign. They drove a strong campaign that has largely driven and put pressure upon this government to bring this bill to the House before the end of the year, and I acknowledge the hard work that has gone in to do that. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of Labour, Zubair and the Anti-Violence Action Community Organisation who have worked as a group. And so one of the benefits, I would say, of being in opposition is the ability to engage with the front-facing people who do this hard work in our community and understand the nature of issues by engaging with them and understanding the specific circumstances of repeat stalking which happens in New Zealand. Stalking is a shocking and far more prevalent practice than most people understand it to be. It can take many shapes and forms. It can be online, it can be in person, it can be following, it can be repeated unwanted gifts, it can be physical violence, it can be cameras unknown in your home or in your car, it can be tracked through GPS. You can think of many, many, many ways you can try to make someone's life a misery by stalking them. It varies. It can be someone who's had a relationship already, or it can be someone who's never met them but only seen online. But either way, it is a power play to dominate and intimidate someone and to make their life a misery. One of the points I'd like to highlight, Madam Speaker, in the short speech is that this bill has been called tone deaf by the sector. It has been called a watered down protection, and the key reason is that this very bill repeals the harassment law and introduces a new stalking law, and that is what has caused real dismay from the very women who campaigned so strongly and brought together those petitions. The crimes legislation, Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill, would make it illegal to carry out 3 stalking actions in a year, but very importantly, Madam Speaker, it would also allow the repeal of the related offence of criminal harassment, which is defined as 2 acts of serious harassment in a year. So making it illegal for stalkers to harass their victims twice a year in certain ways is absolutely counterproductive and uncalled for, possibly even unprecedented internationally. And the sector has called upon the Minister and stated that they are angry at this, quote, bait and switch move. Stalking actions are harmful and the harassment law is wound into this as well. We support the bill, Madam Speaker.
Kaharangi Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Greens confirm that we will be supporting this bill to Select Committee. I want to mihi to the mahi of countless survivors, advocates and whānau members for their tireless work over successive governments to ensure stalking and harassment is taken seriously. Their collaboration, dedication and determination is the reason we are here today. To members across both sides of the House, we are putting our differences aside to focus on our shared vision to prevent all forms of violence, particularly harassment and stalking, which are not inevitable. Our mokopuna deserve our commitment to creating a world where everyone can live free from violence. We are committed to honouring the experiences and the dignity of survivors, and will use all the tools available to us so that the bill we pass is fit for purpose, reflects their experiences, and will make the world safer. New Zealand's justice system does not sufficiently address stalking. This bill aims to close that gap and better protect victims of stalking. My colleagues have covered the amendments proposed for the bill. Madam Speaker, the Greens recognise that this bill takes a punitive approach. An essential action to protect victims of stalking and harassment is to focus on prevention and rehabilitation, to address the root causes for the harmful behaviour. We have an across-government strategy, Te Aotearoa, which is a bold action plan to eliminate family and sexual violence in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I mihi to the Honourable Marama Davidson and Jan Logie for shepherding this action plan into fruition. Prevention and rehabilitation includes robust mental health support, ensuring accessible services to address harmful behaviours early, education on healthy relationships and consent in schools, and adequately funding our frontline community one-stop support services. Madam Speaker, we know the work of experts and survivors like Aotearoa Free from Stalking and the Coalition for the Safety of Women and Children has been vital to bringing this bill to the House. On the Parliament steps earlier this year, Aotearoa Free from Stalking handed a petition with over 21,000 signatures, which shows how much support this move has. To achieve our goals to protect victims of stalking and harassment, we have to listen to people with lived experience. There are three main concerns that have been brought to our attention by survivors and experts. Firstly, there are concerns about the requirement of the 12-month timeframe and 3 specific actions to meet the threshold for stalking. Leonie Morris from the Coalition for the Safety of Women and Children said, quote, "Making it legal for stalkers to harass their victims twice in a year in a certain way is counterproductive and uncalled for and possibly unprecedented internationally." Secondly, many victims who have struggled to have their stalking taken seriously have raised concerns about police training. We need police to be properly equipped to recognise and respond to stalking.
That's right.
Thirdly, the third main concern is the lack of mandatory consideration of stalker rehabilitation, like non-violence programs. Madam Speaker, these concerns, among others, show why it is so important that we have a select committee process. We need to hear directly from survivors and sector experts. Let's uplift their voices and make sure this bill addresses their needs and honours the mana of their experiences. Stalking is terrifying and horrific, and it can happen to anyone. We can create a future where everyone in Aotearoa can live free from violence with dignity and peace. To the survivors and allies, we've got you.
Honourable Karen Shaw.
Madam Speaker, thank you. It's an absolute privilege to stand here today, not only on behalf of ACT, but as the Minister for Prevention of Family and Sexual Violence. And I feel humbled to be able to speak to this today. You'll have to excuse me, this is kind of personal for me. Stalking doesn't just affect the main victim. It affects their family, it affects their children, living in fear on a daily basis, not knowing what's going to meet them at the gate in the morning. When you see the light disappear from somebody's eyes, their whole life just destroyed by a person who thinks that it's okay to do that to them. When you sit in a hospital and you watch a woman who cannot even say their name because they've lost the ability to speak, I know we're doing the right thing by bringing this bill to the House. I'm sorry for the tears, but they're not tears of weakness. They're tears of years of women screaming for help, of children not knowing how to help their parent, taking on that responsibility of trying to step in between the perpetrator and the victim and becoming a victim themselves. All because police do not have the tools to be able to stop this from happening. I look forward to the day when we don't hear on the other end of the phone, they're not breaking any rules. When a person can stand at the top of a driveway and stare daggers down at a person that is absolutely petrified, but there's nothing the police can do because they haven't stepped onto your property, but they can stand at the top of your driveway and put the living fear of God into you. I look forward to the day where we can actually say we're not going to tolerate this anymore. I look forward to the day where children are not seeing the fear in their parents' eyes. And I look forward to the day where we are backing the victims. And that is what we are doing today. Today we are going to say it is not okay to torment, to put fear and distress upon somebody to the point where they can no longer live a life without fear and without violence. I would like to thank Honourable Paul Goldsmith for bringing this bill today. I know it has been quite a full-on year with a lot of legislation that has to be passed, and I am grateful that this has been given priority. This will make an absolute difference to so many people in this country and go a long way towards breaking that cycle of harm, which is what Te Aorere Kura is all about. And I will shout out to Marama Davison for starting the conversation that needed to be started. And I'm honoured to carry that conversation on now because it is too important for this to not continue. We need to focus on women and children who have for far too long been put in the background in a too hard basket. The effects that stalking have are massive. I cannot state enough how big this is. It will create an absolute opportunity for women, children, and some men to get freedom. Freedom from being under the thumb of a possessive person who thinks that it is okay to be in that person's space without permission, and it is okay to create that form of fear. It is not okay, and we as a House are standing here united today to say we are all on the same page, and it will not be tolerated anymore, and we will not allow this to happen anymore, and we will give the police the tools that they need to stop this from happening.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I stand equally privileged and humbled to be able to speak on the Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill. I would firstly like to start my contribution by acknowledging the member, the Honourable Karen Shaw, for not only her strength and conviction, her honesty and her ability to bring the humanity on important issues, and I am grateful that she shared her experiences and her passion on this topic. Madam Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation because we talk a lot about the need to rectify violence and to reduce the level of violent crime. But in doing this, we have to empower our victims. We have to allow our victims to know that there is something that can be done. We have to allow our victims to understand that what is being done is wrong, that they can be in a place of strength, they can be supported, they can be encouraged, and they can be protected. I have been in the position where I have dealt with victims who the offenders have encroached just to the line and not over. And the helplessness as a police officer to stand there and go, there isn't anything we can do. We can move you, we can hide you, but we can't actually empower you. And exactly what this bill does is it creates that level of empowerment. But more so, commending Minister Goldsmith, it is a piece of legislation that clearly creates the tools and the equipment and the opportunities to deal with this proactively, that we can intervene early, we can intervene strongly, we can let the offenders know that this is the line they have crossed, and actually make sure when they cross it again, something really tangible happens. New Zealand First strongly supports the principle of protecting New Zealanders from harm. We have committed to the advocacy of law and order. We are advocating strongly for legislation that listens to the public concerns. But most importantly, we want to see less victims. We want to see the opportunity that people are held accountable, and they cannot create more victims in their journey through their drunkenness of empowerment over the fact that they can hurt people and create that level of control over them. So it is with great pleasure that New Zealand First commends this bill to the House. Thank you.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Tēnā koe, e te pika, tēnā tātou te whare. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge the speakers prior to me, and truth when it lands, particularly when there's that real palpable emotion and story, it's important. Among all the other emotions that rage in the House, particularly tonight, Madam Speaker, this particular take, I think, is a serious and good one, and then in saying that, our party supports the intention and looks forward to what we end up coming up with in the select committee process. But I just want to open up with that statement. Thank you. Just want to mihi, obviously, recognise the inspiration behind the bill, and the whānau, the young women, will be recognising the 2nd anniversary of their daughter's passing. I won't say their name, but I want to acknowledge that, and that is so significant to what it is that we're considering. I won't speak to that for too long, but just to recognise that in my kōrero. Yet to the whānau, I acknowledge the loss, and to recognise this is something that will likely remain unhealed. Part of my discussion too tonight, Madam Speaker, is I worked for many years teaching self-defence to women across the motu. That was one of my, it's not a passion, because that makes it it was a duty to do so, and many are a story of trauma and violence, but also, can I say, victory too, and I'm telling their stories. This isn't my story, but just to acknowledge that that's what comes back to mind in this particular speech this evening. What does alarm me is the rates and the frequency in which young women fall victim to the predatory behaviour, and stalking practices over their lifetime. Many of us who are the young women in this house and our young daughters, we think about them when we are talking about this particular issue, and we should think about them. We should think about what it takes to protect them, and this bill lends itself to that idea. But I'm always a fan of teach your girls to defend themselves. Teach your girls, show them, demonstrate to them, and every moment when you are that you are entitled to, that you have a right to defend and protect yourself. In these instances, though, it is a near impossible situation. While this bill will make it illegal to carry out the 3 stalking actions in a year, it would also repeal the related offence, and one of the speakers, I think from Labour, made that exact same comment, and that is still a concern, and I think we need to think about that more carefully. When we think that they may, in a sense, it makes it illegal to stalkers to harass their victims twice a year. It won't be just twice a year. It'll be countless times, because they're not going to ring up and go, okay, it's happening. And many of these reports and concerns, they go unreported, they go untold. And much of that is simply because you get tired of telling the same story and nobody believes you, or not enough people, and nobody moves to do something about it for you. So just another point for us in this discussion. Dang, that goes so quickly. And the New Zealand Women's Refuge has recorded the prevalence of stalking amongst their clients. Many of our whānau, nearly 75%, were stalked by their partners. And a study conducted in 2004, which is only 20 years ago, found that stalking was a precursor to physical violence. With a little time left, I just want to say we support the bill. We look forward to going to Select Committee, and I look forward to having much more to say about it. Kia ora tātou.
James Meagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, and welcome, Mr. Speaker. Look, I won't spend a lot of time. The colleagues across the House have covered off the substantive parts of the bill and have essentially outlined what's great about this House, and that is that the tone of the place can be one which is of unanimous support for a very important issue, and you only had to listen to Minister Karen Chaw's speech to recognise how deeply many people feel about this issue. And I also acknowledge that the tone of the House in about 20 minutes may well change. So I'd just like to reflect on that and hope that as this particular bill goes through the House and comes to the Justice Committee, we will have a very thorough and robust discussion about it, that we can all think about how we've come together on a particular issue. We were all trying to make an issue better for many people in this country. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will commend the bill to the House, and I look forward to its passage through to the Justice Committee in due course.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. This is a tough topic, and it's great that it appears that across the House we have some consensus that this is a matter which we need to progress and look at. I just do want to recognise the work that Ginny Anderson did in this space. And, you know, the Minister of Justice said that this was not a priority until Ginny Anderson said, well, it's my priority. And the Minister of Justice has responded to that by putting this bill in. And it just goes to show that, you know, opposition might be tough, but we can have a really positive effect. So that's great. And I do want to also recognise a difficult fact, and that is that this bill is here in part because of some really tragic circumstances that the media has portrayed. And I want to recognise Fazana Yakabi, the young woman who was murdered in Auckland after a series of stalking incidents, which it's recognised the police didn't respond to well and weren't appropriately recognised, and that this bill will address, will give powers and recognise the behaviours that led to that tragedy, will now have, there'll be powers there to address that and make sure it doesn't happen again as it should. And as this goes to Select Committee, the job of Select Committee is to draw a line, and the criminal law does draw lines, and this is actually quite challenging because the lines are in some sense arbitrary in something like this between behaviours which are nasty but not illegal and not criminal, and behaviours which cross that line and become criminal. And I hope that people will submit on this, because that is a really tough question which requires input from our communities as to, you know, what behaviours we consider are so reprehensible that they can lead to a criminal offence which could result in 5 years in prison. On the other hand, we're not always kind to each other. We should strive to be, but we're not. And sometimes, you know, we've got to let that go. So that's a really important question. And the other question that's going to crop up here, and it's one that I think the Select Committee should turn its mind to, is essentially one of intentionality. Because as drafted, as I read it, the question is what the offender, the stalker if you like, intends, that the behaviours must be intended to have kind of an intimidatory effect. Now, I'm not sure if that's actually the right test. I don't know, but I want to investigate whether we should flip that around and say, well, what should we be asking the question, is the person who is the subject of that behaviour actually intimidated? And is the behaviour one which would, you know, be reasonably expected to be intimidating, invasive, you know, and concerning? Because that may be the better test. Now, that for the criminal law, that's quite hard, right? Because in most circumstances, you require, the concept of mens rea in criminal law is you intend to cause the harm. And there may be behaviours which, for whatever reason, the perpetrator might think are permissible and shouldn't cause that kind of degree of anxiety, harm and trauma, but they do. And that's quite challenging for the law to address. So this won't be an easy bill for the Select Committee, and we need to listen carefully and kind of strike that balance between good process and clear rules and really recognising the harm that causes, real harm that causes to victims. So a challenge, and I won't say I'm looking forward to it, but I'm prepared for it. Kia ora.
Cameron Brewer.
Mr. Speaker, I want to join others across the House in supporting this first reading of the crimes legislation, Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill, and just reflect on Fazana Yakubi, a beautiful AUT law student, aged 21, who was brutally murdered on Royal Road, Massey, right in the heart of the Upper Harbour electorate, on the 19th of December 2022. And every time I drive down the Northwestern motorway, I see her parents' house and I think of them every time, and they will be having a very sad time again, marking her second anniversary next Thursday. And as has been canvassed, her ex-boyfriend was brutally murdered her in daylight and was jailed for 17 years. And the IPCA report that was released this year was damning. And it was damning of the fact that the police didn't have the right, had inadequate risk assessment and didn't have the right tools to deal with the repeated stalking complaints that Fazana had made right up until about 2 weeks before her premature death. And so, Mr Speaker, I'm looking forward to working through this bill, hearing submissions, and I commend it to the House. Thank you.
Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And before I start, I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge colleagues who have provided some commentary of personal experience, who have taken the opportunity to thank people who have done huge amounts of work in this area, or have taken the opportunity to commemorate and remember and share memories of people who have suffered through this insidious act of violence, which we are terming as stalking and harassment, and all of the pervasive ways in which it affects people in our society, and the fact that we find ourselves here tonight at this hour of night looking toward a process which can do something positive and set a new path in a new direction for people that experience these things. Stalking, as we've heard, Mr Speaker, can end in really tragic circumstances. But before that, as tragic as that is, it can do things that simply erode people's freedoms and limit their social and their educational and their professional opportunities. And for a lot of people involved in those situations, and many of us will know of people or have been in those situations, the gaslighting, the uncertainty, and the stripping of one's individual ability to be able to tell the difference between whether what's happening is real or not, or is serious or not, is one of the most cruelest things I think you can do to someone. And that significant psychological harm shouldn't be overlooked as well. Mr Speaker, we know that evidence shows that 75% of women's refuge clients experience stalking pre-separation, and 65% of those women's refuge clients also experience stalking post-separation. And I think that that's a statistic or a piece of information that really hones in on the fact that even people who take steps to do something to improve their situation can find themselves in no less of a perilous situation, and therefore it's only right that this House provides them with some tools and with some legislative framework and some legislative means to protect themselves. Mr Speaker, the Labour welcomes the introduction of this bill, and we do regard it as a long-awaited step towards addressing something that's incredibly important. Unlike New Zealand, most comparable jurisdictions, including the UK, including Australia and the US, do have specific stalking offences, which obviously enables them to enact effective prosecutions and protections, and that is something that we should do also. I do want to acknowledge, though, and I think it is fair to acknowledge it, that it is only now, after sustained public pressure and clear evidence from those victim advocates that my colleagues have highlighted earlier on in this debate, that the government has chosen to advance this bill. So whilst we are pleased that they have, and whilst we support the bill and we welcome this step, we do want to acknowledge that it would have been good if it had been prioritised, because it is a choice to prioritise, and it would have been good if it had been prioritised and not simply discarded as something that would have been a nice to have if it weren't for such a busy programme earlier on in the year. Mr Speaker, there have been several people who have commented since it was known that this bill was going to be introduced, and as my colleague the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb has said, it won't be a straightforward process. It'll be a really technical process, because it will involve some subjective interpretations. It will involve some discussion and some decision making around drawing lines and around making decisions and what constitutes behaviours that will be caught up in this process. And I do, along with my colleagues, really encourage people to make those submissions, those people with lived experience, those people with expertise, because that can only enhance the process and make for a good bill in the end. Thank you.
Rima Nakale.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise in support of the criminal legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill at its first reading, and I would like to start by acknowledging the Honourable Jenny Anderson for the effort that she made placing this subject in the members' ballot, and unbeknownst to many people, I too was working on a bill around the same time, and I'm glad of the fact that our Justice Minister has made it a priority before the end of the year in reverence for the memory of Farzana Ya'ubi and for all those thousands of people that signed that petition. Thank you to you all. I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, if I may, in the language of the Middle East, Farzana Ya'ubi, Allah yarhamak, Allah yarham nafsak al-bari', which means may God rest your soul, your innocent, pure soul. We failed you by not having a law with respect to stalking in place, but may your memory live on, and we will do this for you and for many others. Ya Farzana, Allah yarhamak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is the Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Sentencing Reinstating 3 Strikes Amendment Bill, second reading.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Mr. Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Sentencing Reinstating 3 Strikes Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
I move that the Sentencing Reinstating 3 Strikes Amendment Bill now be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, this bill gives effect to the Government's coalition and manifesto commitments to bring back the 3 strikes sentencing law as a key priority in our work to restore law and order. Reinstating the 3 strikes law sends a clear message to offenders that there will be significant consequences for serious repeat offending and that we denounce their actions. It recognises the harm to victims and communities that results from violent crime and makes it clear that this will not be tolerated. I also note that keeping these repeat offenders off the streets will contribute to this government's commitment to 20,000 fewer victims of violent crime by 2029. In broad terms, the bill will reinstate a 3-stage sentencing regime with the offender facing increasingly tougher penalties at each stage. It will have the same overall structure and essential features as the previous regime. In general, offenders will be warned of the consequences of reoffending at their first strike and will not be eligible for parole at their second strike. For a third strike, offenders will have to serve the maximum penalty for the offence without parole. Mr. Speaker, the bill has now been reported back to the House from the Justice Select Committee, and I would like to thank the Justice Select Committee for its careful consideration of the bill and the submitters who shared their views with the committee. Mr. Speaker, in response to public feedback during the Select Committee process, Cabinet agreed to propose 2 changes to the bill for the Justice Select Committee's consideration. I welcome the committee recommending that these significant changes be made to the bill. I note that although these changes involve substantial drafting, they deal with clear situations. The first significant change lowers the qualifying sentence threshold to above 12 months imprisonment at stage 1. Lowering the qualifying sentence threshold at stage 1 addresses public feedback to make sure the regime properly targets serious offending, so serious violent and sexual offenders face appropriate consequences. While this lower threshold means more offenders will receive first warnings, there will continue to be the higher threshold of above 24 months imprisonment at stage 2 and stage 3 that must be met to trigger the regime's mandatory sentencing consequences. The government considers this approach addresses public feedback and strikes an appropriate balance by ensuring the regime continues to be workable in practice and does not capture low-level offending. The bill also contains additional technical and procedural changes relating to these amendments. These other changes mainly address when an offender has a conviction overturned or receives a new sentence above or below the qualifying sentence threshold after an appeal. For example, depending on their exact situation, an offender could either be given or lose a warning. These changes also address when an offender with a first warning reoffends and meets the threshold of above 12 months imprisonment for a first warning, but not the higher threshold of above 24 months imprisonment that triggers mandatory sentencing consequences. In this situation, an offender will be given an additional first warning to reinforce the mandatory consequences they could face if they reoffend. Mr. Speaker, the second significant change to the bill involves reactivating warnings issued under the previous regime. This change addresses public feedback about making sure previously warned offenders face further consequences if they reoffend. The government considers this change is appropriate to make sure offenders' warnings still count and are included, where appropriate, in the new regime's consequences. However, the bill provides that previous warnings will be reactivated only when they meet the qualifying sentence threshold. I consider this supports a consistent approach in how the new regime treats serious offending, even where that offending occurred during the previous regime. The Justice Select Committee also recommended further amendments to the bill to give effect to this change. These amendments set out how previous warnings will generally be treated under the new regime. For example, an offender's previous first warning will be a first warning under the new regime if their sentence is above 12 months imprisonment. The bill also provides for exceptions to this general approach. For example, an offender's previous final warning could instead become a first warning under the new regime. This could occur when an offender's previous first warning does not meet the qualifying sentence threshold. Additionally, the bill confirms reactivated warnings are valid and not affected by how an offender was originally warned. The bill's existing appeal provisions also apply to any appeal against a reactivated warning. For clarity, I note the bill's mandatory penalties will continue only to apply to sentencing for offences committed after the new regime comes into force. Any offences committed between the previous regime ending and the new regime beginning will not be captured by the new regime. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the significant changes I've outlined, the bill has also been amended to reflect other recommendations by the Justice Select Committee, and I wish to briefly highlight 3 such amendments. Firstly, the guidance for the judiciary about applying the manifest injustice test has been clarified. In particular, the bill now expressly states that a court remains able to consider the mitigating factors in the Sentencing Act when assessing whether manifest injustice applies. Secondly, a person loses a warning when, in accordance with the Bill's stipulations, they are granted a pardon for an offence they got warned for. Removing a person's warning is appropriate where a miscarriage of justice has occurred. Lastly, the Bill also clarifies how the new regime interacts with post-conviction orders granted under the Criminal Procedure Mentally Impaired Persons Act 2003. A court cannot issue any order that would replace an offender's sentence of imprisonment when the offender is facing the regime's mandatory consequences at either stage 2 or stage 3. And in regard to commencement, Mr. Speaker, there is a 6-month implementation period before the regime commences to make necessary operational changes. Mr. Speaker, ACT campaigned to reinstate the 3 strikes regime, and this forms part of our coalition agreement, supporting this government's commitment to restore law and order and to keep our communities safe. The bill, as reported back, ensures there are tougher consequences for serious, repeat, violent and sexual offending. I believe this supports the public having confidence in the new regime and enables law-abiding New Zealanders to feel safer. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When this bill was introduced, we considered it to be probably one of the most poor, unfounded pieces of legislation imaginable, and then the Minister managed to outdo herself by putting in an amendment paper or requiring the Select Committee to incorporate amendments which made it even worse. And I could not believe when I heard her on Radio New Zealand saying that she had a flood of emails into her office, asking her to change it, to make it so that it included previous strikes. So I asked her, I used the Official Information Act and said, show me those emails, that flood of emails that you refer to on Radio New Zealand, what are they? And she sent me some emails to her office which were obviously prompted by an email to her supporter base. And do you know how many emails were actually addressed to her? 3. There were 3. There were a few to Paul Goldsmith, a few to other ACT Party members, but to her, the flood of emails that she relied on in putting in an amendment paper that makes this bill retrospective were 3. And she had the gall, the audacity to go on Radio New Zealand and say, I'm listening to a flood of public opinion in my office. I don't know what you'd call that, but I'd know what I'd call it. And this bill, and here's the other thing, actually the close of her speech said a lot, because the real thing she referred to, the real reason for this bill is the coalition agreement, that she went on the hustings, she said we're going to bring back 3 strikes, just like they do. And that's what she's doing. I'll tell you the other reason why she's doing it. Yeah, exactly. There is no other reason. Because there is no evidence that this is better for victims. There is no evidence that this is better for offenders. There is no evidence this is better for the justice system, and there is no evidence that this is better for society. So what we have is a doctrinaire and dogmatic party which has got the National Party, which doesn't really believe in this, to do its bidding. And you should be ashamed of yourself, because I can say that. Well, you take a point of order, Matt Ducey. If you don't like it, you take a point of order. Because under that coalition agreement, your party is doing the bidding of the ACT Party across the board. Yep, that's right. Yep. For the baubles of office, this is the price. The baubles of your office, this is the price that New Zealand paid. And we sat through Select Committee and we listened to a lot of thoughtful submissions. Submissions from the Children's Commissioner, submissions from the Law Society, submissions from the Auckland Law, the New Zealand Law Society and the Law Association, submissions from across civil society. And none of them thought that this was a good idea. And you know what? The most offensive thing about this is that we repealed the 3 strikes regime that was in before, and we wiped that slate clean. And so all of those people who did have a strike are currently, as it stands today, on 0 strikes. And under this regime, they will retrospectively have those strikes reinstated. Now, retrospectivity in some situations is pretty rugged, pretty problematic, and you look at it carefully. But in the criminal law, when people's liberty is at stake, to go backwards in time and say things which happened in the past, and it's in the Bill of Rights Act. The Bill of Rights Act says when you come to sentencing, if there are different sentences in time between when you committed the offence and previously, then you're entitled to the lower of those offences, and that is for good reason. And here's the other thing. All of those people out there who think that they're clean slated, that they have 0 strikes, what are we going to do to tell them that things have changed? That in fact, because you know, this bill is actually about, flawed as it is, this bill is about deterrence. This bill is about people knowing they're on strike 1 or 2 and altering their behaviour. So we better tell them that their strikes have been, reinvigorated, that they've been returned. What does the bill say about that? Nothing. So the so-called deterrence effect is 0 because they won't even know. I don't think they're watching, right? Yeah. And that is really, really offensive because all of a sudden you're worsening people's position substantially. And it's not my theory, it's your theory. The theory that offenders take into account the consequences, the increased penalties that they might face. Now, if you believe in that theory, you would actually tell them the consequences just got worse. But they won't. But they won't do that. And that it makes the whole bill incoherent. And so the other thing is this. This bill is a significant change to our sentencing structure. And the process, the bill itself, when it was introduced, was sent to the Select Committee in haste. We had a truncated process. And then here we are now. In urgency, before Christmas, late at night. We've got committee stage next. And I see the minister's put an amendment paper, possibly more, I don't know, on the table because she hasn't yet got it right. And you know what? Maybe doing it right and following good procedure would be a good idea. But this government isn't interested in good procedure. It's not interested in getting things right. It's not interested in the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. It's just interested in getting into office and actually making sure that it has the baubles of office. So there is a real, and of course, the other thing is this, if you look at the advice, I mean, the government's not actually interested, and I put this to the Secretary for Justice the other day, that this government has passed numerous acts to date which make the position of Māori worse off. And here we go again. The departmental, the regulatory impact statement again made it clear that this was not consistent with the Treaty of Waitangi, that it would have a disproportionate impact on Māori, and that it was not recommended. I mean, the Ministry of Justice thought this was a bad idea. But this government's not interested in that. It's not interested in evidence. It's just interested in dogma. And so, you know, the fact is, whilst I guess the only redeeming factor is that this bill isn't quite as bad as its predecessor. But the fact is that having a, 2-year sentence as the triggering factor will be distortionary in and of itself. There's this fatuous section in the Act which says that a judge should not have recourse, should not take into account the fact that there will be a strike imposed, as if a judge can take something out of their mind. The bill's flawed, it has no evidence, it's retrospective, it breaches constitutional principle, and it's an ACT Party bill with a National Party covering. It's a shocker.
Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are so many issues that are wrong with this particular bill on multiple fronts. But I think I will start with the very foundation of our political system, and in terms of the Westminster system and Western democracy, and in the concept of the separation of power. Mr. Speaker, we have that for a reason. We have checks and balances between the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive for a reason. We have, Mr. Speaker, the principle of comity that the Honourable Shane Jones likes to talk about a lot in this House for a reason. But this bill fundamentally goes against all of that. This bill is an overstep of the executive power into the judiciary. And a number of experts have identified that in their submission. The New Zealand Bar Association, the New Zealand Law Society, and the South Auckland Bar Association. So these are people who are experts in the field of legality and judiciary. And all of their submissions unanimously said that we oppose this bill. Why? Because from the judiciary perspective, who have to put up with the consequences of this bill, it was awful for them. It was terrible for them to have to manage it the first time round. In one of the submissions, in terms of what the judiciary said, they said that when it comes to providing deterrent in the case, or talking about the three-strike law in the case of Crown and Campbell, the court commented, it may seem very surprising that this consequence could be required by law for an offence of this kind, but that is the law, and I have no option but to enforce it. That is an overreach, Mr. Speaker. That is not conforming and not respecting the principle of comity. But that's not the only issue we have with this particular bill. We have seen it in case law over and over again in terms of the violation that this legislation, the first time round, have on our fundamental Bill of Rights in Aotearoa. In the first time round, we see numerous instances of the violation of Section 9 of BORA, which is the right against torture and cruel treatment. Right not to be subjected to torture and cruel treatment. And that was particularly evident in the Supreme Court's ruling in the 2021 case of Crown and Fitzgerald. But that was not all, Mr. Speaker. We have said that when we received the department report, when this bill first came to Select Committee, the departmental report said that, well, you know what, at least it's not retrospective. Well, guess what? The Select Committee, despite the advice from the department, from the officials, despite the advice from the public, despite the advice from some members on that Select Committee, decided to introduce retrospectivity, which again is fundamentally against Section 26 of the Bill of Rights. This is no small matter. We have seen this government violating the Bill of Rights, our fundamental document, one of the fundamental documents in Aotearoa, New Zealand, over and over again. But some may say, look, this bill is different. This bill has changed. We've introduced some safety valves that potentially will manage it, but not in the cases, some of the cases I have just listed. In the case of Crown and Fitzgerald, Mr. Speaker, that if you're looking at Schedule 2 of this bill, Section 135 on indecent assault, in terms of whether it's severe or not, it's still one of the 42 qualifying offenses, which is what got the Fitzgerald and Crown case the way that it is in the first place. But, Mr. Speaker, that is from the perspective of legality. That is from the perspective of theory. Maybe some people are like, well, what's the big deal? What are we going to see in our communities? Not a lot. Not a lot as a result of this bill. This is not going to be helpful. You know, in many of the submissions we have seen from lawyers, from experts, from community leaders, they said this bill will not help in terms of driving down crime. Even the statistical modeling that we have seen from the previous sessions suggests that there's this provides no significant deterrent for reoffending crime. But what we will see, Mr. Speaker, is that we will see an increased number of prisoners in our prisons. Well, you know what? To the Honourable Minister, it's not so much about increasing, well, they can't commit crime, you're right. But you are kicking the can down the road. But you know what else is the problem here? We have seen the previous time that introduced it, take a call and use your full 10 minutes. Use your full 10 minutes, government members. But the last time this was introduced, at stage 1, 63% of offenders were Māori. At stage 2, 82% of offenders were Māori. And at stage 3 level, 81% of offenders were Māori. And this government wonders why we say prison is the only housing policy they have for Māori. This is not the only issue, though, Mr. Speaker. Increasing the number of prisoners is only one part. We're also going to see a backlog in the courts. If you're going through the bill, and as we go on to the committee stage, we have a number of amendments on this bill because the back and forth that the court will have to do to determine various levels of warning and various levels of appeal is convoluted, to say the least. So what is the support to our already struggling court system? Yes, there is a bill currently going through the House on increasing our district court judge from by 1. But Mr. Speaker, that is not going to add any help to the staff and to the people who are currently working in the court system. It's not going to add any help to the already struggling legal aid system that we have in Aotearoa. So in fact, we are actually going to see more people potentially on remand as a result as well. But Mr. Speaker, another point that we're seeing in terms of community, and I will talk about other submitters as well, but I want to first speak from the perspective of the offender. The Green Party of Aotearoa believe that the best form of rehabilitation is if we have a restorative justice system where those who do offend, our prison founder, feel like that the society still want them to be a part of it. This bill, Mr. Speaker, does nothing to address that. What is going to happen to an offender, Minister of Mental Health, when we are seeing that they have a sense of neglect, when they feel let down by society, when they feel like, you know what, the society is against me anyway. Screw it. I'll just do whatever. I don't really mind. That's not how we reintegrate people into our communities, Mr. Speaker. But finally, we also heard submissions from those who have been victims of this. And crime is never okay. And we are always going to be speaking for our victims. However, but when we ask them if this bill, how do they know by evidence that this bill is going to help drive down the crime? What evidence do they have of that other than maybe make them feel like crime is going down? There was no response because this is not the way to do it, Mr. Speaker. So finally, the Green Party will not be supporting this bill. This bill fundamentally undermines the constitutional arrangement of Aotearoa, New Zealand. It also does not provide any form of safety for both the victims and offenders. And we will be gladly debating a lot of these in the committee stage to come.
James Meagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It didn't take long for the tone to change, but here we are. So I want to start my contribution by indicating that the National Party obviously supports this bill. We'll support it through to its passage tonight, maybe tomorrow morning, but let's say tonight, all going well. Because we are going on to the committee stage after this, once we vote in favour of the second reading, I think it would be an opportunity for all in the House to have a good look at the bill and to make a contribution and to try and explain to the public what we're trying to do here. Because while members opposite do make some good points around the purpose of the justice system, and part of that is rehabilitation, and part of that is deterrence, but part of our criminal justice system is detention. Part of it is taking bad people, dangerous people, harmful people off the streets and keeping members of the public safe, albeit for a limited time, and albeit for limited purposes, but part of the reason we have a criminal justice system in this country is to detain people and is to keep people safe. And that is what this bill tries to address. There are other pieces of legislation, there are other policies out there that will, over the course of the next 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 years, who knows, will address other issues in the criminal justice system. Bills like the Corrections Amendment Bill, now the Corrections Act, which introduce rehabilitation for prisoners on remand. Bills like the sentencing reforms, which will limit discounts on sentences. Other bills are around social investment and the Social Investment Agency, which will create an environment, a world-leading environment where we invest early, we invest often, and we prevent these harms from happening in the first place. But those bills are for another day. Today is where we're talking about the three strikes legislation, a great piece of legislation from this coalition government led by the able Minister Nicole McKee. I'm looking forward to the committee stage where we can address these issues, where we can put the case to the public, where we can vote on the bill, where we can move forward to third reading and we can vote it into law so that we can keep New Zealanders safe.
Thank you. Excellent.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
Mr Speaker, I carefully put together notes to provide a logical and supportive argument to this bill, and then I listened to some of the contributions across the House. After we've just finished talking about this need to pass legislation to protect victims, how it's so important that we intervene and we provide greater protections, and we're so keen to pass laws to make more protections available. But sometimes when bad people do bad things, they need to be punished. And sometimes when bad people do bad things, they do them again and again. And while you stand up there across the other side of the House speaking about the rights of offenders, yet again we hear this crickets around the rights of the victims. If you want to hear about protection for Māori, then protect them from Māori who are offending. That is the point of this bill. New Zealand First believes that we should go stronger. That sometimes you have to ensure that people, that society are protected. When you have been to the situation where you have seen the victims who have been victimised by those who have just got out of prison, who are continuing to offend, who have no empathy or warmth for the vulnerable in our society, who have the sense of entitlement that the punishment means nothing, then sometimes you have to make tough decisions and not just continue to pass more legislation that tinkers at the edges. We have to commend the Minister for having the integrity to stand up and say, enough is enough. Now, we don't say this is the solution to end all crime. There is a range of initiatives that need to be dealt with. It is the improvement of education. It is getting the scourge of methamphetamine out of our societies. There is a whole range of things around housing that this government will deliver and is delivering. But right now, we have more and more victims. After 6 years of increasing violent crime, after 6 years of victims being created left, right and centre in this country, finally we're standing up and going, we will stand up for Māori. We will make sure that victims are not being made by those who care not an iota. That is why the three strikes legislation is important, because sometimes the grown-ups have to stand up in the room and go, bad people do bad things, and sometimes the victims have to be put first. New Zealand First completely commends this bill to the House, and we look forward to the committee of the whole House.
Hana Rafti Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te whika. O tira tēnā rā tātou. E te whare e tu ana hau ki te waha i ngā kōrero mō te Pāti Māori i te pōnei. E tuku mihi, e tuku aroha, e whakaaro nui te ana tō mātou pāti ki ngā whānau, ngā tangata, kua pēhi i ngā tūkinotanga o te wā. So I want to extend our absolute aroha to any victim and whānaus of victim. Period. Even more so, I want to mihi to the police and to the many police officers who we've been in constant communication with, local police commanders, officers, even in a bi-party approach too in those different hui. And finding a way and a solution to make sure that them and our whānau are safe in our communities and what this looks moving forward with this legislation. But I thought it would be ideal to take my 2 cents on being a rangatahi Māori, being profiled and what those experiences are. And I reflect hugely today on question time. As I asked this House, I asked ministers on the huge impacts of how the police enforce their gang legislation, as we have seen recently in Wellington and Auckland, where rangatahi Māori have been profiled and arrested at gunpoint on the suspicion, and I repeat suspicion, of gang affiliations that were never proven. And this relates purely to this bill because there is no denying that our criminal justice system is institutionally racist and unfit for Māori in Aotearoa. Māori suffer unequal outcomes at every level, and we are more likely to be stopped, searched and arrested and convicted than anyone else. And I want to speak to my own experiences as to why I asked that question today in question time.
Well, as it relates to the bill.
As it relates to the bill.
And with frequent references to the bill.
Really? See, this is what I'm talking about. This is actually what I'm talking about. I can say Hakuna Matata in this house.
That reflects, if you can just say, that reflects on the member that made that comment and leave him to reflect on that himself, but you reflect on the bill, please.
Can my time be stopped? Despite being 20% of the population, Māori are 37% of the proceeded against by police, 45% of people convicted, and 52% of the people are in prison. In 1988, Moana Jackson's groundbreaking report, He Whai Painga Hou, exposed the deep-rooted racism at the foundations of our criminal justice system. That is precisely how the Ministry of Justice summarised three strikes in its regulatory impact statement, quote, reinstating a three strikes regime would exacerbate the over-representation of populations which are already disproportionately represented in the justice system, end quote. I get so emotional sometimes around how it feels being a rangatahi Māori and having first-hand experience of racial profiling. And today I was so flabbergasted at the fact that it was being gaslighted as if it doesn't exist. And then I reflected and realised, no, they wouldn't even know what it feels like. They don't know what it feels like to be a 12-year-old rangatahi going to the movies and actually being called up by the police for doing absolutely nothing. They wouldn't know what it feels like to be stopped every so weeks because you are in a community in Huntly and not in Wellington. You don't know what it feels like to have five at a non-gang affiliated tangi and having 5 cops turn up for absolutely no reason, and even to the point where I'm questioned before entering this house whether or not I'm even an MP. And many people actually have told me, Bub, you might not be ready for Parliament. Well, guess what? Parliament wasn't ready for me. And this is what I'm talking about, the racial profiling that we experience. We're not criminals, but we are overrepresented by the justice system. So I didn't get to finish, but I'll be carrying on.
Puhanga Linden.
I stand to rise to oppose the three strikes legislation. And I, like my Taina Hanarāwhiti, struggle in this area because we have lived experience in the racial profiling, having experienced it myself too as a young person, just casually hanging out in town, where you get taken home by the police, and yet you were doing nothing. Because you see, the three strikes is an imported system from the US, a country who incarcerates more people than anyone else in the world. That's what we're hanging our hat on as New Zealand. We're importing someone else's system instead of looking at the fact that there are other ways to rehabilitate and restore a sense of connection, looking at the backstory of those who are incarcerated, considering that they suffer from mental health addictions. They may have been victims of abuse, family violence, disability, literacy, numeracy issues. The list goes on. And they're Māori in prison. We can't ignore the facts. Three strikes legislation is putting more Māori in prison. That's our MMP. More Māori in prison, because this is a noose, this is a here, to hear that this is going to be retrospectively implemented, to know that for 12 years, through the 12 years that this was in place, it's going to come back and it's going to bite our whānau in the tero, because they should not have to bear the burden of that period now in 2024. It's outrageous to think that now we have legislation that the Crown officials have already recommended that we don't implement because there's no evidence base to show that this is actually going to work, that it's so punitive, that it's too kino, it's only going to hurt both the offenders but the whānau, and the ripples are large. And yet we have the select committee saying, hey, not only go forward but also make it retrospective. Our mohere are people. Our mohere, those are our prisoners, have a backstory. And we are building mega prisons. We are going bigger. We are going better. That's what we're doing, because that is the new industry for housing Māori, is building the mega prisons. MMP, more Māori in prisons. Kia ora tātou. Because we have to go back and look at what the Crown officials said. They said on every measure, the reintroduction of the 3 strikes will exacerbate existing issues, including the overrepresentation of Māori, Pacific and youth offenders in the justice system. How is that right? How is that okay? That actually you're getting advice from your own officials who have the evidence base, who have the understanding, who have the policy background saying, kia tū pato, engari ka hore whakarongo ana. You're not listening. Because the officials are telling us clearly, kia tū pato, if we were to look at a system whereby we had more opportunity for the judiciary to exercise their own discretion in terms of the way that they exercise their powers, that could actually be quite good, rather than saying, chop, strike 1, chop, strike 2, chop, strike 3, you're out. And if we look at the history of it, 81% of those who were impacted by 3 strikes during the 12 years of legacy of this, of what it was for 12 years, were Māori. And Māori were 9 times more likely to receive the first strike. Because I'm a Māori, there's a few Māoris around here, we're likely to get the first strike too, above anyone else. And 18 times more likely to receive the second strike, because that's on our shoulders. You don't know the story. You don't know what it's like to be in town just hanging out with your mates, and then next minute you're the one getting asked questions like, what are you doing in town? Well, I'm in town with my mates, but next minute you're being driven back in the police car and you're getting in trouble with your parents because somehow you must have done something wrong. But the police have been profiling our people for ages. Even this year, the police missed their own deadline. They were meant to delete the thousands of photos they took of our youth, but they didn't. They missed the deadline. It's sitting on their cell phone. They've been sitting there taking photos of our people for years. And yet we have a government that says, nah, we're going to do this to you and it's going to be 3 strikes and you're out, because we're putting more Māori in prison. He ture mō rika rika tēnei. Mō rika rika is horrible. It's ruthless. It's vile. It's tūkino. And that's what we stand for as Te Rōpū Kākāriki, for fairness and justice.
Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another example of this coalition daring to deliver on its election promises. And this has been well signalled. This 3 strikes reinstatement has been well signalled. On the 27th of October 2022, Paul Goldsmith, National's Justice spokesperson, said he would reinstate the 3 strikes law. And then Stuff reported in June last year, National announced it as policy, with Mark Mitchell saying the return of 3 strikes, the 3 strikes rule will stop offenders from re-offending, and he had reason to say that, Mr. Speaker, because the Herald reported after the Labor government had repealed the Act that at that time 13,400 people had been convicted of the first strike, 744 people were on strike 2, and 26 criminals had 3 strikes to their name. So 13,700 down to 26. Does that sound like a deterrence policy working? I think so. I commend the bill.
It's
Speaker.
The Honourable Jenny Anderson.
That was a riveting speech. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to be able to take a call on sentencing reinstating Three Strikes Amendment Bill. And I think it's important that we talk about the process of this bill, because it has been a fascinating process, Mr. Speaker, because I was quite struck when we started getting submissions at Select Committee, and we had one particular group who gave a lot of submissions, and that was the Sensible Sentencing Trust. They gave submission after submission after submission. There were so many, they sort of had a template, and we got flooded. And we had to decide how we're going to deal with so many at one time. And when I started taking a look at the submissions that we'd received from the Sensible Sentencing Trust, they were all opposed to the bill because they didn't think it was strong enough. In fact, they thought it was a weak bill that had been watered down. And in particular, they wanted that people who had already received a strike under the previous regime, for those strikes to be reinstated. They also wanted a widening of the catch of who would be captured by a strike. And so I can remember thinking, well, that's pretty embarrassing for the ACT Party and probably National as well, that their sort of, flagship be tough on crime policy has an advocacy group such as the Sensible Sentencing Trust sending in form submissions telling the government and the minister that it's just not strong enough. It's a watered down, weak piece of legislation. And so it's very interesting, Mr. Speaker, that when we go and look at the cabinet papers that are now online, the different ones, and the different cabinet papers being brought and the changes that the minister then brought to cabinet after the Select Committee process had concluded, and it's after the Select Committee process that concludes that changes are then made to make this legislation retrospective and to effectively reinstate strikes that were received under the previous offence. So none of the other submitters, Mr. Speaker, had the opportunity of submitting on that change. And it is seeming to be quite a common theme, particularly with that minister, that small groups who get the ear of the minister are able to dictate specific government policy and bypass a democratic process. And that is what is most concerning about this bill, that the minister was so persuaded by one lobby group and was embarrassed by the fact that the Sensible Sentencing Trust thought it was a weak bill that she went to cabinet and she changed the recommendations by making this bill retrospective, and therefore a whole lot of people who don't even know that they were going to have their strikes reinstated will have that done. And one of the most, I dare to call it a comedy moment, but it was actually pretty sad when we had officials explaining to us how those people who had a strike but now don't will get informed that they'll get it back again. And they won't find out, I understand, until they're actually back in front of the court. So when they're in court and they've done a strikeable offence, the judge is kind of going to be like, surprise, you've got 3 now, 2, so that in terms of rights, in terms of Bill of Rights, there's a bunch of people out there right now who probably ACT and National could do a great comm strategy on. You could find them and, do some flashy tiles on social media and say, hey, guess what, if you got stung under the last one, it's back again. You need to know this if you're going out there. If you're wanting the deterrent factor of this legislation to be effective, I'd be really interested to know whether you're going to undertake a comm strategy of informing those people that they're up for a second or third strike already. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 main reasons why this bill didn't work the first time, and those reasons haven't changed when it comes back as the second time. And the first is that it's based on the principle that a deterrent factor works, when all research shows it does not work. And in fact, when this bill was brought in the first time by the ACT Party again, back in the early 2000s, it was a while ago, they did the Ministry of Justice in 2018 in an evidence brief recorded the crime rates for the 3 highest volume 3-strike offences, which were serious assault, sexual assault and robbery offences. They did that from 1996 to 2014. And based on the trends in the recorded crime rates at that time, it was concluded that there were few changes that could be attributed to the three strikes law. Right. So the last time this bill was enacted and working in New Zealand, it had not reduced serious offending at all in any way that could be demonstrated by the analysis undertaken by the Ministry of Justice. So quite simply, the idea that there is a threat of a bigger punishment coming does not register for criminals. And so if this government, who wants to talk about really strengthening victims' rights, if this was a government that was serious about having fewer victims in our system, if this government was actually serious about reducing reoffending, they would look at the evidence that demonstrates reducing reoffending and evidence that demonstrates people being re-victimised. And none of that evidence points towards a deterrent factor. It's only the fact they get to look tough in the media and on TV, and that's what they like. It appeals to the voter base that they look like they're doing something and ticking a box, when in reality there's absolutely no evidence it actually reduces victims in our system. Secondly, the main reason is it stops the judiciary from doing their job, something this government quite likes to do. It happens quite often. Under three strikes, judges have got a curtailed ability to be able to do the job that they're there for, and that is a real concern. And so courts already have the ability to impose sentences equivalent to those under a three strikes regime. Preventative detention would be one for serious repeat offenders. Public protection and extended supervision orders would be another. Minimum periods of imprisonment, another one. Maximum penalties up to life imprisonment. Those already exist. And the third reason, Mr. Speaker, the third reason why this is a stupid idea is that it disproportionately represents Māori, as we've already heard tonight. Māori are already significantly overrepresented in our prison system. And under the last regime, the 23 offenders who did receive a third strike and got that maximum penalty, 81% were Māori. 81% of those 23 third strikers were Māori. And so what this does is that it further entrenches inequities in our society, it further causes repeat offending, it causes more victims in our community, and it does nothing to address the root causes of crime in our community. In a country where methamphetamine consumption has doubled in the past year.
Point of order, Kim van der Molen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I just wanted to take a moment to find the correct Speaker's ruling before I raise this. I'm taking a point of order. So, the member in her contribution just a couple of moments ago talked about the government having been dictated to with its policy by an outside body. Speaker's ruling 55/5 makes it quite clear that it is not an order to suggest that the government is dictated to by an outside body, and that is a clear breach of standing orders, and I'm sure the Speaker would wish to uphold that by having her withdraw that comment.
A long bow, Mr van der Molen. A long bow. Carry on.
Speaker. Getting back to the point, Mr. Speaker.
It's a new point of order. Yes, I'm seeking your clarity on whether you are directly ruling out the current standing order that specifically uses the language that the member used that I've just referred to you. Are you making a new Speaker's ruling, overruling the current Speaker's ruling?
What I'm doing is putting things in perspective. What I do in the chair is listen to what the speakers are saying, and when they do get near the edge of what is permitted, and that is where. So that is how I rule in this way. So therefore, if I were to go to the letter of the law on all of these, we would be stopping all the time. I admire the member for his ability to follow these things in detail, but I'm ruling that in the context of it, I'm happy for it to continue. But thank you for your observation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clock was stopped for that, was it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's talk about things that we know that do work, because that's quite interesting. The Alcohol and Drug Treatment Court, that would be one example that has worked under both governments, that's got demonstrated results, that actually works and turns around people's lives, stops victims from becoming re-victimised, and stops offenders from offending again and again, because it gets to the root causes of crime. Te Pai Oranga, justice panels, 24 funded under the past Labor government, that goes to what are the early on offending, particularly offending for Māori communities, and how can we address that offending early on to stop those people coming back to the justice system again and again and again? How do we stop that wasteful spending in terms of taxpayers' money on imprisoning people, and how do we stop those people going on to commit more crimes and re-victimise people? Because the bill we are doing today does the opposite to all of that good work. It does the opposite to that. It is hung up on looking tough and making look like there's actual work being done, when the reality is it sweeps it under the carpet. It re-victimises people, it is detrimental to Māori communities, and it actually causes more victims in New Zealand. And that is what gets me the most, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we have a government that stands up and says they are for victims' rights, that they want to do this in the name of strengthening those protections, but they introduce legislation which all evidence demonstrates that they're doing the complete opposite to what they are preaching. And the reason why they stand up and take points of order is they don't like to hear the truth.
Mr. Speaker, I'm elated to stand up and speak in support of this bill, reinstating three strikes amendment bill. And the reason why I use the word elated, Mr. Speaker, is because I'm reflecting on one of the submissions that was made when we were listening to submissions from the public on this bill. And there was an associate professor from one of our universities. She submitted, and since the Labor Party are pontificating about how many submissions were against this bill, this associate professor, Dr. Donna Cormack, in her oral submission, added that she is of the view that all prisons should be abolished. And I found that quite curious. She adds this in every submission she makes. And so I asked her in all seriousness, Dr. Donna, and I'm paraphrasing, if all prisons were closed tomorrow, would you be okay with this? And her answer was, I would not be okay, I would be elated if all prisons were abolished tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the calibre of some of the submissions that the opposition are really proud about, that all prisons should be abolished. And I think about Gurdeep Singh in Papatoe, who was attacked by someone. That is their 15th offence, when the hammer struck his body all over and he was trying to protect his family. I think of Gurdeep Singh when I think of the fact that we need laws like this. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill.
Just before I call the next speaker, with just a little bit of retrospectivity, Ms. Anderson, that last comment, given that you had been the beneficiary of a marginal, and I'll admit was the call, possibly was not the best taste. Tangi Utakiri.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. Well, look, we've been here before, haven't we? This is almost as if we're back on retread, because this is a piece of legislation that was introduced previously. It had been struck down, and here we are with it back on the agenda again. Yet another example of the government on a backtrack and in the wrong direction. Mr. Speaker, what will this bill actually do? Let's remind everyone, someone who receives a second strike will effectively be required to serve the full sentence that the judge imposes upon sentencing. Someone who gets a third strike will serve the maximum penalty under the law, regardless of the circumstances or the context that is given. And this is a policy that, yes, it actually has been proven. It has been proven that it does not work. Throughout the Select Committee process, the information that was received is that this is a policy that does not work. Yet this is a government that seems intent on progressing it nonetheless. Why are they doing it? Why are they progressing this policy? Well, because they want to put in place these harmful retrograde policies on the basis of their coalition arrangement with one of their minor parties rather than on the basis of actual evidence in terms of lawmaking. This is an unworkable policy, and this is something that was received through the Select Committee process. Now, I'm not a member of the Justice Select Committee, but I have read the committee's report, and I note that there were a large number of submissions, but also note that it was a truncated Select Committee process as well, which is unfair. However, we have hope that when we do get onto committee stage this evening and tomorrow, the chair of the committee has said that he expects all members to be up taking a call to, quote, put the case to the public, end quote. Well, hear indeed, because we are going to finally hear from members opposite as part of committee stage process every single aspect that they believe needs to be said, rather than sitting like a bunch of kookaburras like they have been for the last few hours. So what we look forward to is actually making sure that they are ensuring that they are contributing in that. So we all look forward to the contributions that they will have. Mr. Speaker, I want to reflect on the many submissions that were received, but some of the individuals that the previous speaker kind of just ruled them out as if they had nothing sensible to say. So the position of the government is that they're wanting to basically indicate that the views of the Children's Commissioner are not important. The views of the New Zealand Law Society are not important. The views of the Pacific Lawyers Association are not important, and they say that this will create perverse outcomes for Pacifica and Māori communities. I look forward on hearing, when we get to committee stage, the contributions from members of the government's Pacifica caucus in terms of how this will have an impact. Sorry? Who's that? Oh, I forgot, they don't have anyone over there from the Pacific caucus. Well, they need to reflect on not a single person over there, not one. And that's not even rounding up. So what they need to do is consider the submissions that have been received from all of these organisations, from the Human Rights Commission, from Te Hungaroa Māori o Aotearoa, the Māori Law Society, the Law Society. They are all singing a very similar tune, and it's that this is a bad policy, this is a bad idea. And so I invite members opposite to consider that. To add some, I guess, salt to the wound as part of this process, I was absolutely astounded to hear from Dr. Webb in his contribution that the Minister's late additions by way of these amendment papers, these fantastical changes that she seems to be spouting about, came as a result of direct intervention with her office. Tahirua toru. We don't go much further than that. 3 is the number of the emails that the Minister received that suddenly changed her mind around this as to why you needed to, halfway through a Select Committee process, basically turn it on its head and change it all up. That is an absolute disgrace in terms of that consideration. This is a Select Committee process that should be open to everyone, and to have the Minister respond to 3 emails and use that as a justification for her change, significant change in terms of introducing an aspect of in terms of looking back, retrospective approach for it, is just astounding. So we look forward on this side of the House to hearing the multiple contributions that members opposite will make. But at this stage, Mr. Speaker, this is not a bill that we will continue to support.
Paulo Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Sentencing Reinstating 3 Strikes Amendment Bill restores the 3 strikes regime. What that does is allows for the justice system to issue a strike when a sentence is given after a conviction has been arrived at over a person who has been charged. So the commission of the crime results in the conviction, in the charge and conviction and the sentence. And at the sentence, the strike is given. Mr. Speaker, the strike is given to people who are repeat, serious, and violent offenders each time that they commit an offense. So it's not the law that puts the person in jail without reason. A crime is committed. A person goes through the process of court and is convicted and sentenced, and the strike is issued. I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a bill that was the epitome of taking New Zealand backwards, it most certainly is this one, in so many different ways. A, it reintroduces a policy that we already know doesn't work. It's shallow, it's vacuous, and it creates this dichotomy or this contrast that you can't somehow be out there protecting the rights of victims and yet still want to do something to get to the root of why crime exists in the first place. And for me, Mr. Speaker, listening to a Minister of the Crown not be able to get the difference between those two positions makes me feel very fearful about what's going on at that side of the House. It is rhetoric, and you can imagine or you can forgive people who don't work in this building, people whose job it isn't to make legislation, people whose job it isn't to think about the big picture. You could forgive them for going, I feel some dissonance. I feel uneasy about the concept of crime and criminals. I don't know what to do about that. And then someone comes along and says, why don't we just lock them up? 3 strikes is fantastic. And they go, phew, thank you, problem solved. Now, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't solve the problem. But I can forgive people for thinking that that is a genuine thing to happen. What I can't forgive, that there's actually members that sit in this chamber, there's members and there's ministers of the Crown who also believe that that is true. It is, again, vacuous, it's lazy, it's rhetoric, and I feel that people should feel quite embarrassed about themselves. This is an example of a government implementing, as we've heard, a policy on the basis, only on the basis, that it suffices a coalition agreement.
That's right.
And what a shaky ground to put something into legislation, something that we know didn't work last time, we know won't work this time. We understand the minister's made some changes. It's still lipstick on a pig. We know it won't work, and yet that is why we're doing it. We repealed 3 strikes last time when we were in government, and rightly so, because the evidence was incredibly clear that it simply didn't work as a deterrent, and nor did it make the public feel any better. You've got 2 ends of the continuum. Does it work as a deterrent? Does it make the public feel any safer? Those are both genuine things that need to happen. But when this doesn't do either of those things, then it is a complete waste of time. And it's not about being soft on crime at all, because that is a vacuous comment, and you know it, you shallow, shallow person. The Select Committee heard a large number of submissions against the bill, and we've heard about that from previous contributions. The Children's Commissioner, the New Zealand Bar Association, the Pacific Lawyers Association, the Human Rights Commission, the New Zealand Law Society, the Māori Law Society, the Law Association, and many, many more. There's nothing, how would one say it? There's just something special about the overconfidence of people that think that they're more expert than the people that are actually experts. Sitting there grinning from ear to ear as if they've suddenly come up with this fantastic idea and they know more than the expertise and the experts. The Law Society's submission stated, and again, that there was inadequate evidence to suggest that 3 strikes sentencing regime provides either a general deterrence, and we know that, or increases public confidence. So that is a second submitter that said that. Official advice from the actual Ministry of Justice also opposed the bill. So on what basis was this going forward? It was just determination, wasn't it? Absolute determination to talk to a certain voter base to say we're tough on crime. Well, my goodness, do better. The regulatory impact statement says the Ministry of Justice prefers the status quo rather than the new 3 strikes regime due to a lack of evidence that the proposal would be effective at addressing repeated serious violent offending or sustainably improving public confidence in the justice system. So what's left? You know, what are you achieving? It just seems silly. One of the and they get out and then they commit some more crime and it doesn't actually make any difference because you treat them that way. Because you treat them that way. Of the submitters, no, because you treat them that way. We know it doesn't work as a deterrent. As we heard earlier on, if people are retrospectively going to have a strike or 2 strikes and they don't even know it, how can the deterrence factor be in play? It just doesn't make sense. The bill will heavily restrict judicial discretion, and I think that is a slippery slope as well. It enables judges to consider individual circumstances of each case, and as we've heard, it will result in about 89 new prisoners per year. And some people may be surprised that seems like a large number or a small number. They may be expecting that it was made fewer. They may be expecting that it's way more. But the point is, way more, way larger. The point is that this is not an investment in addressing the root causes of crime. The bill is not consistent with the Crown's obligations under Te Tiriti. It will disproportionately impact Māori, and the regulatory impact statement again says that the disproportionate impact on Māori would result in divergent effective rights. And that's not something we should take lightly. That's not something to scoff at on a Thursday night, pat yourselves on the back and think you've done something wonderful for justice. You haven't. The bill provides discretion in the case of manifest injustice. However, the whole purpose of the bill is to impose intentionally disproportionate sentences. And I just think it's incredibly difficult to see how that wouldn't be manifestly unjust in any case where the sentence is substantially higher. And as we've heard from previous contributions, the Minister herself gets halfway through this process, literally halfway through the process, and on the most flimsiest of conditions, on the basis of no evidence whatsoever, going out to the media, trying to sell it as if she had been listening to people, trying to sell it, literally saying that via the select committee process, she had decided to make amendments because that was somehow the will of the people. Turns out to be just rubbish. Three unique emails to that minister from the Sensible Sentencing Trust, who the minister clearly wanted to please, and on the basis of them being not in favour of this, on the basis of them thinking it didn't go far enough, the minister decides to impose an element of retrospectivity which was clearly not in the original intention. Submitters didn't get to comment on that. The process was already truncated and quick and cheap and dirty, just like this piece of legislation. And halfway through, a really, really significant change was made on the basis that the minister received 3 emails. So, do a little bit of thinking about the weight of that pressure. Do a little bit of thinking about the disproportionate nature of the weight of that advice or the weight of that feedback compared to all of the other feedback through the proper select committee process. It doesn't make sense. This reflects an unprincipled approach to policy making, and there's simply no two ways about that. When the minister introduced the bill and said that we are ensuring that the new 3 strikes regime is not retrospective,
strikes from the previous regime will not be carried into the new regime, and then on the most flimsiest of basis just makes that amendment based on 3 emails. The Minister should feel ashamed. Once this bill is passed, there will be many people with 1 or 2 strikes, as we've said, that simply won't know the conditions that they're now faced. We've heard other bills go through this House this week where the issue of notification has been brought up. And in this piece of legislation, where the ramifications and the penalties and the circumstances that people may find themselves in are so grave, there has been no thought, not even a passing thought, to the fact that it may be the responsibility of the state to contact people to let them know that. Mr. Speaker, as I said at the very beginning, this is the epitome of a bill that is legitimately conceived of as taking us backwards. It's vacuous, it's silly, it's single-mindedly determined to follow a coalition agreement rather than doing what is best for our justice system and to reduce crime.
David McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be the last, and maybe everybody in the House here is pleased that I'm the last speaker of this second reading of the Sentencing Reinstating 3 Strikes Amendment Bill. As second readings are, it's about the Select Committee process, and I do want to start by acknowledging the Justice Committee, a very hard-working committee. I understand that they've already reported back on 14 bills back to the House, with another 14 that are in the process, including another member's bill. So very hard-working committee from across the House there. Also to Honourable Nicole McKee for sponsoring this bill and bringing it forward. And I do note the amendments that have been made through the Select Committee process, as well as the amendments that have been agreed at a Cabinet level that have been brought before us. Everybody's keen to get through to the Committee of the Whole House debate, and I can see there's plenty of questions stirring up around the House here itself. All I want to say is the criminal justice system, it's about deterring offending, it's about deterring re-offending, it's about also providing reform, which I have heard on a number of occasions. I think that is actually a really important part of the justice system, but most importantly, it's also about keeping our community safe. So I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te ko mā whā, te ko mā whā, nā pōti whakahe.
Kia ora. Kōrero.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Nā pōti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed.
Sentencing Reinstating 3 Strikes Amendment Bill, second reading.
The Sentencing Reinstating 3 Strikes Amendment Bill is set down for committee stage immediately. I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Sentencing Reinstating 3 Strikes Amendment Bill.
Right, members, the House is in committee on the Sentencing Reinstating 3 Strikes Amendment Bill. We come first to Part 1. Part 1 is the debate on clauses 3 to 12, amendments to Sentencing Act 2002 and Schedules 1 and 2. The question is that Part 1 stand part. Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Called him Honourable Doctor.
I want to first ask the minister. So, in terms of part one, we're gonna go clause to clause, clause by clause, and I want to start with the most fundamental bit, and let's start with clause 3. Now, I have a number of amendments for this bill overall because of the complex interaction between the Sentencing Act 2002 and this particular one. So I guess my first question, if you're only looking at clause 3, is there are a number of issues in here, and I think a number of inconsistencies with various parts, and we'll go through those. But overall, as we're going through this bill, and as we have completed the select committee stage with additional insertions and additional amendments being made by select committee, I want some possibly reassurance from the minister that all consistency between the Sentencing Act 2002 and also with this particular bill have been met. Now, the other reason I mention this is because within the sentencing bill and also with this particular bill, there are numerous instances of requirements for minimum term of sentencing. And particularly in some areas, and I don't know the section of the Sentencing Act off the top of my head, but it specifies that, that the term of sentence cannot be, when you're looking at a maximum term of sentence or a maximum term of can't be less than 10 years. But there are a number of issues in here which doesn't quite add up. That's just to give a very, very brief example. Again, I'm happy to find the exact section number and come back to the minister for specific points. But overall, has there been a consistency check between the two, and particularly with regards to the new sections? Now, the other thing I want to go on to, other than section 3, is starting with section 4, and I want to particularly address section 4, subsection 2, and in terms of the definition of permanent court order. Now, I had a look at the Criminal Procedures Act 2011 and the definition and the use of the permanent court record in that particular act. But what is different over there is the fact that despite the term permanence, in the Criminal Procedures Act, I would have read that permanent court record in those contexts as specified in that act is indeed permanent, but for the context of this bill, when we can see in certain cases a warning being retracted, that kind of defeats the purpose of permanence. So I have an amendment paper on this particular section, on this particular part, Madam Chair, if the Minister wouldn't mind considering, which deletes the word permanent purely on the basis that there are instances where such record would not be permanent. And also is to acknowledge the fact...
it would be helpful if you could reference the number of your amendment paper as you speak to it.
Sorry, it's a tabled amendment, so I don't know if there is a particular number.
I've just understand it doesn't.
Yep, it's the first one, clause 4 and clause 7.
Thank you.
So in this case, it also acknowledges and reflects the warning system and the standard court criminal proceedings are also fundamentally different. So yes, so those are the two questions I have for the Minister to start. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you. Thank you to the member for your questions. In regard to your first tabled amendment, will not be supporting that, and the reason why is because the term permanent is consistent with other statutory language used about the court record. Warnings are given into the official court record.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Chair. I want to give the Minister, before I get into the detail of this legislation, I want to give the Minister an opportunity to, on the record, address her motivations for directing the Select Committee to alter its approach and make it retrospective and change the first strike threshold. And I am really concerned that she went on Radio New Zealand and said that there was a flood of emails. That wasn't her exact words, but that was certainly the inference. When, you know, and if ministers are going to go on and say that there's a flood of emails, I'm going to ask for them. And she provided a number of emails, only 3 of which were actually addressed to her. So many were forwarded to her. Some were to her colleagues in the ACT Party, some were to her colleagues in the National Party. And here's one, the quality of them was this. Item 1, offenders who commit murder at second or third strike will receive an appropriately lengthy non-parole period. Not good enough. What does appropriate mean? 1 year up to 20 years. Why not state a minimum sentence of, say, 10 years? End of email. I mean, if that is the kind of evidence that this minister takes into account when instructing a select committee, which she shouldn't do because she's the executive and we're Parliament, then I'm really concerned. If she is going to change tack, as she seemed to in her public statements, and say, no, it was the burden of evidence before select committee, does she not think it's the select committee's job to sift through the evidence, of which the government has a majority, to determine what the appropriate changes are? Now, I am really concerned that the minister, when she said she had a flood of emails, if this, either she did not provide all the emails she referred to when she responded to my Official Information Act request, or she, when she was speaking to Radio New Zealand, was not being fulsome. And really, what she was referring to was the fact that at Select Committee, the Sensible Sentencing Trust had hundreds of form submissions. And in fact, that's what she was responding to. Now, I think the Minister has an obligation to respond, to say, in fact, this is why I did. Now, if it was her own policy work, a bit like Casey Costello, perhaps she had a document she found on her desk.
Keep it to the bill.
Pardon?
Keep to the bill, please.
Well, no, this is about the major change of direction.
I accept all the questions you were asking to that point.
Yeah, the point is this.
Oh, sorry.
Halfway through the consideration of this bill, we made a significant shift of direction, and I want to know what the basis of that shift of direction was, whether it was the 3 emails actually addressed to her, or whether it was the form submissions from the Sensible Sentencing Trust, or whether it was something else.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for asking me this question, because it allows me to correct the misinformation that has been pushed across this House. When the referral to a radio interview that I did not at any stage refer to a flood of emails, as the member continues to say in the House. I referred to the fact that I had received emails and that I had also received other correspondence. The fact that this member actually wants to stand up and litigate over and over and over again the fact that the emails numbered 3, using
if
words
the members
that
on
were
this
not,
side could just let the minister speak, please.
words that were not actually used by me, then I think that will speak to the quality of the debate ahead.
James Meagher.
Chair, I thought I'd try and bring the debate back to the actual bill and the clauses in Part 1 that we are supposed to be debating. I did want to address Dr Webb's point. I recall he was there at the committee throughout, but the committee made a decision after considering the evidence and also receiving the Minister's views on whether or not the committee should support some changes. The committee thoroughly considered those thoughts, and we reviewed the evidence and we reviewed the submissions, and the committee voted to make some amendments to the bill, at which point the bill came back to the House, and the House also endorsed those amendments. So I think that should clarify that for Dr Webb in case he couldn't remember the process was. I wanted to just very quickly
get us through into the actual bill. So part 1, of course, starts at clause 3 and goes through to clause, I think, 13. And the first couple of clauses, I just want to check that the Minister agrees that they essentially summarise what parts of the Principal Act are amended and a very short interpretation section, and then we can hopefully move on to some of the substantive content in the bill.
Lawrence Yunnan.
I also want to, following on from the previous speaker, I think one of the key things we also need to address here is that regardless of what people would say, that on select committee, on majority of the select committee, the government does have a majority, which is what we are seeing in the introduction of this particular bill, where it says a majority. However, Madam Chair, I would like to also, as part of my second reading speech, would like to fundamentally remind this House that as a legislature, our role is to scrutinize and provide checks and balances for the executive. And it would be imperative for governing members on that select committee to also consider thoroughly the bill itself rather than being led by the minister.
Now that's a bit of a bold statement, and it doesn't line up. It doesn't line up with what Mr. Meager just said. So we won't go down that.
Well, it is the majority, and the majority did agree to it. But I do agree with you, Madam Chair. But the majority is undeniable that the majority of the select committee are government members, and whether how they interact with their ministers is not for me to comment. I will, however, Madam Chair, ask a follow-up question to the Minister, and this is to do with Section 5 of the bill. And I also would like to see if the Minister, and I will double-check the clause as well, but if the Minister has any comment on my first question around checking for consistency between the Sentencing Act and this particular bill in light of the additional amendments post-select committee, and if the Minister can offer any reassurance to this committee, to the House as well. In terms of Section 5, one of the things as we see throughout the bill with regard to the term manifestly unjust exception, I'm curious to know from the Minister that when we are looking at the definition, and particularly when we're looking at exception using what is considered manifestly unjust, what is the Minister's intent when the Minister states that nevertheless regard the offence as worthy of a stern sentencing response? What does stern imply in this particular case that is the expectation of the court? And I think that overall, and I would like to speak to my tabled amendment for clause 5, that when we are looking at if a stern sentence response is required as suggested in Section 5, subsection 2, then it actually defeats the purpose in a way of what is considered manifestly unjust exception in the first place. So I would ask the Minister to remove this particular section, and particularly when we're looking at Section 2, if not Section 3 of this, but particularly subsection 2 of Section 5 of this particular bill. And because I think manifestly unjust exception is clear enough without having the need for subsection 2 to confuse the whole Section 5 with the stern sentencing response.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Chair of the Justice Select Committee for his question, which was looking at Part 1 and the first few clauses within it. What's very apparent is that the old 3 strikes regime did not work in a way that benefited those that were caught up within the system. We need to make sure as a country that we have significant consequence for those that commit serious crimes. And the changes that we have made are mostly seen within Part 1, so that we can still make sure or ensure that there is consequence and that it is serious enough, and that we keep repetitive criminals out of our society when they continue to create harm and fear within it. Now, as an example to this, under the old regime, there were over 20 people. I thought there were 24. Someone else had mentioned earlier tonight there were 27 serving a third strike. What I do know is that of those people, they averaged between them over 70 convictions each. 70. So we are talking about the worst of the worst here. What we need to make sure that we are doing, and we've done this within part 1, is ensure that those that have committed those serious offences are taken out of society so that our communities can be safe, feel safe and go about their daily lives. And so the changes that we have made in clauses 5, 6 and 7 actually speak to that. But what became apparent in the old regime is that people were caught up with lower level offending even though they committed crimes within the 40 serious crimes for which they were eligible to be sentenced. And so to make the changes that we have made in part 1 was to ensure that that lower level offending was not going to be captured, and that we really did make sure that we only caught those people that were recidivist, violent criminals that were not learning their lessons. To the member from the Greens, in respect to your tabled amendment and your question about the manifest injustice, I will not be supporting your amendment paper. The 3 strikes regime will actually override the Sentencing Act. This ensures that the offender will still face serious consequences for offending that meets the 3 strikes threshold. And in regard to your question about consistency, I have absolute support for the officials who would have ensured that the consistency was there when bringing this paper.
Simon Court.
On Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to clause 6, where the member proposes in clause 6 new section 82A1 replacing must with may. And when I refer to the bill in clause 6, it proposes additional consequences for certain repeated offending must not be taken into account when determining the length of sentence. I'm interested in the Minister's opinion. Does the proposal by the member to propose to change must to may provide the necessary deterrent to people who consistently commit offences? As the Minister said, 70 or more, Mr. Zunan. Does Dr. Mr. Zunan, does the Minister agree that Dr. Zunan's proposed amendment to change the legislation from must to may provides the necessary deterrent when determining the length of sentence of imprisonment to be imposed on an offender for a stage 3 offence of murder, a stage 2 offence or stage 1 offence? The court must not, Dr. Zunan, take into account the consequences the offender might face. And that is because, Minister, I might presume the offender should face the full force of the law. Minister.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you for that question about the amendment paper that has been lodged by the member from the Greens. We will not be supporting that amendment paper. And the reason for that is because must is must. We are talking about New Zealand's most serious violent and sexual community. And they are out there creating harm in our communities. And it's going to stop. It must stop. It not may stop, it must stop. When we are talking about these people have committed crimes that fit within a regime of what will be 42 offences, serious violent offences. We want this requirement and will ensure that this requirement is there in all cases.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Madam Chair. I'd just like to get some further information from the Minister in relation to Part 1, that there's new sections in there that specifically provide for first warnings and the qualifying sentence imposed for a Stage 1 offence. It also spells out that the first warning to be given if a sentence of imprisonment between 12 and 24 months is imposed for Stage 2 offence. But I think it's really important because we were a bit confused at the committee when we asked these questions of officials, so we'd be really grateful if she could shine some light on it, that what actually happens operationally in a courtroom when there is somebody who's been charged with an offence that qualifies as a Stage 1 as specified under Part 1, Section 7. It's the new Section AD6KA. So someone who is up now for that, they qualify for that, but they may, what if they had a previous first strike? Or what if they had previously had 2 strikes? And so I would like to understand, first of all, whether the administrative records that are kept are able to accurately show that they'd previously received 1 or 2 strikes, and that there is sufficient information in a courtroom, whether it be the police prosecutor or the courtroom administration staff, to have access to that information to know that that person had actually previously had a first or a second strike. And the reason I asked that question, Madam Chair, is that when this regime was introduced the first time, there was a real problem with implementation. And some of the questions we were asking in Select Committee seemed to indicate that this same problem could rear its head with this set up the way it is here. And the problem we had when this was first implemented was that when a person appeared before the court and was being charged with a strikeable offence, that unless the Crown Prosecutor was notified that in fact was a strikeable offence, and that when making the case to the judge, they had to say, Your Honour, this person's up for a strikeable offence. But if the Crown Prosecutor failed to do that, that person walked off without receiving a strike on their record. And that was problematic because there were sometimes strikes being missed because there was not an adequate integration between justice, courts, police in order to accurately capture that. And so there was a running tally we would have to keep of how many strikers had got away, and then we had to draw straws about who told the minister. And so I would like to know, given the added complication that this situation now provides, which is that there's retrospective legislation reactivating all of those prior strikes, how can we be reassured and how can the public be reassured that there is an adequate integrated data set that captures that information in a way that when a person who is going to be held accountable under this legislation is informed of that and is aware of that when they're seeking legal advice, when they're presenting their case before the judge. So I'd like to know who informs the accused that they're up for whatever strike they are, how that information is conveyed. And secondly, how do we know that there's an accurate capture of that information? And it's incredibly important, Madam Chair, because I would like to know from the Minister if there is a comprehensive list of all of those people who previously received a first, a second or a third strike, and if they have contact details for all of those people, and if her ministry intends to reach out to all of those people and to give them the information in order to deter them from committing any more crime and creating some more victims. And finally, I'd like to know, Madam Chair, what if they had a third strike? Do they go back to 1 again? Is it start again, go back to go, don't collect $200? Is that the case? If they've had 3 strikes, do they go back to 1? Or are they just getting another strike? Is it continual strike, so they're always eligible for that maximum part. Madam Chair.
Tom Rutherford.
Through the tabled amendments that have been lodged by Dr. Lawrence Shunan, 25 related to Part 1, almost all of them related to Clause 7. Keen to understand the Minister's position on whether she will be supporting those amendments from Dr. Shunan or not, and if not, then we can return to the substantive parts of the legislation that will be continuing to progress through. So keen to understand from the Minister whether she'll be supporting the 25 amendments put forward by Dr. Lawrence Shunan.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Madam Chair, I'll go through the members' tabled amendments that has just been referred to by the member Tom Rutherford, because especially the ones that relate to Clause 7. There is one there that I will call as number 5:03 p.m.
This one?
Yes, 5:03 p.m. I will not be supporting this because it already matches existing law with regard to sentencing. It's the same as the previous regime. I'll look at amendment paper now that is number 5:04 p.m. and I will not be supporting this one. This is in relation to Clause 7, new section 86J A1 and 86J B1. Will not be supporting this. We think that the existing thresholds already strike the right balance. In regard to tabled amendment 5:05 p.m, it's quite a big one, so I won't go through all of it, but it's about Schedule 1 in Clause 7. Will not be supporting this one. We think that the existing thresholds, again, strike the right balance. In relation to tabled amendment 5:06 p.m, Clause 7, new section 86J, we will not be supporting this tabled amendment. We believe that the member actually misunderstands what it is about the legal court record. This is about the legal court record. Section 86N requires the offender to receive a written notice of the warning. In regard to tabled amendment 5:07 p.m, we will not be supporting this because the offender must already be before the court to get the warning. In relation to tabled amendment 5:08 p.m, we will not be supporting this one. We just believe it's unnecessary. In relation to amendment 5:09 p.m, we will not be voting for this one either. The additional first warning is necessary if a first warning falls away on appeal and to reinforce consequences for the offender. In relation to tabled amendment 5:10 p.m, we will not be voting for this one either. Its additional first warning is actually necessary. In relation to tabled amendment 5:11 p.m, we will not be voting for this. Section 86L refers to stage 3 to ensure offenders get an additional subsequent warning if they commit another third strike offence. We need to keep reinforcing these consequences. In relation to tabled amendment 5:12 p.m, we are voting this one down. In relation to, the reason why is because it's Clause 7, new section 86M1, delete that. 86M after before the court at insert the. I don't think it's necessary. There's no comment for that. In relation to tabled amendment 5:13 p.m, we will be voting this down. The current thresholds, we believe, strike the right balance. In relation to tabled amendment 5:14 p.m, we will also be voting down. The courts will be doing this anyway. In relation to 5:15 p.m, we will be voting this down. The oral warning is the primary warning that the offender receives. The written notice is a written reminder, and it also reinforces to the individual that they have received that warning. In relation to tabled amendment 5:16 p.m, we will vote this down. We think the existing thresholds in the bill, again, strike the right balance. In relation to the tabled amendment numbered 5:17 p.m, we will not be voting for this. Offenders should face serious consequences for repeat offending. There is a manifest injustice exception. In relation to tabled amendment 5:18 p.m, we will not be voting for this. The bill provides that offenders who commit murder face appropriately lengthy sentences. In relation to tabled amendment 5:19 p.m, we will not be voting for this. It's a misunderstanding, we believe, of the provision of preventative detention it's a misunderstanding of the provision. Preventative detention remains available in the usual way, the same as the previous regime. In relation to tabled amendment 5:20 p.m,
Call the Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will not be voting for this. The bill provides appropriately lengthy sentences for murder at stage 3. In relation to tabled amendment 5:21 p.m, we will not be voting for this. We believe it's unnecessary because the court can already do this. In relation to tabled amendment 5:22 p.m, we will be voting this down. It's not duplicative. These are about something different. In relation to tabled amendment 5:23 p.m, we won't be voting for this. It's the same as the previous regime and provides certainty. In relation to the tabled amendment 5:24 p.m, we will not be voting for this. It's unnecessary and can be covered by the manifestly unjust exception. In relation to tabled amendment 5:25 p.m, we will also be voting this one down because we believe it is unnecessary. This is adding items to the list that are already covered. In relation to tabled amendment 5:26 p.m, we will be voting this down. The court already has discretion in deciding about the qualifying sentences. And finally, in relation to tabled amendment 5:27 p.m, we'll be voting that down. These are both serious violent offences with high maximum penalties. Section 234 and for robbery, for example, gives you 10 years. All of the qualifying offences have at least a 7-year minimum sentence.
I'll take a call from Dr. Lawrence Yunnan, given that the Minister's just given responses to the amendment papers.
Yes.
Oh, point of order, sorry, Honourable Dr. Duncan.
I just thought, given that very last comment, Madam Chair, it's pretty important that we clarify. I did find it surprising that the Minister preempted all of the decisions on those. And I just want to make sure that you're not suggesting that it's not open to a member whose amendment paper has been dismissed in a sentence by the Minister to debate the amendment that they have taken the time to put.
I'm not ruling out any debate, Dr. Webb. It's if there's any extra reason, at least the member now knows the Minister's reason for saying that she's not going to support this amendment. I'm not ruling out any debate.
Indeed. Okay, thank you, Madam. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Whew, what a breath of relief to know that the Minister has done her 1 hour of reading as well as other members in this House. I am most impressed, particularly when it comes to Simon Court member, who has so clearly articulated my amendment paper here around must and may. Now, first of all, I would like to respond to the Minister who responded to my amendment around must and may. And the reason I put this together is merely for the fact that in other justice-based bills that we have been debating in this House, when we are looking at a particular verb being used in the positive, the verb must, or in this particular case, must has been used in the positive, but in the negative, it has been consistently, at least in the bills that I was looking at, consistently being used to as may not to imply must not. I do rarely see the term must not being used in a particular bill. So to the other members in this House, this is more of a case of consistency of semantics, where must and may not is essentially equating to the same level of strength, but one in the positive and one in the negation. So I would like to clarify that first. After all, my background, and particularly my doctorate, is in arts and humanities, and particularly cognitive linguistics. Now, Madam Chair, I would like to address something else that the Minister has mentioned. The Minister has clearly stated where her position is. However, the Minister has not mentioned the reason and the rationale behind some of these, particularly when we are reading it in conjunction with the regulatory impact statement, and also what was originally proposed as part of the bill, or even what was presented by her very own officials. Now, one of the reasons I mentioned the removal of what is considered a stern sentencing response, and we're looking at manifestly unjust exception, is particularly to do with some of the court cases I have mentioned before. So let's say in the context of Crown and Campbell, and in the context of Crown and Fitzgerald 2021 ruled by the Supreme Court, how is the Minister intending on reconciling some of the issues of illegality, and particularly against the Bill of Rights, when it comes to someone who is not able to serve the full sentence? So that was a key ruling of that particular case in Crown and Fitzgerald. So if the Minister isn't going to be allowing certain part, when we're looking at Clause 5, and also in terms of my amendment, I would like to hear from the Minister how she's able to work around the violation of Section 9 of the Bill of Rights.
Could I please ask Dr. Junan to just explain those cases that he mentioned for the benefit of some of us that actually are not aware of the specific questions around those, please?
Sure, I'm happy to...
Just briefly, if you would.
Sure, I'm happy to talk about that. So in the particular case of Crown and Fitzgerald, I mean, I am Googling it, in fact, because you know why? Surely for Madam Chair, surely for the Minister, who's the Minister of the Crown, she would undoubtedly have all of these cases in her head. So I shouldn't have to explain it, but I would happy to enlighten it. So in this particular case, the summary is that the majority of the Supreme Court in Crown and Fitzgerald found that the three-strike regime, the previous version, is subject to Section 9 of the Bill of Rights. And in this particular context, what has happened is that the fundamental right cannot be limited. And for the case of Fitzgerald, it was found that when Fitzgerald, and particularly due to the mental capacity of Mr. Fitzgerald, that after the third strike, it was deemed to be unworkable in terms of the fact that he was not in charge of his full mental function to be able to realize the kind of law that he's breaking, ergo he was, but then still being charged to the full amount. And in those kind of cases, thank you, Madam Chair. In those kind of cases, the fact that the court is able to have the leeway of using manifestly unjust, unless the Minister thinks that that is also the incorrect use of it, in which case I would like the Minister's enlightenment on what is the correct use for someone who is mentally unaware or is unable to understand what they're committing, and whether the fact that they receive the third strike of maximum sentence is in line with that particular element. And of course, in those cases that the court also found that they could have gone to a lower court, and particularly when you're looking at in the Crimes Act using Section 135 as an alternative. So the court will be using alternative ways to address this like they have done previously. So I would like to know then from the Minister, in the context of some of the existing rulings, how is she going to reconcile that with the stringency that this bill and this particular legislation, which despite the fact she says it's different from the previous, is the same as previous? Now, my other question, Madam Chair, if I may, is around the fact that with 86J1 and A and B, the original intention of the bill has a starting point of 24 months, but it was dropped to 12 months post-select committee. One of the biggest barriers and one of the biggest concerns raised by submitters during this particular area is the fact that 12 months or even 24 months is going to be too short and too low a threshold. So I would like to know from the Minister on what was the rationale from dropping it down to 24 months to 12 months and thus creating a much harsher punishment and create more ways for people to enter into that first strike. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just going to address some of the questions that the member from Labour asked me earlier regarding clause 86KA, reactivating prior strikes. She was asking me how it was going to work. Now, effectively, when we, and I will point out that the member incorrectly said that all strikes will be reactivated. That is incorrect. They will not automatically be reactivated. Only those previous strikes that meet the new threshold will be reactivated. So the member was asking, well, what happens because there is sometimes 2 first strikes that are given. And this is in an area where, and for those at home that are watching that do not know the complexities of this bill, in order to get a first strike, a person needs to commit an offence with or from one of those 42 serious violent offences which are imprisonable by over 7 years imprisonment. When a person commits an offence and is sentenced to over 12 months imprisonment, they are eligible for a first strike. In order to be eligible for a second or a third strike, they must still commit an offence in one of those 42 offences, but their term of imprisonment must be for 24 months or over. Now, if they get a term of imprisonment that is between 12 and 24 months, instead of getting a second strike because it does not meet the threshold, they will actually receive another first strike. So it's another warning to that individual, which is better than what we did in the last regime. It means that the person is still committing a serious violent or sexual offence whereby the judge has decided it's not serious enough to be over 2 years jail, but it's still serious enough to fit within this regime. So the individual will be given an oral indication that they have received another first strike. The member asked, well, what if a person has 3 strikes? What happens to them then? Now, if the person who has 3 strikes under the old regime then goes on and commits a serious offence and is then imprisoned for what would be more than 24 months or 2 years, then their previous strikes, if they fit within this regime, will be reactivated. So if a person has received strikes where they have done 3 terms of imprisonment over 24 months, there is no pass and go. It's straight to jail, and it's at the maximum penalty, 3rd strike, no parole. And we make no apologies for that. Speaking to the member from the Greens and his question about Section 9 and the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, the Crown Law Office had advised the Attorney-General that the bill, as introduced, did not appear to be inconsistent with the Bill of Rights. The Attorney-General approved this advice. 2 key reasons why the bill did not appear to be inconsistent with the Bill of Rights are: an exception will apply to all mandatory sentencing elements of the regime to avoid manifestly unjust outcomes, and a qualifying sentence threshold will ensure that less serious offending is not subject to the regime. The bill does not vary penalties or retroactively punish anyone who offended before the regime came into effect. While warnings will be carried over, the regime is triggered by new offending, and only warnings which meet the qualifying sentence will be reactivated.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Firstly, just in response to the Minister's comments, that Attorney General's report was made before the Minister changed and made the bill's provision retrospective. So it's a little unhelpful, to put it kindly, to put an outdated report in front of the committee. The Minister criticised me before in respect of her statements on Radio New Zealand when I said it was a flood of emails. They weren't her exact words, but that was the inference. That's what I said. Here are her exact words. We've heard from many people, especially through emails to my office, which has stated that the new regime, has not gone far enough. So she said many emails. 3's not many. But what I actually want to talk about is the manifestly unjust provision. And, you know, one of the, it's hard, you're not allowed to say less shit provisions of this bill, but that's basically what it is, I imagine. But the manifestly unjust provision is one of the ameliorations of this bill, which makes it not quite as bad as the last one. Now, in terms of what manifestly unjust is, I think it needs clarification, because I mean, it's a strange thing in the law when you can have something that's a little bit unjust that's permitted, or even quite a bit unjust, but it's permitted, but it has to be manifestly unjust, and then the judge can intervene. And I was concerned to see the Minister of Justice talk about this bill, and I think it was in the House when he said that she, referring to the Minister, has talked about the distorting effect of the Act, and it leads to disproportionate sentences. Will hold the phone people. That's the exact point of this legislation. So when we talk about the sentencing impact, we've got one Minister saying disproportionate sentences are exactly what we're after. Disproportionate sentences are sentences which don't match the crime. Now, if the government is saying sentences as they stand don't match the crime and we want to adjust them, that's one thing. If they're saying sentences do match the crime and we want them to not match the crime, that's something quite different. But the Minister of Justice saying that it leads to disproportionate sentences, hold the phone people, that's the exact point, suggests that the government is intent on imposing disproportionate sentences. So if we're looking at what manifestly unjust is, I would like the Minister to look at this, and we're going to go through all of these amendment papers, and so the Minister might want to preface the debate, but we are going to go through them. In mine, one of them there was lodged at 12:15 today, and it suggests that we actually clarify that manifestly unjust means unjust or disproportionate to a significant degree, taking into account all of the factors of the offending. And I think this is important, including the impact on and the views of the victim. Because I don't think that's usefully expressed in the Sentencing Act at the moment. It's not strong enough. But also the age of the offender, the behaviour of the offender, after the charges had been laid, including the conduct of the defence. And I think that's an important factor as well, because we know that we talk about early guilty pleas, but the conduct of the defence is much more than just an early guilty plea. So taking pre-trial applications which are vexatious, or looking for further evidence on grounds which are essentially oppressive and re-victimising the victim. So they're all things that can happen within a criminal trial, and that's just a tiny sample. I'm not a criminal lawyer, I don't know the full details of it. But understanding how the defendant behaves actually is reflective of whether they recognise the gravity of their offending. And also tacked on there on that amendment paper, and other recognised matters of aggravation and mitigation. But what it does is it says you've got this concept which goes throughout the whole of this Act bill manifestly unjust, and it really fleshes it out. And I think that'd be really useful just to make the bill a little more thoughtful and basically workable. So it'd be interesting in the Minister's views on that.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I've already spoken to the member about his amendment paper, we'll call it by the time 12:15 p.m, explaining that we were not going to be supporting that. In regard to the manifestly unjust, on this side of the House, we believe that it's right that these offenders face serious consequences for their offending, even if it feels like it or seems to be disproportionate. Because what we have done within this legislation is create the manifestly unjust for the courts to be able to determine. Hence, this is why we have put in a threshold in the first place, because there was not one there earlier. It'll be up to the courts to decide how they are going to apply that exception of manifestly unjust in individual cases, but we're providing principles to them to help guide the courts in applying the exception. Part of that guidance reflects Section 9 of NZ Bora, which protects against disproportionately severe treatment or punishment. Courts have found that disproportionately severe covers treatment that is grossly disproportionate to the circumstances, but it does not cover treatment that is simply disproportionate. And the wording in the bill aligns with that position, so I think that clearly explains that position. And when talking earlier about carrying over previous strikes, making the bill retrospective, I need to make it quite clear for those members on the Justice Select Committee who didn't understand as they were going through the bill, the new regime will still only apply to offending committed after the bill comes into force. The bill does not create retrospective offences or retrospective penalties, as the member had been saying. Existing sentencing legislation already requires the court to consider an offender's previous convictions, and this is similar to that. The changes also don't apply to offences committed in between the repeal of the previous regime and the new regime coming into force. So it's very, very clear, and I would have hoped the member would have realised that as he went through the process.
Benjamin Doyle.
E tika ana te kōrero I o tātou tūpuna Māori, whakarongo ki te kupu pono, ki te kupu tika. Poipoi ia te kākano ki a puawai. Nurture the seed and it shall flourish. This is a whakatauki that I think of when I'm reading a new section of this bill, section 786J, which speaks to stage 1 offences and the qualifying age of offenders. This government released our governments successively have released numerous reports and briefings which outline that a young person is aged between 18 and 25 years. If we are to regard this as correct, as is done so in the Ministry of Health briefing overview of youth health from August 2024, which defines young people and youth as between the ages of 12 and 24, then we must too recognise that this proposed bill also includes young people as offenders of stage 1 offences. And I would like to seek clarity, Mr. Chair, on what regard has been given to medically peer-reviewed articles and psychological scientific evidence which tells us that young people's cognitive development continues through until a person's mid-20s. A person who is aged 18 years of age, I would like to know, Mr. Chair, may not have been considered when drafting this bill, as I cannot understand how we would disproportionately allow young people to be treated in the same way as a fully cognitively developed and maturated adult. I wonder, Mr. Chair, and would like to seek clarity from the Minister around any alternative pathways that seem perhaps more balanced in regards to young people and youth who have not fully developed their prefrontal cortex into such a way that they would be also sentenced as a stage 1 offender as an adult. So my question, Mr. Chair, is how has the neurological stage of development of people under the age of 25 been considered, and is there value in pursuing evidence-based, community-supported rehabilitation interventions for young people under 25, alternative to heavy-handed criminalising under this proposed bill? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you to the member. It's the first question I've received from him in the House. Although, what I will...
Point of order, Honourable Duncan Webb.
A photograph was just taken in the House. A photograph was taken in the House by a member, and I'm aware that that's inappropriate. And I wonder if you as Chair might direct that person to delete that photograph. Did a member just take a photo of the member when they were speaking, was it?
I took the photo. I will delete the photo because I'm conscious that the other side of the House do not take photos. Thank you.
You'll also withdraw and apologise for doing so.
I was merely taking a photo of my colleagues, sir, and I will withdraw and apologise if my colleagues are offended by that.
Well, was it you weren't taking photographs across the House?
I was taking a photo of Mr. Bates.
All right, okay. Well, we're in a heightened state of sensitivity here all around. So can we just all be aware of that during this debate? Thank you. Now, sorry, the Minister, carry on.
I'll start again and thank the member for the first question that I have received from him. We are looking at the rule of law here, and those that are aged 18 and over are responsible to the laws of this land and therefore are eligible to the consequences should they break the laws of this land. Those that are aged under the age of 18 are not eligible for the 3 strikes regime. And what I think is probably most important is that when we look at how 3 strikes actually works, the first strike is a warning that they are now on the pathway of the 3 strikes regime. The second strike will mean that they have committed an offence which is eligible for imprisonment of over 7 years, and that when they do get that second strike, they will not be eligible for parole at that stage. When they commit the third strike, it's a maximum penalty with no parole. So one would expect that at the age of 18, if a person commits an offence where they are then convicted under the 3 strikes regime, they will not be possibly under the age of 25 by the time that they get to their third strike, because they would have had to have served their sentence with no parole. And of course, there's always opportunities for rehabilitation while they are incarcerated.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
I'd just like to thank the Minister for her answers before, and there was one answer that she gave I'd just like a bit more information on. So the way I understood in terms of how the regime will work where she stated that only those strikes that meet the new threshold are the ones that are going to be revisited or up for another one. So when they're revitalising the ones that are gone, there will have to be a process somehow of ascertaining those first strikes that meet the new threshold under this legislation that then qualify for being reconsidered for a second or a third strike. So my question is to the Minister, who holds that information? What database holds that information? Who is doing the exercise to establish what is those offences that fall into that area that meet the new threshold? And is there any ability or any possibility that there could be a mistake made, as there have been in the past in the implementation of this legislation? That is there any ability for someone who had an offence that was strikeable under the previous regime and potentially in or out of this one, who is doing that work to analyse? Is that a computer? Is that a human? Is that a database? Who checks it? How is that work? How does that information find its way to the courtroom? So I really appreciate the fact that we've been given information about how the first strike and then the second first strike and then the oral notification of the second first strike, how that works. Might need a good comms campaign. An offender is before the courts, that there is correct information in order for that strike to be made in a way that is correct in terms of what their previous history was. Because there is a real history here in New Zealand of there being multiple different databases, different systems, Crown prosecutors operating in a different way from what the courtroom might be aware of, and room for confusion. So I think if we're introducing a new system, it is paramount at this point of the bill that we all have a crystal clear understanding of where that data set sits and who's responsible for checking that it's right, and if there are mistakes, who is held accountable for that. I would also like to know from the Minister that the regulatory impact statement that accompanies this and goes to some of the key parts of Part 1, that they make some really good sort of points in relation to research underpinning it. And I just wondered if the Minister had read the regulatory impact statement and whether she'd like to comment on some of the research that has shown that perceived early certainty of apprehension was most consistent when deterring white-collar offences such as fraud with tax violations other than violent, so it's not violent offending. All the research shows, which was empirical status of deterrence theory, it's in our own RIS, it says that it doesn't really work for violent offending, but it's real good for white-collar offences such as fraud and tax violations. I just wonder whether she was wanting to catch more tax evaders with this legislation or she was after violent criminals, because it seems to work for the first lot. Also, it's interesting to note that when the analysis is done against the criteria, the Ministry of Justice actually quite strongly recommends the status quo than the new three strikes regime. And primarily, the number one reason is that there's a lack of evidence that the proposal will be effective at addressing repeated serious violent offending or sustainably improving public confidence in the justice system. So this is the Ministry of Justice advising the Minister that there is a lack of evidence that her proposal would effectively address repeated serious violent offending. So I'm interested to know from the Minister where she's getting her.
And the Ministry of Justice will be working with the operational staff on how they go about implementing that new. The member will know that this is an operational matter, but part of that is extending the implementation date from 3 months to 6 months in order to allow for that to occur. I think that really does answer the question about where it is. In regard to mistakes, there were mistakes in the old regime, but they got fixed pretty quickly, found and fixed fairly quickly. And the Ministry of Justice are confident not only are there no mistakes in the system, they don't expect there to be any mistakes in the system going forward, not with the 6-month implementation that they have. And in regard to bringing in other forms of 3 strikes. Actually, this is sending a very clear message to our communities that we back them, that we support them, that we don't like them being intimidated and being attacked by sexual and violent offenders time and time again. And I'll reiterate the point that I had made earlier about those serving a 3rd strike had on average between them over 70 offences per person. Now, getting them out of our community and getting them into a system where they can get rehabilitation and education under the corrections system actually allows our communities to get on with their life in the law-abiding way in which they think and should be able to live. It's as simple as that. So we will take note of the fact that New Zealand has said when they went to the polls that they wanted a system that was going to respect them, that they wanted law and order from crime, from criminals, and feel safe in their beds at night without opposition parties giving millions of dollars to gangs so that they can continue to conduct their illegitimate business.
James Meagher.
Chair, and I appreciate the call. We've all been trying to engage in the debate quite constructively, and I want to thank the Minister for answering the questions in quite a significant amount of detail and without a lot. I want to speak to one small point that Dr Webb raised, and he claimed that the Minister made changes to the bill at Select Committee. Of course, the Select Committee made the changes to the bill that came through the House. The Minister didn't vote on the changes. Actually, the only person who voted on the changes at Select Committee was Dr Webb and the Labour Party and the Greens and Te Pāti Māori and ACT New Zealand First and National, because the proposed amendments were passed unanimously. So I would assume that suggests that Dr Webb was happy with the content of the bill coming back to the House and possibly didn't want to have any further amendments. I just wanted to touch on those amendments before. It was very helpful that the Minister addressed Dr Shunan's amendments. I'd like to reiterate that we won't be supporting those amendments either, and I've talked to my colleagues on this side of the House and we won't be supporting the members' amendments too, sadly. And that brings me to Dr Webb mentioned a couple of his amendments, and I wanted to draw the House's attention to the stapled compendium of amendments in Dr Webb's name. And there are 21 out of 24 that relate to Part 1 of the bill. And I just wanted the Minister's view, likewise with Dr Shunan's, her view as to whether or not she intends to support any of those amendments, because I think it's been helpful to outline that the Minister wasn't going to support Dr Shunan's amendments, because it means we can move on and we can actually debate the substantive parts of the bill that were unanimously supported by the committee. And so similarly with Dr Webb's amendments, which I think start at about, well, the first one starts at 12:15 p.m. and then ends at 12:16 p.m. But just wanted the Minister's view on whether or not she intends to support any of those amendments. And so hopefully we can get to the meat of the bill, which is in the later clauses.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thank you for that question. I think it might be easier for me to go through those amendments tabled by the Honourable Duncan Webb one by one, as I had done previously for the Greens member. I had already mentioned that I do not support the first amendment, which we will call 12:15 p.m. My response to that is that the existing bill strikes a balance and it provides guidance but does not overly prescribe what manifestly unjust means. Courts will already consider these factors, but they may want to consider others. In relation to tabled amendment 12:53 p.m, I will not be supporting this either. The proposed amendment would detract from the intention, which is to denounce serious offending even where the manifestly unjust exception applies, and that is based on case law. In relation to tabled amendment 12:52 p.m, I will not be supporting this. Judges need to know about an offender's criminal history in order to sentence them appropriately. It could lead to unnecessary court delays. In relation to tabled amendment think that's 5:07:07 p.m, dated the 11th of December. I will not be supporting this either. We think the lower threshold of more than 12 months imprisonment strikes the right balance. In relation to tabled Amendment 11 AM on the 12th of December, I will not be supporting this amendment. Additional first warnings are necessary to reinforce to an offender the consequences of repeat offending and avoid a gap arising where they lose their first warning. In relation to tabled Amendment 12:48 PM, I will not be supporting this paper. This is about warnings, not sentences. The bill requires that an offender can only be given a warning when they are before the court. In relation to tabled Amendment 12:47 PM, I shall not be supporting that paper. Offenders should not avoid getting a warning just because of an omission by the court. In relation to tabled Amendment 12:46 PM, I will not be supporting that paper. This is not unique to 3 strikes. I believe it's out of scope and unnecessary. In relation to tabled Amendment Paper 12:44 PM, I will not be supporting this. It's not unique to 3 strikes, and I again think that this is out of scope and unnecessary. In relation to tabled Amendment 12:45 PM, I will not be supporting that paper. This section is about when a court imposes a qualifying sentence on appeal, so the offender will need to get a warning. It's not about the oversight by the court. In relation to tabled Amendment 12:49 PM, I will not be supporting that paper. The bill allows the court to use a form of words it considers appropriate. This allows the court to adapt the language as needed, and it reduces appeals. In relation to tabled Amendment 12:50 PM, I shall not be supporting that paper. The warning is required to set out the possible consequences already. In relation to tabled Amendment 5:07:06 PM, I shall not be supporting that paper. The oral warning is the primary warning. The written notice is a written reminder of the consequences for the offender. In relation to tabled Amendment 5:07:10 PM, I shall not be supporting that paper. The bill is consistent with case law on the previous regime. Written notice is already mandatory under Section 86N. The bill sufficiently provides for when the written notice must be given. In relation to Amendment Paper 12:43 PM, I will not be supporting this paper. Loss of parole at Stage 2 is a key feature of the bill. Manifestly unjust exception provides the ability to impose a lesser penalty when the test is met. In relation to Amendment Paper 12:42 PM, I will not be supporting this paper. The purpose of the regime is to provide consistent and certain consequences. Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
In relation to Amendment Paper 5:07:04 PM, I will not be supporting that paper. It's unnecessary in my view. The court can already consider these matters when applying the manifestly unjust exception. In relation to Amendment Paper 5:07:05 PM, I will not be supporting that paper. The court can consider these matters already when applying the exception. In relation to Amendment Paper 12:41 PM, I will not be supporting that paper. It's unnecessary in my view, as the court can take into account the time elapsed when considering manifestly unjust exception. In relation to Amendment Paper 12:51 PM, I will not be supporting that paper. The offender has to be present at sentencing already and has to be before the court to receive a warning. In relation to Amendment Paper 1216 PM, I will not be supporting this. I believe it's unnecessary. The Ministry of Justice is already doing a post-implementation assessment within 4 years of enactment.
The Honourable Duncan Webb.
Mr. Chair, and thank you also to the Minister for setting a challenge, as she seemed to suggest that at first blush she doesn't support any of my amendment papers, but I'm sure that on reflection and after we go through them in detail, she will. But there is one thing I'd say first, and my friend Ginny Anderson, Honourable Ginny Anderson, mentioned the fact that in fact deterrence of this nature does work with kind of thinkers' offences like fraud, and that's one thing, that's a really good argument. The other thing is and so you've got these offences which are a hell of a lot more serious than indecent assault, which is of itself serious, but aren't in there. So, I'd be interested in the Minister's comments on that. I think it's a bad bill, full stop, so I didn't put that amendment paper in. But I did want to talk to one of my amendment papers, which relates to Clause 5. And there's a strange clause in there, and it's kind of a back of an envelope drafting. I'm always a bit cautious about criticising Parliamentary Counsel. But when the manifestly unjust exception is used, there's a direction to the sentencing judge to still, sentence it in an appropriate manner. And the words used are kind of weird. They should nevertheless regard the offence as worthy of a stern sentencing response. It's kind of old-fashioned language, right? What does it mean? Because whilst manifestly unjust, which is used elsewhere, you could do better, but it is a principle for overturning sentence on appeal, whether it's manifestly unjust or not. But what we've got here is a totally new concept introduced into sentencing law. A sentence worthy of a stern sentence. It kind of is reminiscent of being told off by an uncle or something sternly, and it actually doesn't really have any meaning. And if what she means is that the judge should take into account that this is a strikeable offence, but for whatever reason, it would be manifestly unjust to impose the strike sentence, but a sentence of a gravity which is appropriate to reflect the strikeable nature, even though it isn't at the strike tariff, should be imposed. Well, let's use words something like that, rather than this kind of very loose. And I'm really surprised that I'm assuming this was Parliamentary Council's words, used the word of worthy of a stern sentencing response, because it actually it's kind of pejorative, but nothing else. So that's my amendment proposal for Clause 5. And the words I propose are actually relatively simple, which is rather than saying worthy of a stern sentencing response, just say apply the principles set out in the Act in respect of sentencing to ensure that a sentence of appropriate gravity is imposed. I think that's what the Minister was intending when she put that in the Act. I'm aware of the principles of this debate, so I won't use my full time. I'll just let the Minister respond to that, and then I will move on to my next amendment paper.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
I'll just repeat for the member because I've already said it once, and I'm sure the member understands what case law is. And of course it is based on case law. Well, I had mentioned it, I had said it before, but I'm still being asked the question from your colleague. So I think I need to repeat the answer to what I had previously, just recently said. The proposed amendment would detract from the intention, which is to denounce serious offending even where the manifestly unjust exception applies.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Duncan Webb.
I'll move to my next amendment paper. And I know the Minister said, I told you once I don't like it, I'll tell you again. And there is a certain strikeable echo there. And I won't take long on this one because it's not a hard one. But the provisions of the Act say that if a judge is sentencing someone, they've got to disregard the strike status of that person. Because you've got this threshold problem, right? So you're on first strike, the judge is thinking about sentencing for a serious offence, and they're wavering. They're saying, should it be 18 months, or should it be 2 years, or should it be 25 months? And the Act says you've got to disregard the strike status of the offender. Now, if you've got the court records in front of you, and you can see they're on the first strike, and you know that by the intention of this Act to give them a second strike would impose a mandatory non-parole period, which is pretty much by definition disproportionate, it's impossible to take that out of your mind. So if you're going to do that, you really need to make sure that judges don't know the strike status of the offender, which is why I've suggested a new subsection 3 to 82A, which is the same section, which provides that a judge considering sentencing must not be informed of the strike status of an offender. And if they are aware of the strike status of an offender, they must recuse themselves. Because it's an absolute fiction to suggest that a judge, they do a great job, but they are not superhumans. They can't go in and say, I am not going to know. And even if they say, I'm not going to take account of it, it's a little fictitious. And so if the Minister actually wants a workable piece of legislation where judges genuinely don't take into account strike history, if you like, then the only way to do that is to have essentially a closed file when you're sentencing someone, and only actually open that when you come to determine whether there is a strike or not, which would be after the sentence is imposed, because it's simply not possible. So that's the simple question. And can I just comment that I'm grateful for the Minister responding to each of my questions. It's a really useful thing to do. And although she has once said she didn't change her mind, I will never give up hope that she will change her mind.
Mr. Chair.
Tom Rutherford. Oh, sorry, Mr. Rose. It's getting late.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll repeat to the member what I said about his amendment paper 12:52 p.m, that judges need to know about an offender's criminal history in order to sentence them appropriately. There are some similar requirements in legislation that require judges to not to take into account certain factors when making a decision. For example, Section 82 of the Sentencing Act 2002 requires that pre-sentence detention must not be taken into account in determining the length of sentence. We think this is important to make sure that sentences the courts impose reflect Parliament's intention and are not influenced by the consequences of the regime. If a judge were to take into account the consequences of the regime in determining the sentence length, the Crown could appeal the sentence where it is appropriate. So I think that we fine where we have landed.
Mr. Chair. Laura McClure.
Mr. Chair, appreciate getting my name correctly. Yes, you may remember me as Laura Trask. I've got a question for the Minister in relation to some of the tabled amendments from the member Mariamino Kapakingi. In particular, I have the one at 7:56 p.m, I'm just going to read it out to you. So it says, in Clause 6, after new Section 82A1, insert, in determining the sentence for an offender under this regime, the court must give consideration to tikanga Māori-based restorative justice processes where applicable and agreeable by the offender. My question would be, what about the victims? Shouldn't any restorative justice be victim-centred? And I'm asking the minister what her thoughts are on this and what her thoughts are on all the other amendments in Maria Meno's name.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to the member for her question. The victims of crime, serious, violent and sexual crime, are at the forefront of our minds of this government as we reintroduce law and order back into New Zealand and give our communities a safe space to be in. In regard to the tabled amendments by the member from the Māori Party, I'll go through them one by one as they are in my hand. The first one, as you mentioned, the first one mentioned by the member was timed 7:56 p.m. and again I will go through them by their timing. We will not be supporting this amendment. We believe it's out of scope and it's not specific to the 3 strikes regime. In relation to tabled amendment 7:57 p.m, we will not be supporting this paper. It is out of scope, not specific to the 3 strikes regime. In relation to the amendment paper 7:53 p.m, I will not be supporting this paper. There is no intention to treat offenders differently solely on the basis of their ethnicity. In relation to amendment paper 7:58 p.m, we will not be voting for this paper. It is out of scope. This bill deals with sentencing, not alternatives to sentencing. And in relation to the paper, the tabled amendment 7:54 p.m, we will not be supporting this bill, this paper. There's no need to delay the commencement for consideration of options that are not specific to 3 strikes.
Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to address what the Minister was mentioning before, and I think it's one of the key things about the committee stage that, we would love to talk about victim and victim protection, but it is outside the scope of this bill since it's not part of this bill. I feel like if we're debating victim protection amendment bill, we would be talking more about victims. I would like to actually apologize and correct myself for what I said before about manifestly unjust, because I actually agree with the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, is that I have shaped or taken a definition of that, but the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb is absolutely correct that there is actually no definition, and I made an assumption on that definition. So I think that clarification would be very much appreciated. I would like to ask the Minister in terms of something that the Minister said before, in terms of the Crown Law's advice, and this is still with regard to 86J, A and B, because I understand that the Crown Law's advice in paragraph 18 is indeed saying that there were safety valves, but that was also before the threshold was increased. And I want to check with the Minister if the Minister has received additional advice from Crown Law or the Attorney General since the new amendments has taken place post-select committee, because as we know, any major amendment should have a subsequent BORA report being conducted, regardless of its consistency with BORA or a Section 7 report. The other thing I would like to address that the Minister mentioned when the Minister was talking about the Crown Law's advice is that the Crown Law's advice in paragraph 47 was also very clear on Basically, there is no retrospectivity in this law. Again, a piece of advice that was given before changes were made during the select committee process. But the minister, I'm a little bit confused, and I would like clarification from the minister around retrospectivity, because the minister said that there is no retrospectivity, but I would like to point to the new addition in record of first warning and record of subsequent warning, which has a new section that states, including without limitation a relevant reactivated warning under clause 19 of Schedule 1AA. And if we go to clause 19 of Schedule 1AA, it does have a specific point around the fact that we are looking at something in, for example, in Schedule 1 under 16, under the old regime, it talks about, under the definition for current, it talks about in B, would not have ceased or have been cancelled under the section if it were enforced on and after, which for me implies that those old warnings were in fact reactivated, and wouldn't that then constitute as a form of retrospectivity? So that clarification would be very much appreciated from the minister on what she meant by there is no retrospectivity. However, Mr. Chair, I would like to move on to a new part, and this is 86K subsection 2A. And this is to do with the court must warn the offender of the possible consequences if the offender receives further qualifying sentence. Now, my assumption for this clause, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Minister, is that this happens during the time of sentencing. However, if, for example, a person in some way is serving a stage 2 sentence, which potentially is much longer, or a stage 1 sentence, no, actually, it will be a stage 2 sentence. But anything that is longer than, let's say, 12 months or 24 months, is there any provisions or consideration that's been put in place on whether the offender, upon completing their term of imprisonment, will be re-warned of what warning they are on and the consequences? Because it's very well to warn someone at the beginning, but what happens years down the track? Are they going to be re-warned? So those are my questions, which is around Crown law advice, whether there's any new ones, and retrospectivity, and 86K2A.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, I missed the beginning of your question, so I hope that this answer helps. In regard to lowering the threshold and reactivating previous strikes, it looks like you asked about advice that we had received.
New advice from Crown law or Attorney General post-amendment.
Thank you. So any advice that may have been obtained from Crown law would be privileged. And if we did receive advice, the fact that we did would also be privileged. In relation to the retrospectivity and the warnings, it's not a punishment that we are retrospectively bringing back into the regime. They are warnings. The punishment is the sentence delivered by the court. This regime is the warnings. And if they fit the new criteria of the new regime, they will be transferred over. So it's not a punishment. And also there is no retrospectivity between the end of the last regime and the beginning of this new regime. So if anyone has committed crimes between the end of the 3 strikes regime, regardless of whether or not they had received a strike or had actually had a strike and placed upon them, and the new regime, then they are very lucky because there is no retrospectivity in that respect.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to touch on, we've had a good discussion already on, the Minister's been clear that, people need to feel safe in their beds, and that's important, and we agree with that completely. But on the point of rehabilitation, to stop people from reoffending and to stop them creating more victims in New Zealand, I'd be interested to know on what the Minister's views on how this new reinstated three strikes regime, how that impacts upon rehabilitation. And the reason I ask that, Mr Chair, is because there's been some work done and some concerns were raised with the previous three strikes regime that it was potentially negatively affecting offender rehabilitation or access to it. And in fact, during the Select Committee, we had some quite good submissions that raised concerns about the lack of parole eligibility, especially for those who are on a third strike. And so it would be good to know if she perceives that there is a disincentivisation for offender rehabilitation, as rehabilitation program access is generally prioritised only for those offenders who are eligible for parole. So would it mean that there's not access for that rehabilitation for some of those hardcore offenders who might benefit from that? Evidence does indicate, in the regulatory impact statement put here by the department, that individuals in prison are more motivated to engage in rehabilitation programs as their completion is often a prerequisite for parole, so you'll get people to do it if they know they're getting parole. So interested to know from the Minister, as in the previous regime we saw that there was no incentivisation for rehabilitation to be taken. And it's also noted, I think it's worth pointing out, that research shows that New Zealand's managed release system results in lower rates of reoffending than limited supervision at the end of a sentence. And this is in fact supported by international evidence which shows that offenders released without supervision are more likely to reoffend than those released under parole supervision. So if there's some good evidence there, and I wanted to know whether the Minister's turned her mind. The second point I would like to ask the Minister, so the first one being on the impacts on rehabilitation of offenders. The second one would be the impact on justice outcomes for Māori. We've already had a bit of a discussion around this, but there's some great work done by the Law Commission, specifically on three strikes. And I just wanted to draw the Minister's attention to data from the previous three strikes regime that provides quite a reliable indication of the likely impact of the planned reinstatement of this on Māori. And so as of, I believe, March 2022, the Minister might have more recent figures, just prior to the repeal, approximately half of first strike offenders were Māori. And so the 21 offenders who received a third strike were in fact 81% of those were Māori. And so over 2018-19 and then 2019-20 combined, Māori were 9 times more likely to receive a first strike than those of European or other ethnicities, and in fact 18 times more likely to receive a second strike. And so these figures do illustrate that Māori offenders in their whānau were strongly impacted by the previous regime, and there is a strong view that what this legislation does is it in fact compounds existing inequalities within our justice system and entrenches those further. So I would be interested to hear from the Minister, given that research, that Māori are 18 times more likely to receive a second strike, whether that potentially would impact upon any obligations under the Treaty of Waitangi if there are not access to rehabilitation, access to be able to provide connections and opportunities to turn your life around, and particularly given the fact that Māori are disproportionately represented by quite a significant amount.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. To the member, looking at the rehabilitation side and the question on the loss of rehabilitation opportunities, the member will be pleased to hear that offenders will be able to access certain rehabilitation programs when they are nearing their release date, even if they're not eligible for parole. They will also have ongoing access to other activities such as education programs. And in regard to consistency with the Treaty of Waitangi, I do recognise that some Māori will be subject to longer sentences because of this bill. However, the bill does not discriminate based on race. The bill is there for those that commit the crimes. And it's important to note that Māori are also more likely than non-Māori to be that victim of crime. And on that basis, a policy that takes a tougher approach to sentencing, I would say, is of benefit to Māori. Māori are, of course, equally entitled to be free from crime, yet Māori are more likely than non-Māori to be the victims of crime. And I recognise those victims and denounce those who offend against them. And I intend for this bill to help protect Māori victims by incapacitating and deterring offenders.
Mr. Chair. Tom Rutherford.
Mr. Chair, and it has been fantastic. It has been fantastic for the Minister to be engaged as we talked through the 21 amendments from Dr Duncan Webb, the 25 amendments from Dr Lawrence Shunan, and the 4 amendments from Maria Mino Kapakingi, and for her to outline her position that she wouldn't be supporting those amendments and to provide the context as to why that would be the case. So I'm keen to come to the substantive part of the legislation that we're actually here to debate, and particularly Clause 7, Section 86, because this is the really substantive part of the bill. Once I feel that, I believe the Minister would like to speak to parts involved with that part, and then once we've done that, I'm ready to move to part 2 and the other part involved with the legislation, but keen to understand from the Minister around the interpretation aspect at 86J and Clause 86J, and then Clause 7, Section 86J, and then Section 86K around warnings, first warnings to be given if qualifying sentence opposed for stage 1 offence. Short, sharp call so the Minister can respond to that, and then ready to move to part 2, Mr. Chair.
The time has come for me to leave the chair. The committee will resume at 9 a.m. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
That concludes our coverage from the House of Representatives. More information about Parliament is available at www.parliament.nz.